Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Welcome once again to this live analysis. स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन कमोडिटी मार्केट में। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी को देखोगे थोड़ा सा मार्केट अभी भी फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही है। देखते हैं, थोड़ा कल नीचे आना पेंडिंग रहा है, आता है नीचे तो। निफ्टी फ्यूचर देखोगे फ्लैट ओपन हुआ था, ऑलमोस्ट अपसाइड गया, थोड़ा सा वापस सेल ऑफ आ गया है। सेम बैंक निफ्टी का था, हल्का सा गैप डाउन था, ज़्यादा नहीं, फ्लैट ही कहोगे। अप साइड गया, वापस थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ में वापस नीचे आ रहा है। निफ्टी की अगर बात करें, निफ्टी फ्यूचर की बात करें, ठीक है, फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट हम नॉर्मली देखते हैं। तो इफ़ यू लुक एट द फ्यूचर चार्ट ऑफ निफ्टी 50 15 में टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो थोड़ा सा लोअर एंड पे आना तो चाहिए इसको, क्योंकि सपोर्ट लोअर एंड पर ही बने हुए हैं अभी यहाँ पर, और कोई और नए सपोर्ट है नहीं हमारे पास। देखते हैं रेंज के बाहर निकल पाता है नहीं निकल पाता। कोई क्वेश्चन रहेगा कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछना। क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना, नॉर्मल ही ट्रेडिंग करना। 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपनिंग रहेगी, वॉल्यूम आएगा। देन 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन, और 7:15 पे शिकागो पीएमआई का डेटा है। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को थोड़ा बहुत इंपैक्ट करेगा, उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा नहीं है आज। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे, कल एक बाइंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, वहाँ बाइंग अच्छी आ गई थी, फिर सेलिंग का ट्रेड लगाया था, वहीं पर मार्केट क्लोज हो गया था, गैप डाउन हुआ है, सेल ऑफ फॉरेक्स में आ गया था, तो वही कंटिन्यू चल रहा है एक तरह से आप कह सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस में भी एक बाइंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, फिर एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, काफ़ी देर तक रुका रहा बट कुछ हुआ नहीं। फाइनली अपर लेवल के आसपास क्लोज हो गया था, एसएल के आसपास। ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस था, वहाँ पर भी गैप अप ही ओपन हुआ है। तो देखते हैं, अभी यहाँ पर एक रीटेस्ट में बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे ओवर हियर। थोड़ा देखते हैं, अभी नीचे एक नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस भी क्रिएट कर देते हैं। लेट्स मेक द न्यू लेवल फर्स्ट, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं, हम जरूरत नहीं है इसकी। ठीक है भाई, क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो काफी दिनों से एक रेंज रेंज बना के खेल रहा है। यहाँ पर एक रेंज थी, ब्रेक डाउन हुआ, फिर लोअर रेंज में फंस गया है। लेट्स सी क्या करने के मूड में है, क्या नीचे और एक रेंज बना के आएगा, या फिर यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम में जाता है प्राइस। ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले नेचुरल गैस को ही देखते हैं। यहाँ पर कल का वो एक रेजिस्टेंस था अपर लेवल पे ना, उसका, क्योंकि कैंडल ही सीधा ब्रेकआउट गैप अप ओपन हुई है, तो दैट इज एक्ट लाइक एज अ रिटेस्ट। तो सपोर्ट बन गया है वो ऑलरेडी। नीचे आएगा तो बाइंग करेंगे एक बार, पहले थोड़ा सा ऊपर का भी रेजिस्टेंस भी देख लेते हैं, सो दैट आइडिया आ जाएगा कितना टारगेट मिल सकता है। सो जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट। ठीक है, ये भी एक रेजिस्टेंस था, कल बनाया था, याद होगा, सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ है उसके। तो ये एक सपोर्ट बन गया अभी ऑटोमेटिकली। नीचे आएगा तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे, ठीक है। रेजिस्टेंस भी देख लेते हैं एक बार, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज रेजिस्टेंस कहाँ पर बन रहा है, दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर नाउ इन नेचुरल गैस। वॉल्यूम भी बहुत कम है इसमें, आएगा नीचे जरूर बट। इसमें देखो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस को अगर देखें ना, ऊपर कोई ऐसा रेजिस्टेंस दिख नहीं रहा है इतना ऊपर अभी मुझे। कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बन जाए तो बात अलग है तो पॉजिटिव ही फिलहाल के लिए। नीचे आएगा तो बाइंग ही बननी है अनटिलनेस कोई बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ ना आ जाए। ऊपर चार्ट ही नहीं शो कर रहा है इसमें। 15 मिनट में चार्ट शो नहीं कर रहा है गाइस, तो रेजिस्टेंस 15 मिनट का है ही नहीं। रिसेंटली बहुत पहले आया था इस लेवल पे प्राइस, तो 15 मिनट में तो चार्ट नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी विजिबल नहीं है। की काम करेंगे इसमें, 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर ही जाना पड़ेगा, देयर इज नो अदर ऑप्शन वी हैव। सोने की चांदी हो रही है आज। नो यार, मैं नहीं देख रहा अभी फिलहाल। गोल्ड और सिल्वर को चेक ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ, so आइडिया नहीं है। ओनली नेचुरल गैस एंड क्रूड ऑयल। बाकी निफ्टी में देखा था मॉर्निंग पे थोड़ा सेल ऑफ में है, कंटिन्यू, लेट्स सी। लास्ट दो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना के जा रहा है। कल एक सपोर्ट पे आया नहीं एग्जैक्टली, आज आ जाता है तो वेल एंड गुड ही है। परसों से रेजिस्टेंस पे हिट किया था, कल सेल ऑफ आया था, आज भी थोड़ा बहुत सेल ऑफ में ही रहना चाहिए। नीचे सपोर्ट पे आता है तो वापस एक पुल बैक आ सकता है। कल सेलिंग जरूर आई थी पर साइड में चला गया था सेकेंड हाफ में। तो लेट्स सी अभी कंटिन्यू करे थोड़ी सेलिंग, थोड़ा और नीचे आए फ्यूचर 25,800 के आसपास। 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है 375 77 के अप्रोक्सीमेटली। 30 मिनट में है लेकिन ये ध्यान रखना, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बीच में कोई और रेजिस्टेंस होगा नहीं। पॉसिबिलिटी वेरी हाई 15 मिनट में हो सकता है, बट 15 मिनट में उतना पीछे पेड वर्जन में भी नहीं दिख रहा है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू का पेड वर्जन देखोगे वहां पर भी अवेलेबल नहीं है। नीचे जब आएगा तब आएगा, अभी तो नहीं आने वाला। पर एक रेजिस्टेंस मिला है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पर। 15 मिनट में नहीं है। यहाँ पर एक ना 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस है। वैसे तो ये टेस्ट हो चुका है इस लेवल पे। एक बार आया था यहाँ से, सेकंड टाइम सेलिंग आई, थर्ड टाइम सेलिंग आई, फोर्थ टाइम, इसको चलो काउंट एक ही बार करेंगे। वन टाइम, सेकंड टाइम, थर्ड टाइम, 3 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है। यहाँ से ये फोर्थ टाइम हिट कर रहा है इस लेवल को। एक बार और गिरेगा, चांसेस हैं। ओके सॉरी, एक और टाइम है ये तो। हाँ, फर्स्ट टाइम सेल ऑफ, सेकंड टाइम, थर्ड टाइम, फोर्थ टाइम, वाह ये फिफ्थ टाइम, ये 5वीं बार आ रहा है इस लेवल पे ये नेचुरल गैस 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पर। एक ही इसमें पॉजिटिव साइन है ब्रेकआउट होने के, दैट इज कि जब पहली बार सेल ऑफ आया था एक लो बना था, दूसरे बार लोअर लो बना था, तीसरे बार फिर से एक और नया लोअर लो बना था। जब फोर्थ टाइम सेलिंग आई, फिर एक और नया लोअर लो बना था। तो ये फिफ्थ टाइम आ रहा है, तो कंटिन्यूसली लोअर लो ही बने इस लेवल पे। तो इसका मतलब अभी भी यहाँ पर सेलर तो है प्रेजेंट, डेफिनेटली है, नो डाउट अबाउट इट। यहाँ से एक छोटा सा फिर सेलिंग का प्लान करते हैं, लास्ट टाइम सेलिंग कहेंगे नीचे, क्योंकि सपोर्ट भी अब स्ट्रांग है। तो ये पूरा ही जोन रेजिस्टेंस का है। लेवल थोड़ा बड़ा दिख रहा होगा बिकॉज वो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का है, ठीक है, उसका और कोई रीजन नहीं है। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे है इसलिए थोड़ा सा बड़ा लेवल है। तो थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, रेजिस्टेंस ऑटोमेटिकली टाइम फ्रेम की वजह से इंक्रीज है, और कोई लॉजिक नहीं है उसमें। इसको और एडजस्ट कैसे कर सकते हैं? ठीक है, यहाँ पर 4 बार सेलिंग आ गई है, 5वीं बार है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। हर बार मार्केट ने लोअर लो ही बनाया है, फर्स्ट टाइम लो, सेकंड टाइम लोअर लो, थर्ड टाइम लोअर लो, फोर्थ टाइम अगेन लोअर लो, दिस इज फिफ्थ टाइम। सो वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट लास्ट टाइम सेलिंग ओवर हियर। तो थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी सेल करना, नीचे सपोर्ट भी है, नीचे आएगा तो फिर लोअर एंड से बाइंग ही करेंगे वापस। जो इसके ऊपर वाला लेवल है वो 375 टू 380, वो टेस्ट नहीं हुआ अभी तक, एक ही बार हुआ इन द सेंस ऑफ, तो वो तो स्ट्रांग, वो भी स्ट्रांग ही है। नीचे रेजिस्टेंस था, गैप अप हुआ है, देन एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। क्रूड ऑयल भी देखोगे फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही ट्रेड कर रहा है अभी भी। कैप डाउन हुआ है, कल के रेजिस्टेंस पे था, सेल ऑफ आया है थोड़ा सा, बट स्टिल ट्रेडिंग बिटवीन दिस। इसमें ना मोमेंटम ही नहीं आ रहा है आजकल उतना कुछ खास। देखते हैं फिर भी, चलो। कुछ तो मूव करेगा क्रूड ऑयल के लेवल्स भी। पूरा रेजिस्टेंस का ही है, ध्यान रखना, दिस होल जोन इज अ रेजिस्टेंस जोन। थोड़ा बड़ा लग रहा है लेवल, हो उसका लॉजिक रीजन ये है कि वो 15 मिनट का लेवल नहीं है, दैट इज 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम रेजिस्टेंस, बिकॉज 15 मिनट में यहाँ पर लेवल शो नहीं कर रहा है, और नीचे आना चाहिए। निफ्टी 50 भी सपोर्ट रेंज पे तो आ गया है थोड़ा सा, बट लोअर एंड के आसपास आए तो बेटर है। 25,868-70 के अराउंड, वैसे जो रेंज है सपोर्ट की वो हिट हो चुकी है निफ्टी 50 में। यहाँ पर प्राइस लास्ट टाइम ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट लेके एक बार तो जा चुका है, लेट्स सी दूसरी बार भी आ जाता है तो बेटर है। थोड़ा सा नीचे 25,868-70 वहाँ से एक्सपेक्ट है एक और बाइंग, एंड आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो लास्ट टाइम की बाइंग होगी, बिकॉज यहाँ से अगर हायर हाई नहीं बना तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से लोअर हाई क्रिएट हो जाएगा, क्योंकि पहली बार जो सपोर्ट यहाँ पर बाइंग आई थी, मार्केट ने हाई बनाया था, दूसरी बार एक हायर हाई बनाया था, ये तीसरी बार आएगा यहाँ पर निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर में 25,860-70 के अराउंड। अगर यहाँ से कल का जो हाई है वो टेकन आउट नहीं होता है तो लोअर हाई बन जाएगा एक हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न, बहुत ही अच्छा हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। बाकी एज एक्सपेक्टेड कल सेल ऑफ जो आया था रेजिस्टेंस पे था, परसों क्लोजिंग रेजिस्टेंस पे हुई थी, कल हल्का सा गैप डाउन सेल ऑफ कंटिन्यू था, सेकेंड हाफ साइडवेज गया, थोड़ा और नीचे आना चाहिए था, कल नहीं आ पाया तो आज आ रहा है। लेट्स सी हिट करता है तो यहाँ से मजा आएगा। ऑप्शन करते हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट लगाओ, ये निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी में भी तो हम फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करते हैं, स्पॉट का थोड़ा करते हैं, ठीक है। तो मैं सजेस्ट यही करता हूँ, अगर आप ऑप्शन बाई कर रहे हो या फिर ऑप्शन सेल करते हो, इंट्राडे करते हो या फिर स्विंग पोजिशनल कुछ भी करते हो, ऑप्शन में अगर ट्रेड करते हो तो आपको फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट अलाइन करके देखना चाहिए, फ्यूचर के चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही ट्रेड लेना चाहिए। अगर आपको देखना है कितना डिफरेंस आ जाता है तो आप एक फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगा लो और सेम स्पॉट का चार्ट लगा लो, निफ्टी का एक फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगा लो, स्पॉट का चार्ट लगा लो। मान लो आपको बाई करना है कहीं पर, आपने कोई स्ट्राइक प्राइस सेलेक्ट करी, मान लो 25,000 का कॉल ऑप्शन आपने सेलेक्ट किया, तो आप मोमेंटम देख लेना। मान लो आपका निफ्टी का जो चार्ट था वो 100 पॉइंट ऊपर गया स्पॉट में, और एट दी मनी का आपने 25,000 का कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया था, तो लॉजिकली सब कुछ मिला मिलू के अगर मैं कहूँ थीटा डी के भी अगर होता है तो 45 से 50 पॉइंट, 45 टू 55 पॉइंट आपका प्राइस प्रीमियम बढ़ना चाहिए। बट एक्चुअली में आप देखोगे उतना इंक्रीज ही नहीं हुआ होगा, क्योंकि एक्चुअली में जो फ्यूचर का प्राइस है वो, स्पॉट का प्राइस तो 100 पॉइंट मूव किया, लेकिन फ्यूचर का प्राइस सिर्फ हो सकता है 70 पॉइंट ही मूव किया हो या 80 पॉइंट ही मूव किया। तो जो ऑप्शन मूव करता है वो फ्यूचर से अलाइन होके मूव करता है, वो स्पॉट के अकॉर्डिंग अलाइन नहीं होता है, ध्यान रखना इसका। भी करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। नहीं ठीक है, इसको होल्ड कर लेंगे, आएगा था। भी देखोगे तो ठीक ठाक ही आ गया नीचे। लोग अभी आए, रिपीट कर देता हूँ, नेचुरल गैस का जो रेजिस्टेंस जोन है वो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का है, ये बीच वाला ऊपर वाला 30 मिनट का, ऊपर के लेवल दिख नहीं रहे 15 मिनट में, वहां पर अभी तक आया नहीं है प्राइस, नीचे 15 मिनट का ही सपोर्ट है, कल का रेजिस्टेंस का गैप अप हुआ है तो वो सपोर्ट की तरह काम करेगा। निफ्टी रीच करता हुआ 25,000, निफ्टी फ्यूचर 25,860 870, वही है सपोर्ट अभी फिलहाल के लिए। फाइव थाउजेंड नाइन हंड्रेड। अभी कुछ नहीं है, क्रूड फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के बाहर तो निकले। कल रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहां से सेल ऑफ अच्छा आ गया। ये फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के बाहर निकलता है फिर देखते हैं। मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल है, बीच में एंट्री करना सही नहीं रहेगा। है सपोर्ट निफ्टी 50 में, जैसा मैंने बताया 25,800 के आसपास है। परसों रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहाँ रेजिस्टेंस पे ही क्लोज हुआ था। कल सेल ऑफ कंटिन्यू किया, सेकंड हाफ साइड में चला गया था। अभी हल्का सा फर्स्ट एक दो कैंडल उसी कंसोलिडेशन के अंदर थी, बट वापस सेल ऑफ आ गया है, तो आना चाहिए 25,800 के आसपास। उसी लेवल के आसपास सपोर्ट है। दो बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, थर्ड टाइम आएगा यहाँ पर। अगर हायर हाई नहीं बनाता है तो फिर एक हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न जैसे मैंने बताया वो फॉर्म होने वाला है। बैठे रहो सेलिंग में अगर हो कल से, या फिर आज भी लिया हुआ है। From testing plan rises fears, confusion in Washington. Navy Vice Admiral Richard Connor thought he was going to have an easy confirmation hearing on Thursday to become the commander of American nuclear forces. Democrats excluded from briefing on US military strike off South America, Senator says. करने वाले हैं क्या अटैक वेनेजुएला पे? Democrats exclude from briefing on US military strike on South America. Wow. कितने थे? Almost 400 पॉइंट है इसमें. ममता पारेख 3053 नेचुरल गैस में अपसाइड के चांसेस कितने परसेंट हैं? देखो अभी फिलहाल के लिए नेचुरल गैस जिस लेवल पे है, कल एक रेजिस्टेंस था उसके ऊपर गैप अप हुआ है तो नीचे ये सपोर्ट स्ट्रांग है. ये लेवल पे जो आया है अभी ये प्राइस जहाँ पर अभी चल रहा है, ये लेवल भी ये पांचवी बार आ रहा है इस लेवल पे. ये कोई ऐसा नहीं पहली बार आया है इस रेजिस्टेंस पे. ये 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का रेजिस्टेंस है. यहाँ पर प्राइस फिफ्थ टाइम आ रहा है. एक ही चीज़ थोड़ी सी इस लेवल पे है, वो क्या है, यहाँ पर पहली बार आया था लो बनाया था, दूसरी बार लोअर लो बनाया था, तीसरी बार एक और लोअर लो, चौथी बार एक और लोअर लो. तो ये पांचवी बार आ रहा है. थोड़े बहुत सेलर बचे होंगे. अगर ये थोड़ा बहुत नीचे आता है और यहाँ से फिर से ऊपर निकलता है तो एक इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर बन जाएगा. तो उस केस में फिर यहाँ से और ऊपर जाने के चांसेस हैं. बट बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो ये रहेगा यहाँ से आए थोड़ा बहुत नीचे और इस एरिया के आसपास से बाइंग दिखाए और फिर इस रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक करे. तब फिर एक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो 375 से 380 तक का टारगेट मिल सकता है तो बुलिश ही अनटिल अनलेस 348 के नीचे सस्टेन नहीं करता. ये रीटेस्ट, ये रेजिस्टेंस था कल वाला, उसके ऊपर गैप अप हुआ है तो दैट एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट. तो थोड़ा सा यहाँ से गिरना चाहिए प्रॉफिट बुकिंग, देन मार्केट गोज अप, इट विल बी वेरी गुड फॉर प्राइस. निफ्टी आने वाला है टारगेट पे. हाँ, वहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग करना या फिर यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान भी कर सकते हो 25,800 के आसपास. कल गैप डाउन ही हो जाए. करते रहो गाइस, कम ऑन। 12:30 लंदन सेशन ओपन होगा, ध्यान रखना थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आ सकता है। इसके नीचे भी बहुत सारे सपोर्ट हैं, तो देखते हैं कहाँ पर रुकता है ये। को ना मैनेज कर लेते हैं, एक सेकंड। ये लेवल थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही बड़ा लग रहा है ना, इसको थोड़ा सा छोटा कर देते हैं, काफ़ी बड़ा हो जाएगा नहीं तो। लोअर एंड पे बहुत सपोर्ट बने हुए हैं। ऑल दीज आर सपोर्ट एरियाज। ये वाला रीटेस्ट जोन है, ये क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस था ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, तो इट एक्ट लाइक एज अ रीटेस्ट। ऊपर वाले लेवल वो 30 मिनट और 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के हैं, क्योंकि वहां पर प्राइस अभी तक आया नहीं है, काफी टाइम पहले से। रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आ गई ना उसमें ऑलरेडी। ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल देखो नीचे आता है थोड़ा सा, इफ क्रूड ऑयल इज फॉल लिटिल बिट मोर, इसमें लोअर एंड पे जो कल का एक सपोर्ट एरिया था वो अभी भी है सपोर्ट, उसको हम एज अ रेजिस्टेंस फिर से यूज कर सकते हैं। कि कल का जो हाई था यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, जिन लोगों जो लोग कल लाइव में होंगे, वो लेवल तो निकल गया है। सेलिंग वहां से इन लोगों ने करी होगी, वो ओवरनाइट में सेल ऑफ में आ गया गैप डाउन के थ्रू। ठीक है, तो ये कल का जो रेजिस्टेंस जोन था वो अभी भी इंटेक्ट ही है, वहां से कल सेलिंग ऑलरेडी आ ही गई है, वहां पर वापस जाने के चांसेस तो अब थोड़ा कम ही है। नीचे ही आएगा शायद पहले सपोर्ट एरिया पे। कल का सपोर्ट भी वो दो तीन बार टेस्ट हो गया है, तो आई थिंक एक बार देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली exactly कौन से बार में आ रहा है यहाँ पर। अगर ब्रेक करना है तो नया रेजिस्टेंस बनाता हुआ आए तो बेटर रहेगा। ये कल का सपोर्ट जोन, कल जो सपोर्ट बनाया था प्राइस ने एक्चुअली में, यहाँ पर भी एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बन गया। ये ठीक है, कल की लेवल है, कुछ चेंज नहीं हुआ है इसमें अभी, मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल है इसलिए थोड़ा सा। expiry framework update. SEBI chief indicate focus on transitioning from current 4 expiration date to 2 expiry date in regulatory framework discussion. अभी 4 एक्सपायरी होती हैं, अब क्या 2 ही एक्सपायरी होंगी? 4 expiration date to 2 expiry date. 2 expiry date. कहाँ से बाइंग आई, रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग, फिर ये एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बन गया यहाँ पे। फिर भी ना एक क्रूड ऑयल में एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट हो गया है। ये वैसी रेंज बाउंड है, ऊपर से अभी और रेंज के अंदर लग रहा है प्राइस क्रूड का। यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट और क्रिएट हो गया है, एक्ट कर सकता है सपोर्ट की तरह, बट वही प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पर। इसके नीचे एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट है, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, रेंज बहुत छोटी हो गई है। ब्रॉडर रेंज को भी देखें, बिल्कुल टॉप से बॉटम तक, दैट इज अराउंड 115 पॉइंट। इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से अगर मैं सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस के तौर पे इसको मान के चलूँ और ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, तो फिर वो 88 पॉइंट की रेंज ऑब्वियसली है। बिल्कुल टॉप पे या बॉटम से तो रेजिस्टेंस या सपोर्ट लेगा नहीं। अगर उसके 50% लेवल को भी कंसिडर करते हैं तो दैट इज 63 पॉइंट। ठीक है, कुछ ऐसे समझो, यहाँ से यहाँ तक टोटल रेंज हो गई आपकी 115 पॉइंट की। ऊपर वाले रेजिस्टेंस से अगर इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट को लें तो दैट इज अराउंड 88 पॉइंट। ऑब्वियसली दोनों साइड टॉप पे जाके रेजिस्टेंस तो लेगा नहीं, 50% लेवल अगर मैं मार्क करके चलूँ तो दैट इज अराउंड 63 पॉइंट, 60 टू 63 पॉइंट। तो फिलहाल के लिए ये एक रेंज है इसमें अभी। अगर इसको यहाँ पर ठीक है, तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान करते हैं, और तो कुछ ऑप्शन है नहीं यहाँ पर क्रूड में भी, क्योंकि रेंज है तो रेंज के किसी एक साइड निकल जाए, बहुत पास पास में चला गया है रेंज के अकॉर्डिंग लेवल। बाकी लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, देखते हैं कुछ मोमेंटम करता है अब। बॉटम से आती ना बाइंग। ठीक है, थोड़ा नीचे अगर आके बाइंग आए तो ट्राई करने करेंगे यहाँ पर, अब इसमें और कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा बॉटम के आसपास आता है इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से, तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने बस। सपोर्ट ही है नीचे वाला, एग्जैक्टली तो सपोर्ट यही है नीचे वाला यहाँ पर। कल ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, बीच में एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट और क्रिएट हो गया है, तो इसको भी एज अ सपोर्ट तो मानना ही पड़ेगा। बट इसमें बॉटम से ही लेना, अगर बाइंग मिल रही है तो सिर्फ बॉटम से, सो दैट एसएल छोटा हो जाए। थोड़ा सा दूर दूर बने ना सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस, तो ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है एज कम्पेयर टू बिल्कुल पास पास में सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बन जाए, बट इट इज़ अ नेचुरल प्रोसेस। कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना है यहाँ पर, वहाँ से सेलिंग आ रही है, नीचे सपोर्ट बना है वहाँ से बाइंग आ रही है, तो वही दो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस रह नहीं सकते। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि डायरेक्टली ब्रेक करेगा। प्राइस को ऊपर जाना है तो प्राइस ऊपर जाएगा, बीच में एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट सपोर्ट क्रिएट कर देगा, सो दैट ऊपर से सेलिंग आए तो फिर यहीं से बाइंग आके फिर निकाल दे इस तरह से। बट उसमें भी जरूरी नहीं है ऊपर निकले, हो सकता है फिर नीचे आके ये अपना इसका एसएल टेकन आउट करे और यहाँ से लिक्विडिटी लेके जाए। सो उस केस में फिर आपको ये देखना पड़ता है कि हायर हाई या फिर लोअर हाई कहाँ पर किस तरह से बन रहे हैं, या फिर उस लेवल से दूर ही रहो थोड़ा, यू नो दूर दूर के सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पर ही बाई सेल करो। एटलीस्ट थोड़ी बहुत डिस्टेंस रिस्क रिवॉर्ड बेसिस पे 1:3 या उससे ज़्यादा होनी ही चाहिए। इंडिया सोलर एक्सपोर्टर resist supply chain to bypass US tariff. US says India defense ties never been stronger amid trade rift. US says India defense ties never been stronger. Foreigners snap up Indian bonds as fastest pace in 7 months. Banks purchased over $16 billion in Indian bonds in the first 7 months of 2024. निफ्टी भी रुक गया थोड़ा सा और नीचे है सपोर्ट।
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equityfutures.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll. Apple says that it expects its revenues in the final 3 months of the year to rise by up to 12%. The figure, which is double the expectation from analysts, comes as the tech giant reported a rise in earnings to $1.85 a share, topping the average estimate. The outlook signals that Apple is navigating its way through a range of global challenges, including trade tensions, weakness in China, and delays developing artificial intelligence features. Nabila Popil is Senior Director for Data and Analytics at IDC.
Apple still maintains a really dominant share of the premium market. And that, they haven't lost hold of that. Of course, certainly competitors are coming up. But I think the biggest competition that Apple sees is certainly in China. But overall, globally, we see really strong growth in the segment that Apple plays, which is the premium. And they've maintained that ASP. We see, year over year ASP growth in iPhone. And I think this is what is going to help drive, and especially next year.
Nabila Popil speaking there as Apple benefited from stronger than expected services growth in the period, helping to offset a slowdown in China. Meanwhile, Amazon's cloud unit posted the strongest growth rate in almost 3 years. Amazon Web Services reported third quarter revenue of $33 billion, up 20% from a year earlier and above the average estimate. The results eased investor concerns that Amazon was overspending on AI, according to analysts. Overall, sales rose by 13% to over $180 billion, and Amazon expects its shopping chatbot Rufus will help deliver an additional $10 billion in annual sales. China's President Xi Jinping has warned against breaking supply chains in his first public remarks since meeting US President Donald Trump. In a speech to other world leaders at the APEC summit, Xi called for multilateralism and collaboration. Bloomberg TV's Yvonne Mann is at the summit in South Korea.
The message in that speech was China is a defender of the global trading system at a time when America is kind of America first policy. We have seen both sides commit to at least bringing down the temperature for at least another year, right? That 1 year truce certainly is longer than the usual 90 days that we've seen these sort of truces last. So we are seeing here at least some détente. The question is, of course, how long it's going to last.
Mann adds that key questions remain about how the trade truce reached between the two countries is enforced. The climb down in tensions comes as China's factory activity slump. It worsened in October, reaching its longest decline in more than 9 years. Britain's Prince Andrew has been stripped of his titles and evicted from his royal residence after scrutiny of his relationship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. According to a statement from Buckingham Palace, the King's brother will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as a formal procedure begins to remove his honours. Royal historian George Gross from King's College London says the scandal puts the monarchy in a challenging position.
The royal family remains key parts of charitable organisations working on domestic sexual abuse, all of that kind of thing. So for them to have that and this in the background must be impossibly difficult. And also the public disquiet was very significant on this.
That's Royal historian George Gross. The remove follows the publication of a posthumous memoir by one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, containing allegations against Andrew. And those are your top stories on the markets. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index up 0.2%. Eurostoxx 50 futures are down 0.2%. And the 10-year Treasury yield holding steady at 4.1%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll and this is Bloomberg.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity-futures.
In an age of extremes, Bloomberg New Economy Forum is a space for clarity, connection, and collaboration. From November 19th to the 21st, global leaders will gather to discuss the future of trade, technology, climate, and investment. Founding partners, Envision, HSBC, Hyundai, and Tata Sons. Host partner, Singapore. Presenting partner, PwC. Learn more at BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Is natural gas almost hit the level resistance level, but इस शार्प कैंडल बनी है 2.5 पॉइंट से बड़ा ऐसे नहीं इतना काफी है ठीक है थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना एसएल स्ट्रिक्ट रखना उससे बड़ा एसएल मत लेना 2.5 पॉइंट एसएल इज इनफ आई थिंक इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना भी सही नहीं है 12:30 अभी लंदन सेशन ओपन होगा तो थोड़ा वॉलेटाइल और हो जाएगा प्राइस ऑटोमेटिकली में देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट 4% अप है 4.62% अपर सर्किट 6% पे लगता है तक लगता है 6% पे कमोडिटीज में, अभी दूर है।
$2.7 million barrels per day of crude and around 900,000 barrels per day of refined products. So there can be purchases made from other parts. And for example, the ESPO side, which is in the east of Russia. And that's where we expect India to buy maybe some more of that crude in the medium term. But the next 4 to 6 weeks, we expect big tightening there.
So given that, do you think it will all put much pressure on Russia to end the war in Ukraine?
Well, in the immediate term, I mean, it's difficult to say. It'll put Russia in a tougher financial situation. And this is where I think the strikes on the Russian infrastructure, especially on refineries, is very important if Ukraine is able to continue to strike those successfully. We had around 600,000 barrels per day of refinery capacity out for 2 months. Now it's come down to around 300. Russia's coming out of maintenance. But when those refineries are hit, then the crude exports are super important for that economy. So combined together, it can definitely start to make a difference. But it's not going to break the entire backbone of Russia in these 4 to 6 weeks right now.
And what do you see as President Trump's breaking point when it comes to the high end of prices?
Yeah, so we think that Trump is quite comfortable in the $60 range. We saw that the market was trying to push towards the 50s, and this is where shale was starting to feel some pressure. On the upside, probably once we're in the 70s, $75 a barrel, then he'll start to feel some of that pressure, especially because of inflation, and his administration wants the Fed to be able to continue cutting rates.
Well, yeah, where Chair Powell has pushed back against the idea of a December rate cut, I wonder how much that changes your outlook for oil demand.
Well, in the short term, not that much. What I would say has been more important has been this Trump-Xi discussion. Right now, we actually see that diesel demand in China is up around 2% year on year. And this thawing of relationships makes us expect that industrial activity will actually pick up in China. And this is very important because China has been the main importer of crude, the main stock builder, and yet they're not issuing the export quotas for refined products, and particularly diesel, to flood the rest of the world market. So that balance is super important at a time when inventories and all the markets that we can see, in Japan, in the US, in Europe, and in Fujairah and Singapore, this month we've actually seen crude draws and overall inventory draws in October of around 27 million barrels, when normally we draw about 9. So it's a much more accelerated draw. And we're at a 10-year low in crude inventories in the middle of maintenance season, when we typically would expect to be building inventories. So that's where I think this demand in China and that behavior on exports of products at the same time when Russian refiners can export less is a very important balance as we head into winter and peak diesel demand for the weather.
And meanwhile, we have the OPEC Plus meeting this weekend. What are you expecting in terms of a supply hike?
So we're expecting the OPEC to continue slowly but surely, so around 135, 140,000 barrels per day. But we have to remember that the majority of these production increases are really coming from Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. What we find very interesting is that Russia has not been meeting its production targets at a time when they should have excess crude available to export because of the refinery outages. So what does that mean? Is it already difficult for Russia to export through that dark fleet, which is only getting tougher with these new sanctions? Or is production starting to decline at a steeper rate because we do not have the majority of Western oilfield service companies there? Only Schlumberger is there, and they're very quiet on what they are doing. So maybe those decline rates are starting to increase, and maybe they're starting to have problems. The other main point out of the OPEC meeting in the days following will be what are the official selling prices for OPEC crudes, because relatively speaking, they have been quite high prices, and this is why we see that India, for example, has been pulling in Brazilian barrels and other barrels, not necessarily only OPEC crude.
Yeah, the International Energy Agency, the IEA, of course, warning about a record surplus in 2026. Nadia, thank you so much for your insights this morning. Nadia Martin-Wigan, Director at Svelland Capital, thank you so much for that. Now, let's get more with Bloomberg's Jomana Basecci. She'll be all across that OPEC Plus meeting for us. Jomana, just tie it all together for us. We've got the geopolitics factoring into the OPEC Plus meeting this weekend. How significant is it going to be?
Yeah, that's right, Lizzie. And of course, we do have ADIPEC, the big energy conference next week as well, to analyze some of the decisions coming through. But look, the expectation is for OPEC Plus, the group, to once again start putting more barrels back to the market, but perhaps a more cautious approach. The expectation is that we'll get around 137,000 barrels a day. Remember, this is coming off the heels of a significant ramp up of production out of OPEC Plus throughout the course of the summer. 2.2 million barrels per day have been brought back to the market. And that has really generated some concerns about a potential upcoming supply glut. And I've got to say, though, with the caveat that this has been the commentary amongst the analyst community over the course of the summer. But one thing that did happen, specifically on back of summer seasonals, is demand surprise to the upside. But there are signs now that things are beginning to start to level off. Some of those seasonals are subsiding. And looking ahead, there is a focus on the extra supply that's coming through, not just from OPEC Plus, as I highlighted, but also some of the non-OPEC producers as well, specifically from North America, including Brazil, well, America as a whole, I should say, including Brazil and Guyana. So it's not just OPEC Plus supply that's about to hit the market. Now, in terms of the geopolitics, very important consideration here, given the latest measures out of the Trump administration to target those two Russian oil producers. And the question for investors going forward is how much of, one, those sanctions are going to be enforced, and two, whether India and China are going to look for alternative sources of oil. If they do, it would perhaps present an opportunity to some of those production, the supplies coming through from the Middle East. So we have to keep an eye out, as your prior guest was saying, on the prices, on the official selling prices from the Middle East into Asia. And just a final point on this, Lizzie, even though OPEC Plus have been ramping up production, it basically is mainly coming from Saudi Arabia and from UAE. Those are the main two countries that have the ability to keep ramping up production. So even though they've had these headline announcements, actually what's materialized in terms of extra volumes has been a little bit less. All of these factors taken into consideration, they'll probably be a little bit cautious for now to see whether the reaction function from China and India is going to change. And if there is a big need for more oil to come to the market, they certainly stand capable and ready. Final point to consider, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, is making his way to the U.S. later this month, and he's expected to meet with President Trump. And we know that for President Trump, keeping oil prices low is a focus. So one thing to think of as well.
All right, Ju, we thank you for the Middle East context. Bloomberg's Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor, Jomana Basecci. Have a great weekend. We thank you. Now, to some other stories making news this morning. BYD has posted a 33% slump in profit as the Chinese EV giant struggles with cutthroat domestic competition impacting its sales outlook. Overall revenue fell, missing analysts' estimates, with shrinking margins highlighting pressure from a prolonged price war. BYD's store falling sales saw it lose its title as China's best-selling automaker back in September. And Bloomberg has learned that Germany is considering using public funds to pay Deutsche Telekom and other operators to replace Huawei equipment. Sources say that the cost could exceed $2.3 billion. This also means that public funds will be used to upgrade Germany's digital infrastructure, which lags behind many other European countries. Well, coming up on the programme, we're going to stay in Europe. Several of Europe's biggest banks beating third-quarter earnings estimates. And we'll discuss the sector with State Street Global Advisors Vicky Farmaki next. This is Bloomberg.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from DBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in DBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15%. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in DBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
Didn't really think I had a problem.
I would isolate, self-medicate.
Like 48.5 million Americans, they didn't choose addiction. Go to shatterproof.org/findtreatment. Watch the film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden outside Windsor Castle, England, and this is Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:45 a.m. here in London, and it's been a busy week of earnings from Europe's biggest banks, which broadly beat expectations, but eliciting different reactions from investors. To discuss, Vicky Farmaki, Senior Equity Research Analyst at State Street Global Advisors, joins me now, and it's good to have you back, Vicky.
Thank you for having me.
What have been your key takeaways this week from the bank earnings?
Well, first of all, going into earnings, the bar was set pretty high. I mean, European banks are still the top-performing sector in Europe year to date, up almost 50%. So investors were prepared for a high bar. But I'd say overall, we've seen banks beat expectations. And we've seen that in the euro area and the UK, domestics and international banks. So it's a pretty solid season, I would say, across the board.
Well, how does the European performance compare to the US performance then?
Well, if we look at the investment banks in Europe, strong performance. We've seen the revenues grow double digits, which we expected after what we saw in the US. But to be honest, they are lagging behind their US peers. Not in all products. There are some products where European banks have been strong, but have been lagging. What we're hearing from European banks is the pipeline is very strong, but the US macro is so much more favorable that it's hard to match those numbers. Also, the regulatory environment in the US is turning more favorable for those banks. So we could see some pressure on the Europeans' market share going forward.
And I feel like one of the themes of this season really has been Jamie Dimon's absolute zinger, the cockroaches in credit. I wonder how much of a concern that is, the cockroaches in private credit in European banking for you, because the signals have been mixed from CEOs here, right? Sergio Motti saying it's basically a witch hunt.
Well, I mean, in terms of what we saw in the numbers, the loss ratios went up. but they went up slightly from almost zero in the previous quarters. And bank management teams are telling us this is well below the average. We have seen idiosyncratic issues, but they've been just that, idiosyncratic issues. And the commentary has been very reassuring. Now, in terms of the European banks' exposure to those non-bank financial institutions, it's very manageable. I mean, the ECB puts a number of loans to NBFIs around 3%. But it is an asset class that has been growing very fast in the last few years. I mean, double digits. So it's natural to expect more of those idiosyncratic issues to emerge.
Things are okay for now, but are you worried about systemic risk maybe in the future?
Well, we're not seeing any signs of systemic risk. And important to note here that European banks have very strong balance sheets, very strong profitability, so can work through those idiosyncratic issues. How now they play out in the future will depend on the macro. If the macro stays favorable, then they can work through these. Otherwise, we have to see. But again, they come from a position of strength and stability. But as investors, we're watching it very closely. I mean, we're very vigilant on this front. It is a main topic of discussion.
Yeah, I mean, you speak of the macro. We were talking to one of the ECB Governing Council earlier, talking about how the economy is in a good place. Economists thinking that, rates are going to stay at 2% maybe for 2 whole years from here on out. Is the worst over when it comes to the hit to net interest income from lower central bank rates?
That's the sort of commentary you're getting from banks. I mean, even the banks that were sensitive to the short-term rates, the commentary they're giving is they're very close to the trough in terms of net interest income, and they're actually guiding to a higher net interest income for next year. And hedges are in place to support them. But also the expectation, as you said, is for rates to stay around these levels. And the banks call this level a sweet spot for them, enough to provide activity in the economy, but also continue to sustain their profitability.
And what's your read on European banking consolidation? Because we've already had that failed bid from BBVA for Sabadell. Will there be more
again, politics throw a curveball in these situations, but we'll probably continue to see domestic consolidation where it makes sense. Cross-border is still a tough call at this stage. Again, politics is becoming an issue in that front.
Well, on the politics, we've had French lawmakers pushing for a tax on so-called super dividends and a 33% tax on share buybacks. How's that going to impact the French banks?
Well, first of all, it's being debated, so it's hard to discuss the full impact, and that's what the bank management teams will tell you as well. Again, politicians throw curveballs at banks. It creates uncertainty in the short term, but the key point here is that everyone understands that in order to have strong economies, you need strong banks, and they need to be profitable in order to provide the stability and growth. I think that's well understood, even in France. So I think that will be taken into account.
Yeah, but similar questions being raised here in the UK ahead of the Chancellor's budget. If we do have new bank taxes here, how does your modelling suggest that will affect UK banks?
Again, the taxes on UK banks are among the highest in Europe, so we have to see where the numbers come out and what actually goes into the numbers. But overall, it seems a very manageable situation because the UK banks are in a very good position right now. Strong capital, strong profitability, and that continues to trend positively.
OK, so maybe there's a little room for Chancellor Reeves to find some money there. Well, Vicky, thank you so much for your analysis. Vicky Farmaki, Senior Equity Research Analyst at State Street Global Advisors. Good to see you. Well, sticking with the UK, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has backed his Chancellor Rachel Reeves after her estate agent took responsibility for renting out her home without a licence. Reeves came under pressure after reports that she had failed to obtain the legally required licence for the property. The row coming as the Chancellor looks to close that fiscal gap in her budget next month. And Buckingham Palace says that King Charles has stripped his disgraced brother Prince Andrew of his remaining titles and is evicting him from his royal residence. The rare move comes after weeks of pressure to act over Andrew's relationship with the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he'll have to vacate his Royal Lodge mansion near Windsor Castle. We've got plenty more coming up on the programme, so do stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
With 5 of the world's fastest growing economies, Africa is the next frontier for trade, investment, and innovation.
Foreign investment has grown tenfold since 2000, and by 2050, GDP could hit $29 trillion. Powered by the tech and data that bring global markets into focus, Bloomberg is putting Africa's story on the world stage. The future is being shaped in Johannesburg at the Bloomberg Africa Business Summit.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. On this episode, building a global hospitality empire. How Chef Nobu reinvented the business of fine dining.
The restaurant concept and the hotel concept, for me, the same. I like to make happy to guests. My philosophy is always quality food, quality service, most important, heart.
Encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Earnings season is here.
European earnings in focus. We'll break down the results.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Let me bring you some earnings that are coming through a Nordea Bank.
LVMH reporting a surprising return.
And BP.
The earnings story, I think, is really fascinating.
There's just so much news.
With the smartest insights.
It has been a record half-year result. We are committed to capital return. We were even able to increase our outlook. It's very good news, I think, for our shareholders.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
If we continue on the current course and we don't take the growth level up, there will be a reckoning in this. And the bottom line is we have to find people, to buy and finance our debt. And, ultimately, it's not going to be other people around the world. If it keeps growing, it's going to turn to us.
The Goldman Sachs chairman and CEO David Solomon there sounding a warning on US debt. And it takes me to the first of our three terminal charts to set you up for your trading day. Here is the historical context on the point that Solomon is making, the point that's plaguing Western governments really around the world. And you can see just how much debt to GDP has ballooned over the past 4 decades in the US context. But flip the board over because we're also at the end of the month. And so we reflect on how global stocks have been performing in October. And if things go as they have been going throughout the month, it looks like we are on for our 7th month of gains. It'd be the longest winning streak in 4 years for global stocks. So we continue to monitor whether we can keep that up to the end of October. And just finally, flip the board over one more time because we're also looking ahead to that euro area inflation print. It comes at 10 a.m. London time. The expectation being that inflation is going to come in pretty much in line with the ECB's 2% target. 2.1% is what we're expecting. Of course, we were speaking earlier to the Austrian National Bank governor, a member of the ECB's governing council, Martin Kocher, saying that the ECB is in a good place. And you can see here the picture across national economies in the euro area, pretty much around that 2% target. A subdued picture, you might say. Well, Bloomberg Terminal users can find all of these charts and more by going to GTV Go on your Bloomberg Terminal. And coming up on Bloomberg TV, we're going to be hearing from the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva. You don't want to miss that conversation. It's coming up at 7 a.m. London time on the opening trade. That programme's coming up next. Tom McKenzie and Kriti Gupta will take you all the way to the market open. That's it for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Quantum computing is going to be the next frontier. Quantum computing is going to allow us to do more complex things like simulate nature, understand how atoms work, look at new drug discoveries. So by the end of the decade, it is going to change the way people compute and what they look at and how they use it. So we've got to bring our technologies to life. It's not just storytelling, it's story showing in a way that people can engage with it and understand it. We've already started on the quantum journey. You've got to bring people along, and you've got to stay focused on the journey together, and that must be tied at the hip to your business. Because if you're not helping your business grow, you shouldn't be doing the work you're doing.
NYK sustainability efforts have produced a breakthrough. The tugboat Sakigake is the world's first ammonia-powered vessel in commercial use.
LNG can decrease emission of the carbon dioxide compared with the heavy fuel oil, the 25% more or less. But ammonia, 95% decrease can be achieved.
According to Bloomberg NEF, ships powered by LNG and other alternative fuels make up nearly 40% of the global shipping order book.
This is funded by the NEDO, so-called Japanese agency. And also the NEDO has the kind of the GI funds and the Green Innovation Funds. And also the Japanese government is supporting the usage of the ammonia as the power generating fuel.
It's more expensive than normal standard fuels.
Yes, it is. And at this moment, and the supply of the ammonia volume is very much limited compared with the LNG and also the heavy fuel oil. But in order to promote ammonia as a marine fuel, together with the other industry players, and we can have the kind of the mass production, then the cost will be decreased. Then the next 10 years, we try to increase the number of the vessels powered by the ammonia.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burden, covering the ECB decision in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning from London. I'm Kriti Gupta alongside Tom McKenzie. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Asian leaders meeting in the APEC summit in South Korea, where NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is expected to speak. When he does, we will bring you those headlines live. And of course, off the back of the U.S.-China trade negotiations, China buys more U.S. soybeans, but exporters starting to get wary of bumps that may come down the road. And of course, we are in Earnings Central. Amazon posting blockbuster earnings with its cloud unit growing by the most in almost 3 years. Apple right on its heels, the anticipation of holiday sales boosting that stock, Tom.
And those tech numbers are certainly part of the factor when it comes to these markets. And US futures pointing to a strong session, making up for the losses yesterday. You saw a pretty significant sell-off, particularly when it comes to the NASDAQ 100 on concerns about Meta and Microsoft. That huge debt issuance as well, $30 billion from Meta. Mark Zuckerberg then tapping the markets to fund that capex story, but that was not welcomed by investors. Today, a different story, to Kriti's point, in terms of the optimism coming through for the likes of Amazon and Apple as well. European futures, though, currently pointing low by 0.2%. The optimism is now reflected in the futures for the US. NASDAQ 100 futures pointing to a decent session, up more than 1%. S&P E-mini is looking to add 40 points. Euro-dollar on the back of that ECB decision, of course, fully expected to hold rates 115 right now as we count down to inflation later this morning as well. Largely unchanged on the single currency. We will watch that on the inflation print out of the Eurozone. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
ओए गाइस 12:30 हो गया है. लंदन सेशन इज ओपन. लंदन सेशन ओपन हो गया है. देखो थोड़ी न्यूज आ रही है. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि यूएस कभी भी स्ट्राइक कर सकता है वेनेजुएला पे. वेरी हाई चांसेस, लाइक ऑलमोस्ट आप कह सकते हो 90% हाई चांसेस कि यूएस डायरेक्टली अटैक कर सकता है वेनेजुएला को. जिन लोगों को नहीं पता वेनेजुएला कहाँ पर है, तो साउथ अमेरिका का एक देश है. दुनिया के सबसे बड़े ऑयल रिजर्व वहाँ पर हैं एक्चुअली में। ठीक है, मैं चाहूँ तो आपको एक थोड़ा सा 3D में दिखा देता हूँ सो दैट आपको थोड़ा सा और बेटर रहेगा। ठीक है, ये 3D मैप है एंड इफ़ यू लुक एट द वेनेजुएला, ये है अपना प्यारा भारत। ओके, यू कैन सी दिस इज़ आवर इंडिया। इसको मैं जूम कर देता हूँ। ये है अपना प्यारा भारत। यहाँ देखोगे चाइना, ये है रसिया। हम जब जाते हैं यूएस की ओर, मिडल ईस्ट, ये हो गया आपका अफ्रीका। ये हो गया आपका यूनाइटेड स्टेट ऑफ अमेरिका। नीचे यहाँ पर आप देख पा रहे हो, इसको जूम कर लेता हूँ मैं थोड़ा सा और। ये है क्यूबा, ये भी एक अलग कंट्री है। और नीचे देखोगे ये जो आपका साउथ अमेरिका का पूरा कॉन्टिनेंट है, इसमें अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ हैं। तो यहाँ पर देख पा रहे होगे अर्जेंटीना है, चिले है, इक्वाडोर है, कोलंबिया है, वेनेजुएला है, पेरू है। ये सब अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ हैं। तो इसमें ये वेनेजुएला है यहाँ पे, ओवर हियर दिस वन। इसकी बॉर्डर देखोगे तो यहाँ पर आपकी लगती है, ठीक है, नॉर्थ अटलांटिक ओशियन के साथ और कैरिबियन सी के साथ। और ये जो यूएस का एरिया है यहाँ पर फ्लोरिडा वाला, ठीक है, एंड उसमें सैंड बर्गो और पुर्टरिको भी एक एरिया है। वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा स्मगल होता है कोकेन वगैरह वेनेजुएला के थ्रू। तो ये अटैक करने वाले हैं इस वेनेजुएला पे। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा जो ऑयल रिजर्व माना जाता है वो वेनेजुएला में ही है। अगर ऐसा होता है तो इसका एक डीप इम्पैक्ट क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस पे हो सकता है। क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस सडनली अपसाइड जा सकते हैं। अब ऑब्वियसली है, हमें तो पता नहीं चलेगा कब अटैक करेगा यूएस, बट वहाँ के जो अपोजिशन लीडर हैं अभी फ़िलहाल के लिए, उनका स्टेटमेंट जो भी रिसेंटली आ रहा है वो कुछ ऐसा ही इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि वहाँ पर एक बड़ी स्ट्राइक होने वाली है। और अगर ऐसा होता है तो उसका एक डीप इम्पैक्ट एज आई सेड अर्लियर क्रूड ऑयल पे स्पेशली देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा। क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस सडनली जंप कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, कब करेगा यूएस स्ट्राइक वी डोंट नो येट, बट करेगा जरूर, ये डेफिनेटली वेरी हाई चांसेस लग रहे हैं। रिगार्डिंग अभी थोड़ी देर पहले देखोगे तो जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट है उन्होंने वहाँ पर जो सेनेट है उनको भी ब्रीफ किया है इसके रिगार्डिंग। उसमें एक बात अलग है कि उन्होंने डेमोक्रेट पार्टी है उसको इंक्लूड नहीं किया वहाँ पर। तो यूएस मिलिट्री स्ट्राइक कर सकती है साउथ अमेरिका में, ये सेनेटर ने कहा है कुछ देर पहले फिर से। President Donald Trump administration held a Republican-only briefing about U.S. strike on alleged drug vessel near Venezuela. In what on one senior Democrat on Thursday called a dangerous trend of increasing partnership in national security. वहाँ की अपोजिशन लीडर है, उनकी ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आ चुका है। वेनेजुएलन अपोजिशन लीडर वी आर रेडी टू टेक ओवर गवर्नमेंट। नोबेल पीस प्राइज विनर मारिया कोरिना Machado on live is hinting Venezuela fight for democracy and why US military strike may be the only way. Nobel Peace Prize winner says Maduro's time is up in Venezuela. Let's see क्या इम्पैक्ट आता है। सैटरडे संडे को करेंगे तो मंडे को फिर क्रूड ऑयल अपसाइड गैप अप ओपनिंग देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। ध्यान रखना इस न्यूज़ का, स्पेसिफिकली इंपॉर्टेंट न्यूज़ है बिकॉज बाकी नेचुरल गैस में थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए तो बाइंग वापस करेंगे। रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, सेलिंग थोड़ी बहुत चल तो रही है, बहुत स्लो लेकिन। ठीक है, तो इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना जो लोग क्रूड को ट्रेड करते हैं, ओवरनाइट पोजीशन होल्ड करते हैं। ये क्या हो रहा है? ये दो से क्या लगे हुए हैं? इसको रिमूव कर दो, दो एक साथ ही लग गया लगता है। ठीक है, तो एक मेजर इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है, तो उसका थोड़ा ध्यान रखियो इन क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस पे स्पेशली। इक्विटी पे तो मुझे नहीं लगता उतना कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट होगा, क्रूड पे डेफिनेटली इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है, क्योंकि क्रूड ऑयल सप्लाई वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा डेंजर में जा सकती है। सो बी अवेयर ऑफ दैट न्यूज़, पर्टिकुलर दैट न्यूज़।
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equityfutures.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll. Apple is predicting a surge in sales in the last 3 months of the year from its new iPhones. The tech giant is now expecting revenues to rise by up to 12% over the quarter. The forecast is double what analysts had expected and comes after Apple reported increases in sales and earnings per share that beat estimates in the 3 months to the end of September. That's despite revenues falling almost 4% in China and tariffs costing the company over $1 billion. Nabila Popple is Senior Director for Data and Analytics at IDC.
Apple still maintains a really dominant share of the premium market. And that, they haven't lost hold of that. Of course, certainly competitors are coming up. But I think the biggest competition that Apple sees is certainly in China. But overall, globally, we see really strong growth in the segment that Apple plays, which is the premium. And they've maintained that ASP. We see, year over year ASP growth in iPhone. And I think this is what is going to help drive, and especially next year.
Nabila Popple from IDC speaking there. These results included roughly 2 weeks of iPhone 17 sales, with initial demand appearing strong. Shares in Apple rose by 2.3% in after-hours trading. Meanwhile, Amazon's cloud unit posted the strongest growth rate in almost 3 years. Amazon Web Services reported third quarter revenue of $33 billion, up 20% from a year earlier and above the average estimate. The results eased investor concerns that Amazon
इम्पैक्ट ऑन गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। गोल्ड के प्राइस उस केस में ऊपर जा सकते हैं। देखो, डिपेंड करता है कि क्या वेनेजुएला रिटेलिएट करता है उस पर, क्योंकि वी ऑल नो दैट यूएस मिलिट्री इज फार सुपीरियर देन वेनेजुएलन मिलिट्री। ठीक है, कंपैरिजन ही नहीं है कुछ। तो देखना पड़ेगा, अगर स्ट्राइक करता है यूएस तो किस तरह का स्ट्राइक होता है। कोई लिमिटेड स्ट्राइक है कि सिर्फ वहाँ के जो प्रेसिडेंट है उन्हीं को असैसिनेट कर दिया बस, क्योंकि उनको असैसिनेट कर दिया तो ज़्यादा कुछ इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ेगा, फिर तो उनके अपोजिशन लीडर टेक ओवर कर ही लेंगे गवर्नमेंट को। बट ऐसा नहीं होता है, बड़ा कोई अटैक कर दिया और फिर उन्होंने भी रिटेलिएशन में लॉन्च कर दिया, या फिर चाइना या फिर रसिया उनके अपोज में आ गए। चाइना तो खैर नहीं आएगा, मोस्टली रसिया ही आएगा। ऐसा होता है तो तब थोड़ा सा फिर हेविली इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। बट मेनली जो इम्पैक्ट होगा वो क्रूड पे ही होगा, क्योंकि वेनेजुएला का जो मेन ज्योग्राफी है, ज्योग्राफी वाइज देखोगे तो उसके पास एक ही चीज़ है जो वो पूरे वर्ल्ड को दे सकता है, दैट इज़ क्रूड ऑयल। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा क्रूड ऑयल रिजर्व वहीं पर है, तो उससे क्रूड ऑयल की सप्लाई डिस्टर्ब होने के चांसेस रहते हैं, तो क्रूड ऑयल पे मेजरली इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। बाकी नॉर्मली इस तरह के जब इम्पैक्ट होते हैं तो गोल्ड थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिवली जाता है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर। बट ये कब होगा वी डोंट नो। कोई ऐसा नहीं कि आज ही हो जाए, हो सकता है हो जाए आज ही, हो जाए शाम को, हो सकता है 1 साल बाद हो। बट जिस तरह के स्टेटमेंट आ रहे हैं और जिस तरह से यूएस अपनी पोस्चर कर रहा है वहाँ पर मिलिट्री को, तो चांसेस आर वेरी हाई कि अटैक होगा तो ज़रूर। ठीक है, ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटी है, अब 100% में तो कोई कुछ नहीं कह सकता, पॉसिबिलिटी ऐसी है। नॉर्मली सैटरडे और संडे को ही ऐसा होता है। तो क्रूड ऑयल पे ध्यान रखना, ओवरनाइट पोजीशन बेरिसनेस के लिए तो मत ही लेके जाना, क्योंकि कोई ऐसा इवेंट भी नहीं है कि क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस बहुत ज़्यादा गिर जाए अभी सडनली। ठीक है, तो उसका एक इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है गोल्ड और सिल्वर पे।
Amazon was overspending on AI, with shares rising 13% post-market. Overall, sales rose by 13% to over $180 billion. And Amazon expects its shopping chatbot Rufus will help deliver an additional $10 billion in annual sales. China's President Xi Jinping has warned against breaking supply chains in his first public remarks since meeting US President Donald Trump. In a speech to other world leaders at the APEC summit, Xi called for multilateralism and collaboration. Bloomberg TV's Yvonne Mann is at the summit in South Korea.
The message in that speech was China is a defender of the global trading system at a time when America is kind of America first policy. We have seen both sides commit to at least bringing down the temperature for at least another year, right? That 1 year truce certainly is longer than the usual 90 days that we've seen these sort of truces last. So we are seeing here at least some détente. The question is, of course, how long it's going to last.
Mann adds that key questions remain about how the trade truce reached between the two countries is going to be enforced. The climb down in tensions comes as China's factory activity slump worsened in October, reaching its longest decline in more than 9 years. Britain's Prince Andrew has been stripped of his titles and evicted from his royal residence after scrutiny of his relationship with sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. According to a statement from Buckingham Palace, the King's brother will be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as a formal procedure begins to remove his honours. Royal historian George Gross from King's College London says the scandal puts the monarchy in a challenging position.
The royal family remains key parts of charitable organisations working on domestic sexual abuse, all of that kind of thing. So for them to have that and this in the background must be impossibly difficult. And also the public disquiet was very significant on this.
That's royal historian George Gross. Now, the move follows the publication of a posthumous memoir by one of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, containing allegations against Andrew. In the Netherlands, the centrist D66 party looks set to lead the formation of the next government. With 98% of votes counted, D66 is projected to take 26 seats in the 150-seat parliament. Geert Wilders' far-right Freedom Party is expected to get the same number of seats, but its isolation in Parliament means it won't have a role in government. That paves the way for D66 leader Rob Jetten to become the next Prime Minister if he succeeds in reaching a coalition deal. Senior economist at ABN AMRO Bank, Jan-Paul van der Kerke, spoke to Bloomberg about what the result could mean for the Dutch economy.
That will be a good thing for the Netherlands, I think. We have an economy which has performed quite well, outperformed European peers, but is constrained domestically quite a bit. So a more pragmatic government which can give some policy certainty in the face of international policy uncertainty would be very much welcomed, at least domestically, but also for companies.
Senior economist at ABN AMRO Bank, Jan-Paul van der Kerke there, speaking to Bloomberg as Rob Jetten's cabinet could offer a stark contrast to Geert Wilders' premiership. And the world's major alcohol makers have lost nearly half their value since 2021, a total of $830 billion. A Bloomberg index of the beverage market shows how beer, wine and spirit makers have been left out of the global equity rally. James Woolcock has more.
The hit to alcohol consumption is 4 times the size of what happened after the 2008 financial crash. That's how one analyst described the shift to Bloomberg, and why many in the sector think it's a structural change. There are all sorts of reasons. The COVID pandemic sparked health concerns, weight loss drugs, celebrities going teetotal. Tariffs and inflation have taken a toll. But the crunch is severe, and it has led to job cuts and corporate restructuring as the industry tries to recover from its hangover. In London, James Woolcock, Bloomberg Radio.
Those are your top stories on the markets. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index is trading slightly higher this morning. The Nikkei in Tokyo, though, hit a record high earlier, currently up by 1.9%. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong's down by 1%. European stock futures pointing 3/10 lower, in fact, for Euro Stoxx 50 futures, and Nasdaq futures 1.1% higher after those results from Apple and Amazon. S&P E-minis are up by 0.6% on Wall Street as well. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll, and this is Bloomberg.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity futures.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen.
ओके नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत रुकने वाला है यहाँ पर वापस देखते हैं इसी लेवल पे घूमता रहता है थोड़ा जल्दी नीचे आता है 12:30 भी हो गया है लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन ही है मोमेंटम होना चाहिए थोड़ा सा फास्ट वापस थोड़ा बहुत रुकने लग गया. नेचुरल गैस सेम लेवल पे नॉर्मल है.
The name of the game in American capitalism, especially American financial capitalism, is being big, and no one is bigger on Wall Street than JP Morgan Chase.
How big is it? With a $4.6 trillion balance sheet, it holds around 20% of all the money in the U.S. banking system. JP Morgan is more valuable than its three biggest rivals combined.
Last year, JP Morgan earned the highest profit in the history of American banking. They became the only bank to ever crack $50 billion in profit. There are a few different ways that you can measure a bank's success. You can look at profit, market value, asset size, but there's also staying power.
There is essentially no figure in the history of modern finance who has won power and kept it like Jamie Dimon.
Jamie Dimon is a great banker. I think he's been the head of JP Morgan for 17 years, something like that.
This country is a lot better off because Jamie Dimon has been running JP Morgan.
But the success of Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan casts a long shadow.
When you think about it, it's more of a question mark than an exclamation point. What is going to happen to this gigantic bank after its longtime CEO leaves? No one really knows.
For 20 years, Dimon has led JP Morgan's ascent of Wall Street, financial dominance that manifests itself like this: its new headquarters on Park Avenue.
JP Morgan is about to get essentially its own little mini neighborhood, a kind of Jamie Dimonville, if you will.
This was a labor of love to have a physical embodiment which represents our company.
JP Morgan has something like 17,000 employees in New York City, making it one of the city's largest private employers. So they have their new building, which will hold about 10,000 of them. Then you look across the street to 383 Madison, that's the old Bear Stearns headquarters, and then they bought 250 Park.
And despite his noted opinions on work from home,
and don't give me the that work from home Friday works.
People join JP Morgan because they want to work for Jamie Dimon, this legendary CEO, Dean of Wall Street.
He just wants his people and his organization to be the best, and so he brings his A game and he expects the people around him to do the same.
All of this adds to the Dimon aura. Unfaltering Wall Street confidence, mixed with, at times, unpredictable candor.
The debt ceiling is potentially catastrophic. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way.
I probably shouldn't say this, but when you see one cockroach, there are probably more.
He just says what he thinks.
Absolutely not, and that would be the road to hell for America.
Over the years, as Jamie Dimon has evolved into this more statesman-like role that he's taken atop the finance industry, he wades further and further into policy and things that aren't directly touching banking. Jamie Dimon had a long-running joke that he would be there 5 more years, no matter when asked.
I love what I do.
He was 69 years old. He's had a couple health issues over the years, including throat cancer more than a decade ago, and more recently, a heart issue in 2020. And JP Morgan actually had to appoint temporary co-CEOs while he recovered.
Though he keeps coming back for more, eventually he will retire. But when and who will fill his shoes is anyone's guess.
There have been some iterations of potential successors that have ended up all leaving to go take, another big job or leaving to retire. The 3 current likeliest contenders to take over for Jamie Dimon when he eventually retires are Troy Rohrbaugh and Doug Petno, who run the Commercial and Investment Bank, and Marianne Lake, who runs the Consumer and Community Bank. But they're the latest in a series of likely contenders, and there are always more coming up the chain at JP Morgan. At the same time, for JP Morgan investors, there really is this Jamie Dimon premium where they're most interested in more Jamie.
Historically, this sort of cult of personality in business is often called the key man risk. Where would Amazon be without Bezos? Or Tesla without Musk? So too is Dimon to JP Morgan.
Well, it's certainly true that Jamie Dimon's tenure atop JP Morgan overall has been very successful by a lot of measures. it hasn't been all rainbows and butterflies. For example, in 2012, there was a $6 billion trading loss called the London Whale. Jamie was called to testify in front of Congress a couple times. In some cases, he actually thrived in the congressional hearings. He had some lawmakers asking him for advice on the economy.
I would like to come away from the hearing today with some ideas on what you think we need to do, what we maybe need to take apart that we've already done.
Another episode involved the acquisition of Frank, a financial planning platform for students that led to its founder being convicted of defrauding the bank.
But when all is said and done, they paid $175 million for it, which amounted to 3 hours of revenue that year. So that's a great example of how these kind of missteps become more embarrassments than anything else.
JP Morgan has been able to survive these missteps, whether big or small, because of its fortress balance sheet.
Fortress Diamond is always about the balance sheet.
Fortress balance sheet is a term that Jamie Dimon has been using throughout his entire career. It's constant stress tests. It's looking across the range from best possible outcome to worst possible outcome and making sure that JP Morgan can weather that storm.
When you think about risk, think about things that can go terribly wrong. Can you survive them?
Still, when it comes to the government's annual stress tests and other regulations JP Morgan is subject to, Dimon is a critic.
There are a lot of rules that Jamie Dimon does not like.
It's just more regulations and more rules and more requirements.
One of his governing principles on the topic of regulation is that it should not be so complicated. He has this famous spaghetti chart, which is a graph of all the overlapping regulators.
Take us into this decision at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Then immediately afterwards, we'll speak to the former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida, Diane Swank of KPMG, Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti, and the post-game conversation. On set in the studio, Apollo's Torsten Slok, BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg coming up.
It's a great list. I don't know who in those guests are on the chairman list. I mean, we got to move it out from 5 people to 6 people. I'm sorry, where is Clarida? Well, how can he not be on that list?
I think maybe things have changed down at the Federal Reserve, TK, the kind of names in the mix. Secretary Bessent's name is still doing the rounds.
Neil Dowda heated on this.
The longer this goes on, Anne-Marie said this a few times, the longer this goes on, the more likely it will be that it could be the Treasury Secretary.
It's an eclectic mix. I give him credit for that, but there's some names that are obviously missing. How you can not have the gentleman from PIMCO in Columbia not on the list, I just think is absurd.
Rich Clarida just around the corner with us right now. Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management. Good afternoon, Bob. Good to see you.
Happy to be here.
What are you focused on and what are you expecting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time?
What we're expecting at 2 is a 25 basis point rate cut, and they're going to end quantitative tightening at the end of the month. I think those are pretty much baked into the markets. What are we looking for? It's all going to be about the post-meeting statement and the number of dissents. Are we going to see just Stephen Myron frozen out by the rest of the FOMC and that one lone dot? I think pointing to 75 basis points in rate cuts, and everyone else at 25, or are we going to see a couple others down in the 50 basis point rate cut cap?
Do you think dissent can cut both ways at this particular meeting?
I don't think so. I think the Fed believes that this is a risk management exercise. They've seen some softening in the labor market. They do believe that the neutral rate is somewhere below where they are now. So 25 basis points to me looks like the obvious place to go. I don't think there are going to be any dissents to the hawkish side.
With all your experience, we have a shutdown, we're blind, and we clearly have two Americas. The food line stories are heartbreaking. Weighing in November 1. We've got a military that may or may not get paid. Who does the Fed think about today when they make this decision? Who does the chairman address at the press conference?
Well, I think they think about the broader economy, and they look to relieve pressure on businesses and households. So bringing down the Fed funds rate by 25 basis points does have an impact on corporate America. Yes. A lot of corporate America, we know from private credit, a 50 million EBITDA company could carry 350 million worth of debt. So it means a lot. And if businesses feel that the pressure is being relieved, then they may start hiring again or retain their workforce into year-end, into the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
So that tells me this is a snooze fest this afternoon, but it's not, because his mandate, given the politics of the nation and the national uncertainty, is he's got to get out front and surprise with a more dovish cast.
Perhaps that comes out at the press conference.
Yes, at the press conference.
I don't know, because as John started off, Equity markets are at a high. Credit spreads are very tight. The labor market, you look at the low fours unemployment, 4.3%, doesn't look bad.
I got a question for you. Given everything we've got, John, what would the dissent be at the Bank of England today if they had the same cards? There'd be visible back and forth.
So I think this is potentially a question for next year. I remember a time when Governor King dissented on his own committee and was pushing for more QE, and his committee was voting against him. And maybe that's a question for 2026. If you get someone super dovish in the seat for 2026, can he get the rest of the committee to come with him? I think a question for today, Bob, is just how divided this committee is. And you point to the labour market, and I'm right there with you. There are credible arguments today to cut interest rates. Equally, there are credible arguments to do absolutely nothing. And when you look at the labour market, it's massively dependent on which data point you're anchoring your view around. If it's payrolls, you are spooked. You are cutting interest rates. If it's unemployment, you're sitting there saying, you know what, I don't think the slack has increased too much here, even with this massive step down in payrolls, and I don't see the urgent need to reduce interest rates. How would you anchor your view around this labour market?
I anchor my view around JP Morgan Chase data. We're the largest banker to the consumer. We're not flying data blind at all. We see the top 4 quintiles of earners with deposit balances above where they went into COVID. The bottom quintile is below where they went into COVID. So that's the K-shape we all talk about. Does that get addressed with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act when you start to see tax filings and refunds on tips, overtime, Social Security payments, and a host of other things? Maybe it does.
Are you in the re-acceleration camp for 26? Are you expecting things to pick up in the new year?
Yeah, I think the fourth quarter of this year and the first quarter of next year will be, call it 1 to 1.5% GDP. There will be some digestion of further tariffs and final tariff policy. But with central banks cutting rates and an additional $1 trillion in stimulus hitting, it's hard not to see a reacceleration in growth.
What does yield tell you right now, not only the conventional full faith and credit, but the very short-term paper, the trust market? What are the indicators you see into this meeting?
The planet is underallocated to fixed income. I just got back from the Middle East. I heard it everywhere I visited. I hear it domestically. I've got one meeting after another. How else do you explain the 10-year trading through the Fed funds rate today? It can only happen if there are constant buyers, and the buyers are out there in full force.
Then how does that cross over to the dollar as an indicator of that need to buy more paper in America?
Well, I think that's a different topic because there is a sense that perhaps if you're an overseas investor and you accumulated U.S. assets, you may look a little toppy in dollar exposure. So why not head some of that back to your base currency? It didn't make sense a couple years ago because the dollar kept going up. So you hung on to the dollar with U.S. assets. Now they're starting to head some back to their base currency.
Bob, logic would dictate as the Federal Reserve begins to reduce interest rates that money and money market funds would start to spill out, maybe into risk assets and to other things. How sticky is that money at the moment?
Well, other things would be fixed income,
of course,
in my
yes.
view.
Yes, to Bob's fund. Forgive me.
Yeah, and that is a pressure that you hear from clients, that they've held cash for a while. They feel they may have missed interest rates. I tell them, congratulations, you were right. Why would you have held fixed income in negative yield environments? And then in 2022, 2023, rates were going up and bond prices were going down. You can still get in substantially higher than where we've been over the last 10, 15 years, although you've given back only 1% or so of the 500 basis points of rate hikes. And there are lots of things to buy. There's still credit to buy. That gets you closer to 5%. There's emerging market debt to buy. That gets you 10, 12%.
Quick, John, the Bloomberg Total Return Index is the Bob Michael chart. The appreciation of bonds and fixed income back over the last 2 years, nobody saw that coming.
The flows into Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management's business has been pretty persistent, I think, for the year so far. Bob Michael of JP Morgan Asset Management is going to stick with us into this decision. That decision is 18 minutes away. That news conference is 30 minutes after that. Up next, the conversation with Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab together with Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen. It is Fed Decision Day. Live from New York City this afternoon. Good afternoon.
The Fed wants to cut interest rates. We know the Fed's going to cut interest rates.
The Fed is going to cut.
The Fed is, we believe, is going to cut.
I would cut.
They cut 25 basis points.
They're expecting to be lower over the next few quarters.
The most natural thing to do is to continue on that path.
It's very pragmatic for the Fed to be delivering what's priced into markets.
If you look at the economy itself, we're slowing down to a crawl.
Labor market activity has slowed quite dramatically.
Labor demand is cooling.
We're waiting for that next shoe to drop.
The risk for the Fed is to have a repeat of last year.
They're going to be very flexible in their message.
You have to go off the data that you have. And I know that's very tricky, and it puts the Fed in a very tricky position.
We don't really know how they're using the data that they do have right now.
Data or no data, you still have to make policy.
It's a tough situation for the Fed at the moment.
You might see dissents on both sides at this meeting.
They have to be pretty careful about how much they signal more cuts going forward.
Just how much can they signal at this meeting? That's the challenge for the Fed Chair Jay Powell. That decision 15 minutes away, the news conference 30 minutes later, going into it, 5-day winning streak on the S&P 500. Equities this afternoon higher by 0.2%, on the Nasdaq up by 0.3%. TK in the bond market, 2s, 10s, 30s. Interesting, the last time the Fed met, 2s at 350, 10s at 4%. This bond market has been very well behaved over the last month.
I don't like the word, but I'm going to use it here, resilient. And the answer is there have been some movements, including a dash to lower rates. But we come back, and again, I look today at weaker sterling and stronger renminbi with what's going on in Korea. And there's just a churn here that shows a resilient economy. As Bob Michael said, you know, you model out Q1, Q2, and you say, okay, we keep it going.
I think Bob's right. Bob Michael at JP Morgan still with us, by the way. Look at what we're hearing from corporate America. Let's take the banks, Bob. Banks are telling us that corporate clients are re-engaging big time. If you look at Visa, just to stay with the financials, they're saying the consumer is still engaging and is likely to engage into year-end and beyond. Is that the tone you're picking up from corporate earnings? Just how bifurcated are things?
Forget about corporate earnings. Our analysts, credit and equity analysts, are talking to companies every day, dozens, hundreds of them every week, and we're all hearing the same thing. Tariffs are yesterday's news. They've absorbed it. They're over the hump. They've stopped moaning. They're getting on with life, and they've underinvested in themselves this year, deliberately. It's flattered earnings. Now it's time to invest. Maybe there's more capex in AI. There's a bit more hiring to go. They'll see how it all plays out, but they're not seeing the consumer fall off a cliff here.
Subhadra Japa of SocGen joins us now for The View from SocGen and a whole lot more. Subhadra, welcome to the programme. Let's just start with the basics. In about 13 minutes' time, a decision, a statement. How much dissent are you expecting this afternoon?
Probably one dissent from Governor Myron for a more deeper cut, because he's been calling for the Fed funds rate to be moved down to neutral. There could be some dissents coming from some of the regional Fed presidents, but I think it's unlikely. I think the last meeting was very clear that Chair Powell was able to build a consensus, and I think this time around, the likelihood that we see just one dissent is what I'm expecting.
Subhadra, I'm fascinated where this fits in within the international landscape. Each story is different. The United Kingdom, the ECB, who knows what's going on in Japan with the new government as well. How much is Jerome Powell central banker to the world at 2 o'clock today?
He's always the central banker to the world. Of course, I'm a little bit biased coming from the U.S. because everybody, my colleagues in Paris, are going to be up late watching the Fed meeting. So I think that policy in the U.S. is going to be very important. That said, we're watching what the other central banks are doing as well. The Bank of Japan's been quite interesting this year. The ECB looks like they're almost done easing. So the Fed definitely leads the way, and you're seeing that price action in the bond market as well, where treasuries are rallying while other global bond yields are actually rising, and you're seeing that spread start to widen a bit.
There's a backdrop, Bob Michael, here. I read very carefully, I think, in the FT about JP Morgan's new retail effort in Germany. Fascinating to see what digital banking is going to do. But part of it is a bang-up year for EM, a bang-up year of prosperity across the emerging markets, at least in the equity markets, as well. So Jerome Powell, he's getting it done. Maybe even President Trump's getting it done. He's central banker to the world. That's all there is to it.
It feels like it, and also emerging market debt has performed very well too. But it also feels to me that something's different about the ECB this go-round. And I think Christine Lagarde looks at the ECB and looks at Europe and says, the sands are shifting. We have to ring-fence Europe ourselves and deal with what's going on in Europe. So I expect them to veer away from the Fed over the coming year or so.
Extremely well said. And this is John. How much of the Draghi mandate has Europe actually got done?
Not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough. You know, the narrative around Europe this year is so interesting. I think it's been defined by much of the price action of the first quarter of 2025. If you look at the forecast from the ECB, you mentioned the European Central Bank, let's go through them. Real GDP for 2025, 1.2%, 26, 1%, 27, 1.3%. If Chairman Powell was putting out forecasts like that in this news conference later on this afternoon, he'd be flat out embarrassed. And we've got analysts and strategists coming on the programme celebrating a new dawn for the European economy. Bob, that feels like a stretch based on the ECB's own forecasts. Is it a stretch?
Well, since those forecasts, you've also had Germany announce that they're going to embark on quite a large fiscal spend. You've got much lower policy rates now. I think you have to look across Europe and watch. I also think that the ECB is in a position where they could push through more unified issuance, create a joint vehicle that can fund projects across Greater Europe rather than being raised in one particular region or another. So I expect good things to come out of Europe in the next year or so.
The focus this afternoon, of course, on the Federal Reserve and the US Central Bank. That decision 10 minutes away. Subhadra Rajapra of SocGen still with us. Subhadra, TK said it at the top of the programme. It's about QT. Potentially today, maybe you've got to wait until December in early next year. Is today too early, Subhadra, to make that call to end QT?
It's not too early, but I wouldn't be surprised if they decide that they want to wait. I mean, I don't see the rush either. I mean, yes, you are seeing some pressure on the repo markets. You are seeing the availability of collateral go up because there's been a lot of bill supply. The Fed could quite proactively engage in ending QT, but they can potentially employ other tools like temporary open market operations to allay some of the fears in the repo market and perhaps have a later start. Either way, the way I look at it is it's $5 billion or so in treasuries that they're running off their balance sheet every month, which is really a small amount. So if they end it, I don't really see that as a big market moving event. What it will do is help allay some of the fears in the repo market potentially.
Explain, Bob Michael. We need to do this, folks. It's a course here on the Fed Decides. Treasury Bill 101. We have more debt than God. The Secretary of Treasury has made clear he's comfortable with Treasury bills. Should our audience worldwide be comfortable that we're going to have massive issuance of Treasury bills in the coming quarters?
I don't think they should be concerned about it. When you look at money that's in cash, you can look at a narrow measure of money market funds, or you can look at a broader measure of M2, which includes deposit balances, checking accounts, and so on. There's a lot of money sloshing around in the system, and if Treasury bills cheapen up a little bit, that money will circle into it. There are also other things that could happen. One, stablecoin is growing wildly in the U.S. Treasuries are collateral for stablecoin, so you have a natural buyer base forming there, and nobody's talked about relaxing the SLR calculation for banks and removing treasuries from the denominator. The Treasury can do that. So you can even create larger buying pools for the front end of the Treasury market than what exists now.
I got to rip up the script here. It's too important. Richard Portis and his leadership at London Business School. I spoke to Professor Portis today. He has great concern about stablecoin. Your bank is known for a cautious approach here. You've amended that. But should we have worries when we study stablecoin, or can we say it's removed from the things John owns, Ethereum and Bitcoin and all that?
Well, I think you have to separate crypto and stablecoin. Stablecoin, which operates through the banking system, can be digitally tracked, it can be regulated, it operates within a banking framework. If it's collateralized by treasuries, it's safe, and then it allows transactions to occur 24/7, 365. There's none of this nonsense that on Thanksgiving, the rest of the planet's open, not in the U.S., you can't wire money around. Stablecoin allows you to do that.
I feel like you try and get me in trouble every time we have this show and do this program. I have to do this on a frequent basis. I'm not limited on crypto. I wish I was.
You don't.
I wish I had been for the last 10 years. Too bad, right? But I am not. A question, though, does remain about the broader asset class and what's happening with risk assets beyond just crypto. We've seen some stellar rallies this year. In fact, Bob, everything has rallied. Stocks have done well. Government bonds, 10-year bond yields have done well in this country. Beyond, say, just FX and the US dollar, risk has done well, credit's done well, crypto's done well, gold's done well. What hasn't done well, and is this Fed getting lulled into playing a role in blowing up some kind of asset bubble?
Well, that's the interesting question. For me, I learned a long time ago in the world of bubble spotting, you take the price of something and plot it on a logarithmic chart. When you start to get upward curvature, jump in, because that last year is the big one, and that's when the bubble's forming. We don't see a lot of that yet. You can plot the NASDAQ, and it's going up at a pretty steady pace. I think there's a healthy recovery post-COVID and still post the GFC. And I feel the U.S. economy and corporate America, it's finding its feet. Yes, everything has gone up in price, but the Fed does have specific things to respond to. The labor market, and also what looks to be a neutral rate, and inflation's not at this 5 or 6%.
Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen still with us. Subhadra, I want to bring you into the conversation on that. Is this an issue that the Fed has to weigh? Maybe not at this meeting, but over the coming meetings, how they're contributing to broader financial conditions?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a concern for me. And to me, at least the way I look at it, this doesn't feel like the environment where the Fed should be delivering a lot of preemptive cuts or, cutting as much as what the market is pricing in by the end of next year. To me, that kind of path feels like it's a little bit aggressive. I mean, the growth trajectory for the third quarter has been extraordinarily strong. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is tracking close to 4%. Looking at an employment picture that's kind of deteriorating, but not terrible. Inflation is still high and sticky and well above the Fed's mandate. So to me, the market kind of getting ahead of itself and pricing in too many cuts seems like it's a bit much. And then you add in easy financial conditions, you're left with an environment where maybe the Fed has some sort of leeway in trying to not ease as much in this environment.
Subhadra, I'm going to pick up on Bob Michael's insight there about what I call log convexity. Are you seeing out there not bubble tendencies, but are you seeing on a log plot, a logarithmic plot, a convex acceleration where things are getting a little bit effervescent out there, a little bit exuberant?
So to me, what is concerning is the fact that there's absolutely no volatility in the market. Look at, bond volatility, you look at implied volatility in the bond market or in the equity market, there's absolutely no concern. So to me, the lack of volatility in this environment is also troubling because you tend to see a lot of investors kind of getting lulled into a sense of security and continuing to sell vol anytime you have a pop in vol. And that's an environment that is concerning, given the fact that we do have a decent amount of risk. We're going through a shutdown right now. There's potential for meaningful deterioration in a lot of these fundamentals that we're looking at. We have no clarity on the data. So I think a little bit of caution is required from that perspective.
Subhadra, somewhere in this country, there are some college kids, maybe the Finance Society at the University of Alabama, taking bets on just how soon this news conference will end as soon as it starts. Are you betting on a short one today? What can he possibly say about what they don't see at the moment?
He's going to get his slew of questions from everyone, including Mike McKee. So the press conference will probably at least run 30 minutes or longer. He might get into the details on QT if they do announce QT. So I'd be curious to hear what he has to say. And he's probably going to also kind of elaborate on the data points that he sees, because the Fed does have a lot more information that's available to them. And he might kind of enlighten us a little bit more on what they're seeing and hearing from their constituents, and that should shed some light on what they're thinking on policy. We'll also be curious to hear what he says on what he's going to be doing at the December meeting. Although they don't have a whole lot of information, the market's already fully priced in a cut. We'll have to see how he kind of discusses that.
Subhadra, thank you. It's good to see you. Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen. Those college kids will bet on anything, TK. You notice that these days? Absolutely anything.
Yeah, I've been in front of some of them recently, and they're eager to learn, and their heads are spinning like ours are spinning over this moment we're living in. I'm still saying it's coming out of COVID. Or maybe beyond that, somewhat here, there. But now we have this shutdown. You said the word when we came in here in our show preparation. The first word out of your mouth was odd.
It's an odd one.
You said it's an odd meeting.
The only data we have, the most recent data, the only data we have is inflation and headline and core around 3%. And the Federal Reserve set to cut interest rates at 25 basis points. I understand why, because they're worried about the labour market. But it's a kind of awkward situation not to have that official labour market data and still to be looking to cut interest rates with inflation around 3%.
And again, the dovish hawkish tilt of a traditional Fed meeting, maybe it's out the window. We'll have to see.
That Fed decision just around the corner. Let's check out the market. Start with equities. Equities this afternoon positive for a fifth consecutive session on the S&P 500, up by 0.2. In the bond market on 2s, 10s and 30s, a snapshot of fixed income yields higher at the front end of the curve by 2 basis points, likewise on 10s. With that Fed decision, here's Mike McKee.
A divided Fed cuts their benchmark lending rate by 1/4 percentage point and says they are going to end QT December 1st. There are 2 dissents as policymakers reset the target range to 3 3/4 and 4%. No surprise, Stephen Myron dissents in favor of a 50 basis point cut as President Trump wants. And Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmidt dissents on the other side in favor of no move. The Fed's administered rates for interest on reserves and the primary credit rate mechanically decreased by 1/4 percentage point along with the Fed funds target. As for the balance sheet, the Fed will stop redeeming maturing Treasury securities at the end of November. Principal payments will be rolled over going forward. The mortgage cap of $35 billion a month remains in place, but as of December 1st, all principal payments on maturing agencies will be reinvested in Treasury bills. Fed officials gave a nod to the government shutdown in their economic assessment, noting that, quote, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Job gains have slowed this year, the statement says, and the unemployment rate has edged up but remained low through August. More recent indicators are consistent with these developments. They changed the tense on the balance of risks, noting downside risks to employment rose in recent months instead of have risen. And uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated, they say. There is no change to their forward guidance. The statement still says in considering additional adjustments to the target rate, they will consider many factors. Guys?
Mike McKee, stay there. What a decision by the Federal Reserve. So you cut interest rates 25 basis points, widely expected. The MQT, a lot of people were talking about that coming into the decision. But the headline here is just how divided this committee is. Dissent cutting both ways. One saying keep policy unchanged, another saying let's go even harder and cut by 50 basis points. Equities stay elevated, up by 1/4% on the S&P 500, but a bit of a turnaround in the bond market. Switch at the board and gets the fixed income. 2s, 10s and 30s. Bond yields just slightly higher by 3 basis points on 10s at 4.01%. TK, these aren't major moves in financial markets, but there is a subtle shift in this Federal Reserve. It's divided. And when you're this divided, it's difficult to provide guidance about what you're going to do next. Because if you're trying to lead this committee, trying to reflect a consensus that doesn't exist is basically impossible.
Edge of Bank of England. It's the first thing I thought about. I've got to go back and study when the last time this really happened, where you had one up, one down, one hawkish, one dovish as well, pushing against the chairman. And it speaks to the 2 parts of the country that are out there. My idea that there's 2 R-stars. You see it with the shutdown again, and part of America flat on their back. You've got, it's amazing to me to see Myron 50 beeps in, John, and let's say you want to go the other way, it's a 75 beep gap. I don't believe I've ever observed that. I'm sure I'll stand corrected, but there it is.
The last time we had a dot plot, there was massive dispersion. I think you know whose dot's at the top now, and we knew whose dot is at the bottom. Mike McKee, I believe you're still with us. Mike, the credible argument here, are there credible arguments to do nothing and credible arguments to go even harder?
Well, the credible arguments to go even harder are a little bit harder to make because financial conditions are pretty easy right now, and the markets have been soaring in recent weeks. No change there. We did see interest rates rise a little bit this week as perhaps the markets got a little concerned about inflation going forward. Jeff Schmidt's case is probably easier to make in the sense that inflation is still rising, even if we are seeing the Fed cut rates. That could only be a problem going forward, is his view. And there are people on Wall Street who certainly share that.
Michael McKee, thank you, sir. You get into the news conference. Mike McKee there breaking down this decision. The Federal Reserve reducing interest rates by 25 basis points this afternoon.
2019, we had George and Rosengren say no rate cut at all, and Bullard said a dovish dissent. That's some of the tension, but I would suggest today's meeting has even greater tension than what we saw in 2019.
Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management still with us. Bob, just your early reaction to this call and that dissent.
I don't think it was at all surprising. The two dissents could have been a bit more interesting. I think Myron could have gone for 75 basis points. After all, he wanted 50 last time. Sure. So there's 25 that he's owed, plus another 50 this time. That would have been fun. And Schmidt, where was he last meeting? Where was he last meeting? Now you've had more evidence that the labor market is feeling a bit spongier and inflation's not as much of a threat as we thought back in September, and suddenly he reemerges. To me, it tells me that Powell is losing his grip on the Fed.
Let's extend the conversation with the former Fed Vice Chair, Rich Clarida. Rich, welcome to the program. Bob Michaels saying the chairman might be losing his grip on this Fed. Do you agree?
I don't think so. You know, going into the September meeting, I thought we might see President Schmidt dissent. And so I do think Powell really focused in September on keeping the committee together. But I expect to see more of this in the remainder of Powell's term for sure. If you just looked at the dots in the speeches, you have a pretty divided committee in terms of the case for preemptive cuts from here with inflation at 3%.
Richard Clarida, I've got to ask you the important questions here about the future of the Fed as well. John Farrell mentioned the Secretary of Treasury would make a pretty darn good chairman. That's out there in the zeitgeist right now. How important is this date of October and moving into December and really firming up the debate over the next chairman of the Fed?
Well, they have indicated, and I do expect that the White House will announce the nominee by the end of this year. And I think it is important because it will take some time for that person to get confirmed, and the transition will be relevant to markets. You know, the short list says anywhere from 3 to 11 names, and perhaps you could add Bessent to that. So still a lot to figure out.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see how we figure it out if we assume a December rate cut. John, that's pretty much consensus, right?
I don't know, Tom. You know, I really don't. Are we going to have some data? Does the government shut down?
We may get some data. We'll have to see.
Do you get a bounce
Professor
back in the
Claire,
labour market?
where are we going to be in January? I mean, I need to understand the vision to get to January in that room that you as vice chairman have been in.
Well, I think you go one meeting at a time. I think, especially where we are, given the uncertainty about the data flow. But Tom, I do agree with you. I think it's just natural as we move into 2026. You know, markets are forward-looking, and markets are going to have to telescope in what they expect the new Fed chair and what his or her priorities to be. And so I think December is something we'll be looking at. But then as we get into next year, that becomes relevant to markets.
Hey, Rich, TK often brings up the Bank of England and the amount of dissent we get over in the UK on Threadneedle Street and the difference with the United States. I think we've been conditioned by the leadership of Greenspan just to believe that the chairman has this immense power to lead the whole committee. Rich, do you think it's going to be getting difficult and more difficult to govern this committee into next year, even if you select a super dovish Fed chair? How hard would it be to get things your way?
It's a good point, John, because in practice, you know, and I do it myself, the Volcker Fed, the Powell Fed, but it is a committee. It requires votes of the Federal Open Market Committee. Oftentimes inside the building, the power of the chair is the power of persuasion. We've had some pretty persuasive Fed chairs, but there have been dissents. I think the key thing that we might start to see more of is dissents by governors. In the last 30 or 40 years, dissents really since Greenspan have been typically concentrated among the Reserve Bank presidents, and so that could also become a factor as well for the new Fed chair.
Rich, let's spend some time on this news conference. I imagine there'll be questions about what is guiding this interest rate decision, and for that matter, to Tom's point, what will guide the next one? Let's assume the government's shut down. Rich, what is the data they can point to right now they're going to be leaning on, and how do they really flesh out their reaction function to non-traditional indicators? I think we're all familiar with how they respond to, say, non-farm payrolls, the unemployment rate and CPI. But if you don't have that anymore, Rich, how do you communicate?
Well, it's tougher. You know, there are alternative sources, ADP for employment and, you know, the Billion Prices Project for prices. But I would agree, John, the further this goes on, the trickier it gets really to make an affirmative case, especially right now. Let's be honest, you know, the justification here in September and now is really a risk management consideration. And, you know, but let's be honest, that goes both ways. there's downside risk to the labor market, but there's potentially upside risk to employment. So risk management becomes trickier as well with little data.
John Farrow and I took Behave Yourself 101 and Don't Be Rude, so I'm not going to ask this of Vice Chairman Clarida. I'm going to ask it of you, Bob Michael. We have Chris Waller with a definitive 1991 paper on game theory and the Fed. He and I covered that the other day. We have Richard Clarida with arguably the definitive 1999 paper on not so much the history of monetary policy, but the mechanism that we have. How critical is it to you and your bank that we have a next chairman who has prodigious monetary chops?
It's important. You need to have someone there who understands that the Fed, I believe, controls the purse strings to the U.S. economy. So it's an awesome responsibility. I think Rich hit the nail on the head. You don't only need a dovish Fed if you're the administration. You need a persuasive appointment to head the Fed. And that's a rare combination. And there's one guy we know in the administration today who's been shockingly persuasive. If you go back to April when everything was falling apart, who's the guy who stood on the White House lawn and calmed everything down? That was Scott Bessent. And I think you have to put him into the Fed if you're the administration and you want to see rates at 3% and lower, and have him lobby and create the persuasion.
But on a daily basis, he's monitoring his president. He's assisting his president as Secretary of the Treasury. That's a huge vacuum if Bessent goes over to the Eccles building.
Yes, but as you said, you need some street cred, and he's got it from being Treasury Secretary. And he does have a view. He does believe fundamentally that a lower interest rate environment frees up businesses and households, and ultimately that's good for the U.S. economy.
Bob, I think
you can't fault him on that.
Both you and Rich are exactly on the money, and a lot of people following this situation agree with you. TK mentioned Neil Datta a little bit earlier on in the programme. If you want a Fed chair that's going to lean towards rate cuts and can influence and persuade the rest of the committee, he's already on the FOMC. It's Governor Chris Waller. Yeah. The outstanding question at the moment is whether the president wants to go along with him. Rich, you've sat in the room with the President of the United States and you've had these conversations. What are the interviews like, Rich? What does the President ask?
Well, that's probably for my memoirs. I enjoyed the interview. It went quite well. But let me just say this. You mentioned Chris Waller. I had the privilege of working with Chris closely, and I admire him as an individual. I admire him as an economist. He's had some good macroeconomic calls. And so there are other strong candidates as well. But Chris checks a lot of those boxes for sure.
Rich, we'll keep you out of trouble. It's good to see you, as always.
Please,
the former Fed Vice Chair, Richard Clarida. Rich, thank you.
He can't get off soon enough.
He wants to sell books in a few years, TK, and tell everyone about those interviews. Diane Swank of KPMG jumps on now. Diane, welcome to the programme. Decision 15 minutes behind us. About that news conference about 15 minutes in front of us. What's the big takeaway this afternoon?
Well, instead of a dual mandate, we have a dueling mandate, and that's what you saw. We had 7 people that had on their dots either no cuts or only the one cut that we had, and dissents are rarely done in a vacuum. And I think Schmid's dissent was also in line with another 6 of those 19 participants that did not think we needed any additional cuts right now. And I think that's what was important. I think it was very important with the first meeting with Governor Moran at the table, knowing that he was going to dissent and be an outlier on the dot plot, that you showed solidarity within the Federal Reserve. But we are going to see a lot of tension going forward because this is a really difficult time. 1, we're flying blind. 2, we've got inflation is up, and unemployment is edging up as well, and the labor market is slowing. You add all of that together, and you get this sort of stagflation whiff, which is what makes this Fed likely to have more dissents that go in both directions going forward.
Diane, as always, absolutely nailed it. And Diane, in many ways, not news, because we saw this in the dot plot last time around, just massive dispersion, a huge difference across the board with different Fed officials and what they expect policy to change and how it's going to change in the year to come. Dan, you mentioned inflation, and I think we've got to talk about this. This is an interest rate cut that comes a week after an inflation report that showed inflation at 3, not at 2, but at 3. How credible is that pursuit of 3%, given that we've missed it missed that 2% target, for so long?
Well, that's what the concern is. The argument, I do think that Jeff is sort of on a little bit firmer footing here. We know that this is a risk management cut. It's not clear that rate cuts alone will actually stimulate employment in this economy right now. I think there's some structural issues that are suppressing employment, which makes it much harder for the Fed to actually have an impact on employment. And lower interest rates tend to accrue to higher income households more than they accrue to lower income households. So, that doesn't help the inequality problem that we already have out there. But I think it's really important to understand that we've got this situation where 40% of that CPI was imputed. Many of it is credible imputations where they get an easy substitute. Some of it's based on history. And if prices are changing on a real-time basis more rapidly, we don't know that. The other concern is that we have had more than 4 years where the Fed has not, the proximity to pandemic inflation, had price stability yet. And that gives us a muscle memory that ups the risk that this is not just a look-through moment. That is the Fed's, certainly Powell's base case, is it's a look-through moment with a hedge. We don't want to go too far. And I think that's very important, is that you've got sequencing of tariffs that mimics inflation, and it ups the ante that we get a more persistent bout of inflation. The Boston Fed came out October 9th with a study saying that they thought inflation expectations are becoming unmoored.
Diane, from the NBC affiliate in Chicago, I think this is so important. There's 1.9 million people in Illinois that are in food lines. In November 1, it's over. It's $187 a month benefit for food, the SNAP program in Illinois. I understand that could be fixed in one moment as the president, the Democrats decide to end the shutdown. But given that, the chairman must address that in this press conference. How will he do that?
What Powell has always done is said, we're doing this for the American people, and he'll lean into those issues, I think. One of the issues, the 750,000 people that are either furloughed or working without pay at the federal government, the collateral damage on contractors as well, and the ecosystems and entire communities in which they live. And now 1 in 4 children, you're talking about losing food stamps or SNAP, the SNAP funding. That is huge. And, children with hungry bellies can't learn. This is very important. In fact, my son's birthday is in a week and a half, and the one thing he asked me for his birthday is to donate to the local food bank because he sees the lines already. And I think this is, I talk about breaking bread is better than breaking ties. This is a time to share your bread because it's very hard for too many.
I totally agree with you, and we all do. I think that sentiment is shared by everybody who watches this programme. The risk is for a monetary policy official is that they become seduced by that argument and get themselves in a wealth inequality game and fuel exactly what they're trying to prevent. Because, Dan, if you've got assets right now, game on. Keep cutting interest rates.
Yep.
Dan, what difference does it make to the people struggling in this country at the moment that Chairman Powell and the committee cut rates by 25 basis points? And how does it tackle wealth inequality? That's the risk for the chairman. That's not his job. That's not his mandate.
Right.
The politicians in D.C. need to address that.
Absolutely. And that is the problem. And I've actually heard people say, hey, the Fed should cut rates because low and middle income households are struggling. It will help subprime. No, it won't. The subprime rates are so much higher that a quarter point is not going to change the affordability and the ability of those households who are already in duress to actually service that debt. And we know that from the 2010s, the inequalities worsened. We're now at what looks to be the worst inequalities we've had of the post-World War II era. 20% of households carrying the economy, 3.3% of households really driving those gains, the bottom 80% unable to do anything more than keep up with inflation. That is why the overall consumer, the overwhelming majority of consumers, feel more down about the economy than the actual economy looks like on paper. And that's because we're seeing an AI-driven boom. We're seeing a wealth-driven boom that's concentrated in very few firms and in very few households, and it's not accompanied with jobs. And those productivity gains are not showing up in wages, and they're not ameliorating inflation. So it's a very tough situation for a lot of households, but a rate cut of quarter point here or there may not even change it. And as I mentioned earlier, some of the job losses that we're seeing and the ones that are being announced are structural, not cyclical in nature. And that means that a cut by the Fed is not going to cure that problem.
Dan Swonk, Clinic, as always, wonderful to hear from you. Dan Swonk there of KPMG. Bob Michael, I want your reaction to that. I think it's so important. We've had a massive step down in payrolls. But to what extent is that cyclical, and to what degree is it structural?
Believe a lot of it was cyclical, and it is becoming structural because we know AI is here today. It's no longer on the horizon. It's being used across businesses to achieve efficiency. I think the question the Fed has to answer is just how blind are you flying? And the only answer Jay Powell can give is we're not flying blind at all. We've got 400 or 500 analysts and economists at just the FOMC alone. Plus, we've got all the regional banks that have hundreds of economists. They're talking to businesses every single day. We're accumulating that data. Here's what the data is telling us. That's what I want to hear at the press conference.
The summation, Bob Michael, of your fan distributions, this thing, this discussion, that debate, do you have confidence forward in your guesstimates that you're making minute by minute? You read Kasman, you read Feroli's weekly prospects, you sum in globally JP Morgan's fixed income abilities. Do you have confidence in any form of fan distribution forward?
I do, because what we see is a Federal Reserve that believes that a neutral rate is closer to 3%. So they're headed in that direction. We're not so concerned about inflation, even with the one big beautiful bill hitting, because you do have tariffs that are some magnitude of headwind, hence 1.5% GDP for the next couple quarters. And then you also have AI, and granted it's a two-edged sword, but that will create some efficiency. Those two things are going to be offsets to sticky inflation. We'll see how it all balances out.
Should I ask the pregnant question?
Go on,
Have you
please
let
do.
artificial intelligence into your new palace?
It's everywhere.
Literally. Okay. Pregnant pause there, if we can call that that. Okay. If you're just joining us, welcome to the programme. Live on TV and radio, a Fed interest rate decision about 21 minutes ago to cut interest rates by 25 basis points. Dissent cutting both ways. Governor Myron pushing for 50 basis points. President Smith voting in favour of keeping interest rates unchanged. Something that we haven't talked about a lot in the last 21 minutes that we're going to talk about now is an end to QT. The Federal Reserve deciding to stop shrinking the balance sheet. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank was looking for that move. Matt Lazzetti joins us now. Matt Lazzetti, what are the consequences of that call today?
Yeah, I think the Fed is simply responding to the increase in funding pressures that they've been seeing in recent weeks. We've seen the Fed funds rate beginning to move up within the corridor. And I think we've always known that the Fed was going to be very cautious in their balance sheet decisions this time around, wanting to avoid what happened in September 2019, where you saw repo rates really spiking. The Fed funds rate moved outside the corridor. And I think they were just going to be always very cautious in handling that this time around. And I think that's why you got the decision today that you did to end QT beginning in December.
Matt, what does this interest rate decision achieve? What does it do? What's the channel through which that rate reduction is going to work?
Look, I think these are all quite small moves. 25 basis point rate cut was already priced in, so it's already kind of reflected in broad financial conditions. But I think it'll help to continue to support, equity valuations that are high, credit spreads that are tighter. It'll filter through into lower front-end interest rates, so help on credit cards and auto loans eventually over time. We'll have to see what happens with mortgage rates. As the chart shows there, actually 10-year yields are moving up on this decision, not down, and therefore it may not help on the mortgage rate side of things. But I think it's more so not necessarily the decision today, but what is the Fed going to be doing over the next 3 to 6 months, next 6 to 12 months, and how much are they going to be cutting rates over that period of time? That's what really is going to impact financial conditions.
I'm curious, Matt, if the chairman brings up productivity here. The smartest thing I've heard in the last hour as we've done this is from Bob Michael, where he said of his new palace at JP Morgan, AI is everywhere. How is the moment changing? I guess, how is the guess that you have of this moment of AI? How is it changing your view, your overlay of productivity?
Yeah, I think the productivity story is really the critical question for the Fed at the moment. And we heard this from Governor Waller in his comments before the blackout period. And it's really because we have this huge divergence between real GDP growth that is very strong, almost 4% in Q2. Atlanta Fed is tracking almost 4% in Q3, but a labor market that's weakening kind of meaningfully at the margins. And that is being explained by strong productivity gains. My own view is that, yes, some of this is due to AI, but it's mostly reflecting a very tight labor market that we had in previous years, which motivated businesses to undertake CapEx and capital deepening and find efficiency gains. Many of the productivity gains I think that we are going to see are actually further in the future. But this stronger productivity story for the Fed, I think, is one which suggests that rates most likely should stay higher over a longer period of time, and that our star is eventually going to be higher as well.
Michael Ferroli will write on this on Friday. You have to think about it in real time as seen in yield. A given company, we're showing 30,000 a door. Another company, we're showing 14,000 a door, and on and on and on. How do you, with all your experience, treat five-figure job reductions at America's finest companies?
Yeah, you accept that it's the economic reality. You accept that we're in the very early stages. You hope that new industries and businesses will be created off of the back of AI that will employ more workers, and there will be a greater efficiency. We saw that when the electronic spreadsheet replaced manual spreadsheets. We saw that in the dot-com era. Hopefully we'll see it with AI.
And Robert Kaplan, the former Dallas Fed president, was just wonderful on this the other day.
What did he say?
He said hope. He said just what Bob Michael said. It's one big academic hope by the haves that there's a good side on the other side of AI.
Luke Cower, I think, has been absolutely brilliant on this. This is regressive up front. Can hold back employment. In the near term, I hope that changes. It can boost energy prices. Electricity in this country is becoming the political topic.
Agreed.
For the next
Strongly
18 months.
agree.
Now, the argument you've got to make is that's all going to change. Productivity picks up. Great. Fantastic. But in the here and now, isn't that a bit of a stagflationary story? If you strip out what is happening, say, with energy prices, electricity taking off, if you look at what's happening with labour market, holding back employment, isn't that a bit of a problem for this committee?
I don't think so. I think that they're comfortable looking through inflation, and if there is a problem...
no doubt. They've done that for 5 years.
But if there's a problem in the labor market, that in and of itself will hold back some inflation.
We have 25,000 employees. You are the most qualified one I know to talk about electric bills. What does America face if we have some semblance of the electric bills of Britain?
I know, Mum. Don't worry. I'll take care of it at the end of the month. It goes something like that.
That's how it goes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's real, folks.
The energy prices in the UK are absolutely brutal. They're absolutely brutal. And if you face anything like that in the United States, you're talking about the wealth inequality in this country right now. We're lucky to have the energy prices we have because they're so much lower compared to some other individuals, some other nations in the G7. If they face that same situation here in the United States, imagine the midterms. 18 months from now. Imagine the local politics and the support for those data centres. What's that going to look like? You tell me.
Governor of Virginia on 14% lift in energy costs.
You're going to want that data centre? How many people they're hiring?
Yeah.
I know what it's doing to electricity prices. How many people they're hiring? Not many. It's pretty Labour light. Matt Lazzetti at Deutsche Bank. Matt, thank you, sir. Always good to hear from you. Matt Lazzetti there of Deutsche Bank, breaking things down, called correctly the end of QT. That's exactly what we got about 27 minutes ago. Bob Michael, you're fantastic at this. Going into the news conference, questions for Chairman Powell. What would you like Mike McKee to ask in a moment?
I think he's got to press them on what are they seeing from their own sources of data? What are they seeing from the regional banks and their thousands of economists? They're talking to businesses every day. They didn't make this decision blind, much as it creates a wonderful narrative for the three of us. They reacted to something. What was that?
What do you think the next decision hinges on? What are the metrics? If we don't have the data, let's say the government's still shut down, what's the next decision hinge on?
I think it's going to be anecdotal evidence from businesses. If they're still in a pause, hire, and fire doing neither, then this Fed will respond by cutting rates 25 basis points.
What is your shop's 12-month call on 10-year yield? We're now, I'm going to say a 399, 398. John's in charge of that. I just look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. John looks at all the rest of the data. But on the 10-year yield at a 399, what's your call 12 months out?
Well, let's start with Fed funds. We see that around 3 3/8%. I think you're going to see the 10-year somewhere around 3 3/4%.
Okay.
Bob Michael, JP Morgan, this was fun. It's good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks for dropping by. We've said a few times on this programme over the last few meetings that these meetings are going to get harder and harder for this Federal Reserve. At the next meeting, when Chairman Powell convenes things, think about things. Today, the good news, no forecasts. Imagine how difficult it would be to provide forecasts in a moment like this. At the next meeting, can't escape it. This committee will have to put together forecasts for 2026 with the potential of not having any data at all. And even if they have the data, that data could be very, very messy. On top of that, Tom, we might have that shared decision from this administration, which will take away the ability to guide into 2026 anyway.
On this Wednesday, all this talk here as we go to this conversation, the questions and the answers, we have to remember that in, an hour and a half, these mega companies are going to show profit and cash flow that is not in any of our textbooks.
This is why, Tom, so many people right now are so bullish. What matters to the equity market? Not payrolls. I've said a few times, if I told you the payrolls data at the start of this year, at the start of 2025, you would have been hopelessly bearish on this market.
Correct.
What's mattered to equities has been earnings. What's mattered to the man that's about to step into that room is the step down in payrolls. So the market gets the best of both worlds, gets the earnings one and gets the interest rates reduction as well, two. And the man who's about to step into the room is going to deliver potentially another 25 basis point cut at the end of the year. That's the reason why so many people right now have been bullish this equity market. Equities into this news conference at all-time highs on the S&P 500 up by 0.2%. The FOMC divided, voting to cut interest rates by 25 basis points. Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 3.75% to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in December. A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion. Far from it. Policy is not on a preset course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent with ample reserve conditions. Signs have clearly emerged that we have reached that standard. In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered rates, and we have seen more notable pressures on selected dates, along with more use of our standing repo facility. In addition, the effective federal funds rate has begun to move up relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by $2.2 trillion. As a share of nominal GDP, our balance sheet has fallen from 35% to about 21%. In December, we'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills, furthering progress toward a portfolio consisting primarily of Treasury securities. This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Nick. Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, are you uncomfortable with how market pricing has assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned, a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations to serve the American people very seriously. And at a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And, we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
You and some of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you conclude that you've taken out enough insurance? Are you looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook, or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and then waited to gather more information?
So the way we have been thinking, way I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, people would say moderately restrictive level, needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. So in that sense, it was a risk management. And I would say the same about today, sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you for taking this question. We've just heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion. I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. It can't do both of those. You can't address both of those at once. You've got a very different situation. So you have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other, and they also have different levels of risk aversion. And some will be more averse to inflation overruns, and some will be more averse to underruns of employment. And so you put that together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views, and they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that, that we haven't made a decision about December. I always say that. It's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
That could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, what the place we're trying to reach. What we said for a long time now is that when we feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet. Of course, reserves will continue to decline from that point forward as non-reserve liabilities grow. So this happened, some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really in the last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very, very slow pace now. We've reduced it by half twice, and so there's not a lot of benefit to be holding on to get the last few dollars, because again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce effective December 1 that we will be, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, that there are these mounting downside risks to the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here? Would you then be a bit more concerned about underlying inflation and the possibility of second-round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we do have, we get some data. The labor market is a place where we get, for example, we get the state-level data on initial claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get job openings. And we'll get lots of survey data. We'll get the Beige Book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market, and the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in openings suggests that you're seeing maybe continued very gradual cooling, but nothing more than that. So that does give you some comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December?
Yeah. So we get like I mentioned what we get in the labor area. We get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the Beige Book again. I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's the meeting's I guess 6 weeks away. We just don't know what we're going to get. If there is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving, but we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views? Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had two dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances, and so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point where I said what I said.
And just to follow up on the balance sheet, if you stop the runoff now, does that mean you have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter duration. So that's what. In the meantime, if you freeze the size of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample. So that'll happen for a time, but not a tremendously long time. We don't know exactly how long. But at a certain point, you'll want to start reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with, you know, the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point, and that's the last point. Even then, we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet, and there's a desire that the balance sheet be right now it's got a lot more duration than the outstanding universe of Treasury securities. And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some time. We haven't made a decision about the ultimate endpoint, but we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that more closely reflects the outstanding Treasuries, and that means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions, but that's the direction of things.
Janelle.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
So the September CPI report, we didn't get PPI after that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation. But we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal. So that we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further. But it is that it will be a one-time increase. And, we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it could become something else, troublesome inflation. One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think, we're watching this very carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor and ultimately manage.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say the first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Services inflation, yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And overall that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just we think policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. And so that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market, is because, you know, the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
Great, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. So there's a big investment boom in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles? How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world. Big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this is an area where there's going to be a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly interest sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these. I'll just mention some of the many names: Price Stats, Adobe, and others. For wage inflation, there's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the Beige Book, which will be sort of come out mid-cycle as always. And it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture. Again, I think if something material were happening, if there were material developments, I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment ago about a continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data that isn't the gold standard, or that you're relying on your own surveys or the Beige Book, do you worry at some point you're going to have to start making policy by anecdote?
This is a temporary state of affairs, and we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, and think carefully about it. And that's our jobs. That's what we're going to do. If you ask me, could it affect the December meeting? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog? You slow down. So that could or could not. I don't know how that's going to play into things. We may get the data may come back, but there's a possibility that it would make sense to be more cautious about moving. I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility that you would say we really can't see, so let's slow down.
As a follow-up in the debate in this meeting, we saw recently some pretty big layoff announcements coming from Amazon and others. Wondering if that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, to the detriment of employment. And secondly, some of the stress is starting to appear in the bottom spur of the K, as they call it, household health premiums that are going to be possibly be going up quite substantially, things like that. Has that started to become a factor in your policy discussion?
So those are both things that we're watching very, very, very carefully. To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much hiring or actually doing layoffs, and much of the time they're talking about AI and what it can do. So we're watching that very carefully, and yes, it could absolutely have implications for job creation. We don't really see it in the initial claims data yet. Now, it's not a surprise that we don't. It takes some time for it to get in there, but we're watching that really carefully. But again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say the same thing or similar thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower-cost products, but that at the top, people are spending at the higher income and wealth, and so much anecdotal data on that, and so we think there's something there.
Edward.
Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction of rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, you said far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table for December because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from? So if it's not lack of data as the reason December is not a foregone conclusion, what other things could be the concern then? Well, the perspectives of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points, and that we're down into, you're into that range between 3 and 4 where many estimates of the neutral rate live in that 3 to 4% area. You're there now. You're above the median number for the committee, but I think there are people on the committee who have higher estimates of the neutral rate, and that's you can argue these positions since it can't be directly observed, the neutral rate. So, I think for some part of the committee, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether in fact the growth that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, again, we've cut 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there was a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say differing views, strongly differing views. So on that division, then, you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it employment risk? Or is there a deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues. And so we're at a place now where we have in fact cut 2 more times. And we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Liz Scholzley with ABC News. What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are two things affecting the job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers. And that's two things. That's declining labor force participation, which is a cyclical thing, and then there's declining immigration, which is just a big policy change that actually began in the last administration and has been accelerated now. So a big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers is going down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply, I think, and many people think. So the question then is, what does the our tool do, which supports demand? And I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to zero. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, if you're creating zero jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last two meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates, and we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were, and that should help, so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. Though it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand, and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation, because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain and finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put tariffs in effect, they've been coming into effect consistently in February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So that'll continue to happen for some time, probably into the spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths, or 4 more tenths maybe. But then, as all of the tariffs are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory, this is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level. And then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021, 2, and 3. Because you can say that prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, and it's nice that that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were, and it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
गाइस इंडियन मार्केट का क्लोजिंग टाइम 1 घंटा रह गया है एंड नेचुरल गैस साइडवेज चला गया कम्प्लीटली. Spain went to war over money laundering probe in 2007. Use of Puerto Rico Navy base for drug war stirs tension. Nvidia forged AI deal with South Korea biggest companies. Factories.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24
He's the man. Wow. The man who made his name sorting the US housing market sent what appears to be a cryptic warning to retail investor about market exuberance. Michael Burry post on X comes at a time when more and more people are questioning the financial soundness of the AI boom that has led to a stock price surge for a relatively small group of tech companies. Sometimes we see bubbles, sometimes there is something to do about it, sometimes the only winning move is not to play. Nvidia Corporation, for example, this week became the first company whose market value exceeds 5 trillion. Its value now accounts for nearly one-tenth of S&P 500 and exceeds the gross domestic product of India, Japan, and Germany. As fund manager is known for his cautionary comment on the market and the economy, his post did not make clear which bubble he was referring to. Burry Secon Asset Management liquidated almost its entire listed equity portfolio in the first quarter. Wow, Burry Secon Asset Management liquidated almost its entire listed equity portfolio in the first quarter. कैश पर बैठे हुए हैं ये भी लग रहा है मुझे. बरी सिकॉन ये वही पर्सन है जिन्होंने वो मूवी थी ना यूएस हाउसिंग मार्केट पे बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर का प्रॉफिट अर्न किया था. Burry's Secon Asset Management liquidated almost its entire listed equity portfolio in the first quarter taking on fresh bearish while taking on fresh bearish wagers on Nvidia and China related stock. कुछ तो बड़ा होने वाला है हाँ. Saicon Asset Management. Michael Burry Q2 2025 portfolio reveals dramatic reversal. Michael Burry Q2 2025 portfolio reveals a dramatic reversal from his extremely bearish Q1 stance. After betting heavily against tech and Chinese stock with PUT option in Q1, Burry has completely pivoted to a bullish diversified portfolio worth of $578 million, nearly 3x larger than Q1 portfolio. This represents one of the most significant quarterly strategy shift in his recent investment history. He has completely eliminated all put or position from Q1 and increased his portfolio value from 199 million to 578 million, suggesting either his bearish bets paid off handsomely or he significantly increased his capital allocation. United Health Group. यूनाइटेड हेल्थ ग्रुप इंक्लूसिव अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से ऑलमोस्ट 60% ड्रॉप किया है रिसेंट टाइम में. जनवरी से देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से 60%, देन इट बिकम अ बॉटम. ऑलमोस्ट कोविड के लेवल पे पहुंच गया था. 450 के अराउंड सपोर्ट था। नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज चला गया, थोड़ा और नीचे आता तो बेटर था, रेजिस्टेंस पर ही साइडवेज हो गया। अब मोस्ट प्रोबेबली 530 के बाद शायद कुछ मूव करे प्रॉपर।
Credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that has very broad application across financial institutions, but you know we're going to be monitoring this quite carefully and making sure that that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there is some there's some relationship there, but remember, the more wealth someone has, the lower an additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity to consume declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, the stock market, it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop. It wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume of an incremental dollar of income or wealth, but they don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But you would see it if you saw a material correction in spending, but it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
That wraps up the news conference from Chairman Powell following a decision to reduce interest rates by 25 basis points. Credit to that reporter and to Mike McKee for actually asking about financial conditions and financial markets. If you are just joining us, welcome to the programme. Equities recovering. There was a drop-off as soon as Chairman Powell started to speak. We're back to about negative 0.2% on the S&P. The bigger losses on the Russell, the small caps down by 0.8. In the bond market, off the back of these comments from Chairman Powell, bond yields higher at the front end of the curve by 9 to 10 basis points. A 25 basis point reduction from the Federal Reserve, two-way descent, the limited ability to guide from here, and these comments from the Chairman of the Federal Reserve. Take a listen.
A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion. At a time when we have tension between our two goals, we have strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December. And, we're going to be looking at the data that we have, how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks. And I'll just say that.
A December rate cut is far from a foregone conclusion. That was a prepared remark. It was scripted. TK, it was heavy with intent.
I love when they look down at the script. I mean, you wonder what percentage of the press conferences.
I think, to be honest with you, Tom, it gave it extra meaning. That was
absolutely.
The intent, to come into this room and tell everybody, including Wall Street, we're not making a call on
Calm
December.
down. We're way down. And when we get to Torsten Slok, I want to really dive into that. I need to frame this, John. I think it's so important. We've had this spectacular move lower in the 10-year yield down to 3.9 whatever. OMG, we've come back 4.05% at 7-8 beeps move. It's only center tendency on two standard deviations. We're by no means, price has not cratered in the last 20 minutes.
Low end of the range for the year still.
Yeah.
Totally with you. Bond market's been super well behaved. When the Fed last met back in September, twos were near 350, 10s were near 4%. Right now, TK, twos near 360. 10's near 4%.
There's going to be a lot of hyperventilation about this tomorrow. I'm also looking at the currency market, which I think is extraordinary, into the Trump-Xi meeting. And, it's a side story. I get it. It's not the Fed decides. It's maybe the president decides on trade. But it's a backstory to this that will be interesting the next couple days.
Dollar strength this afternoon. Euro dollar 115.82. Euro dollar down by 0.6%. TK mentioned it. Torsten Slok of Apollo with us around the table. Torsten, good afternoon. Good to see you. What's the big takeaway for you from that?
Well, that they do have clarity on the CPI, on the inflation side, but there was a lot of questions about the labor market, and it was very clear that he came into this saying the labor market is still chugging along, moving sideways, slightly cooling, and he didn't mention any of the private sector indicators, so he did basically say, we don't quite know exactly what's happening in the labor market, but we still feel quite good about it. So that's why he came to the conclusion inflation is too high, the labor market is still okay. Therefore, there is no foregone conclusion about December.
How difficult is it to carry on cutting interest rates?
It is very difficult because the labor market does have a number of indicators that are very important for this discussion. There is, of course, ADP, which we just got, and thankfully now it's weekly. If you just think about the number, 14,000 was the average weekly number for the last 4 weeks. If you multiply that by 4, you get some estimate of what that means on a monthly basis. That means that monthly job growth at the moment is in round numbers around 50,000. We just got a Fed paper a few weeks ago saying that the new equilibrium rate for non-farm payrolls is 30,000. So by that measure, the labor market is actually strong. In other words, job growth is stronger than what the Fed itself thinks that it should be in the long run, because 50 is higher than 30. And the conclusion, therefore, is now you suddenly have that both the labor market is actually doing a little bit better than expected, and inflation is still at 3, which, of course, makes it very difficult for them to begin cutting again in December.
Let me follow up on that, though. Is that politically acceptable to have a mid-100,000 number, 30, 40, 50,000? There's no way that plays in Washington.
Well, at least the Dallas Fed, who produced the number, had some very good arguments for that. There were 2 reasons why the equilibrium rate had gone down from 200,000 last year to only 30,000 today, which was immigration has been slowing down significantly, and the demographic headwinds also weighing on the overall number.
This is so important, and with your heritage, I think it really works out. What is the level or the new of their ex post right now? To me, they're almost redefining a way. Did you hear forward guidance in the press conference? I don't think that.
Forward guidance.
I don't think that.
In this environment.
Maybe backward guidance is the new phrase. Okay, paint the character, Dr. Slock, of our ex post nature now.
Well, the challenge also is not only did they not only mention forward guidance, but also he didn't talk about data dependent. Because there is not much data, and if you say data dependent, that means that they're putting a lot of data on the private sector data. And he didn't mention some of the private sector data that actually is very important for the labor market. Not only ADP, there's also the, of course, Challenger Gray and Christmas job cut announcements. There's also a new data from Macro Edge that also looks at job cuts.
John, and you love ISM.
There is also the ISM data that still says that the labor market is okay. There's also link up job openings. There's also Indeed job openings. There's also Paychecks, which is also looking at employment. All these indicators combined still tell a story of the labor market actually still hanging in there. So it's not the case that the labor market is falling out of bed. It's still the case that the labor market is okay. And combined with inflation at 3, remember, the Fed's target is 2. So inflation is still way above the Fed's target. There is just not room to cut rates more, in particular not, as he also talked about, if you begin to worry about if inflation expectations begin to become entrenched.
Torsten, what you're saying begs an obvious question. What I'm hearing from you is we've seen a step down in payrolls growth. We haven't seen an increase in labour market slack. Inflation is running at 3. Unemployment's still close to 4. GDP's tracking around 3% at the moment in this country. If that's the case, why did they just cut interest rates?
Well, his argument was also very, very carefully articulated, namely that we are trying to get closer to our star. So it's back to this, peculiar interest in that there is some very academic Kalman filter you can do and figure out where is the level of interest rates where we should be and say this was recalibrating monetary policy to that level. It really is a very, arm-waving academic discussion relative to what the actual data that you just listed. And if you add also the Atlanta Fed GDP now, almost 4% for last quarter. Where are we in terms of thinking about this slowdown? There is just not much sign of a slowdown when it comes to the real
Please
economy.
forgive the snark, but the way they talk about things like neutral and R-star, do these lights start flashing off in the FOMC room, in the boardroom, at the Federal Reserve? You've hit it. Well done, guys. Stop right there. What are they actually looking at to guide that decision?
Well, I do think that there is an intellectual camaraderie around R-star of saying, yeah, I know what you mean when you talk about R-star, and of course we've got to get down to R-star. But the interesting thing about also this is that if you really are saying at the Dallas Fed that there is now a 30,000 non-farm payroll level, that actually means that R-star is actually lower.
John, Greg Ip has been wonderful about this. Where in God's name is the output gap right now? With Meta here in 25, 35 minutes, at Google, what we see tomorrow with Apple, Microsoft, the speech that NVIDIA gave the other day. Are you kidding me? We have no clue where the American output gap is.
Well, and that's why from a monetary policy perspective, it is really interesting because if you look at the Magnificent Seven, they are all financed by equity prices being high. They're not sensitive to the Fed funds rate, whereas the S&P 493 is very sensitive to the Fed funds rate.
Is Apollo Global Management part of the Magnificent Seven?
They should be. They should be. Mike McKee was in the room. He was in the news conference. And Mike McKee, thank you for asking about financial conditions and financial markets. Mike McKee, what was the takeaway for you, sir?
Well, I think the absolute takeaway is that the Fed is probably going to pause in December unless there's some data that forces them to do another cut. There was a sort of almost Freudian slip by the chairman close to the end of the news conference when he said, if we cut again, And then he quickly backtracked and said, we will at some point. But I think that the mood of the committee now is we've done enough. Let's sit back and see what happens, especially without any data. And given the fact that inflation is still rising, you noted at the beginning when he was giving us the rundown of the economy, he said extrapolating the CPI into PCE suggests that it rose at 2.8%. Well, it was 2.7% in the prior reading. So it just shows you that inflation is still rising at a time when he had a hard time making a case that unemployment is a real problem. So I think the takeaway is don't expect much from the Fed in December unless the government gets back to work and we get some data that change their mind.
Michael McKee, you have covered the Federal Reserve for decades. Volcker through Greenspan, Bernanke, Yellen, the likes of Chairman Powell. Mike, is the era of almighty Fed chair dominance and power on the committee, has it come to a close?
Well, I think that's another way of saying that I'm old, John, but I don't think it's come to a close. It's just changed a lot. When you had Paul Volcker, he was very firm in what he wanted to do, but he came in during a crisis, so he was able to marshal the troops to do that, and then they rebelled against him. Greenspan did it differently. He ran the Fed as if it were his own, and they did what basically he wanted them to do. But starting with Ben Bernanke and following with Janet Yellen and Jay Powell, it's become much more collegial. And the chair now is more in a situation where they are taking the temperature of everyone there and trying to figure out what the best consensus move would be. And I suspect that that's what members of the board and the Open Market Committee would like to see happen going forward. Don't know, given the names of various people who are among the finalists to replace Jay Powell, whether we would have an attempt to go back to the strong chairman view or whether we would still continue with consensus.
Can they wrestle control from that committee? Mike, thank you, sir. Fantastic work. You're not old. You're brilliant. Mike McKee there in Washington, D.C. Appreciate it. You're brilliant too, TK. You know there's love. Come on, there's enough love to go. But yes, maybe a little bit. More than me. Torsten, you're still with us. Torsten's Lock of Apollo, by the way, if you're just joining us. Torsten, Bob Michael of JP Morgan was on the programme with me and TK earlier on this afternoon, and he made the case, after this decision dropped and we saw the two-way dissent, that the chairman was losing grip of this committee. What's your take on that?
Well, it is a very unusual situation to have someone on the committee that thinks that rates should have been on hold, meaning that it go in other direction than other members here, in this case, Steve Miran, who thought that they should have been cutting. So it is a very challenging environment, of course, for whoever is the Fed chair and whoever walks in to be the next Fed chair to try to get a consensus on the committee. There is so much work that goes into, from the chair, whoever it is, to try to get a decision that is unanimous and that is a common ground and saying this is the way we're walking and this is the direction we're traveling. Now that there's more uncertainty about this, one reason why rates are going up is also because, well, maybe now Schmidt is not the only dissent. Maybe there are others that come around next time and say, well, maybe we shouldn't be cutting, or maybe there might even be someone who says maybe we should be hiking. So that's why I do think there was already a dot in the dot plot last time that said that rates should be going higher in December.
I think we know whose dot that was.
And now we know that that was Schmidt from the Kansas City Fed. So yes, it is becoming a much more challenging exercise. Normally, we just talk about inflation, unemployment, but this is no longer just about inflation.
The heart of this, we got to get to Rosenberg, but the heart of this, John, is he's lame duck. That's all there is to it.
Totally agree, TK.
It's October. He's supposed to begin to be lame duck.
So let's fast forward to December. Just think about for a moment how much harder that's going to be. Put out forecasts, probably know who the new Fed chair is. How much power is Chairman Powell going to have at the December meeting, knowing who his replacement is potentially once we come around to May?
Yeah, I agree. And, of course, as we've said 3-4 times today, not me, but others are saying the Secretary of Treasury could be involved as well.
Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock's running. Jeff, welcome to the programme. I won't mention Rick. We'll leave that to one side. We'll keep you in, good company over at BlackRock. I'll keep you out of trouble. What about it? No, Jeff, seriously. Right. Jeff Rosenberg, number one takeaway from that decision this afternoon and that news conference too.
Yeah, I mean, the number one takeaway is the comments on December, the comment on slow down when you're driving in the fog. It's interesting you guys were picking up on him reading in the notes and whether that was, very much pre-planned. I think what you see here is a repricing of market pricing to December. Going into this meeting, it was basically a foregone conclusion. It was 100%. When you come out of the meeting and you see the dissents on both sides and you recall the division within the committee, you could say that that is an appropriate repricing to the really realization that there's more two-sided risks to the Fed's decision than the market was pricing in it. And perhaps that comment was engineered to kind of push that forward. Maybe it wasn't, but the reality is that's what the market reaction is. And you can see that that's, a very reasonable reaction to what we saw from the committee today.
I'm going to do an audible here. We got Torsten Slok and Jeffrey Rosenberg with us, and that is good and wonderful with their financial and economic knowledge. Torsten, you have a blistering sentence in your note of your concerns over private credit. I would suggest for global Wall Street, into the next Fed meeting and beyond, there's going to be further challenges here about the opaqueness in private credit. With all of your resources at Apollo Global Management, how blind are we to where we're heading in the pricing of private credit?
That discussion is totally misguided. In public markets, I can get something that's safe. I can get something that's risky. In private markets, I can get something that's safe. I can get something that's risky. So there is no difference. It really is all about, do you want a risky investment? Do you want a safe investment? Something in the public market is investment grade. Something in the private market is investment grade. So this discussion around what's happened in the last few weeks, yes, there might be a few cockroaches in the sense that there have certainly been some things that have been going under. But interestingly enough, those were basically all broadly syndicated loans, meaning these were things that were trading tick by tick, minute by minute in the public market. So why is the discussion about what's happening in private credit relevant for this? These were cockroaches in the public market that showed up in public balance sheets.
Jeff Rosenberg, will this affect the Fed? I mean, it's just as simple as that. If we have Wall Street instability and fear about this with all your work at Carnegie Mellon, can they ignore those cockroaches?
Well, it gets back to some of the earlier comments about, the questions that he got on financial conditions.
Yes.
And, to what extent does financial conditions sort of factor into the Fed's decision? And I think what we see is an asymmetry here, that financial conditions aren't really factoring into their decisions to cut rates here. Financial conditions, you saw him parry the questions around interest rates and AI, basically, brushing them aside, saying AI financing has nothing to do with rates, which is true on a first-order effect, but not necessarily on the second-order effect, to the extent that interest rates broadly are creating very easy financial conditions, and they're contributing to the increase in financial conditions easing, especially that we saw since the Fed pivoted, to the labor market slowdown. That took us from, measurements that were sort of more optimistic to measurements that were kind of more on the euphoria side. But I think the asymmetry here is that the Fed will respond to tightening financial conditions after they're realized. To the earlier, interchange on, ex post and data dependence, this is a Fed that will be reactive. And I think what's very clear is the Fed's not really paying a lot of attention to financial conditions going into this cycle, but they will, as they have been, ever since the GFC, that they'll be very responsive if financial conditions for things that have nothing to do with the Fed end up tightening. The Fed will react into that with a massive cut in interest rates, restoration of zero interest rates, the forward guidance that you just talked about, balance sheet, all the tools that were once thought as kind of not normal are part of the normal playbook, but they'll be in reaction to something that is outside the Fed's control here and in a tightening of financial conditions.
Jeff, is that still a green light then? A bright green light just to stay long risk, stay long equities?
Well, it's a light that says you can't really predict that on a directional basis. The Fed is supportive here. That's part of, again, what we saw in kind of the movement in the metrics from optimism to euphoria around August, September. And the Fed's continuing to send that signal with market pricing coming down a bit, but basically pricing to normalization of 3%. And the expectation that under any circumstance where the Fed is faced with an outsize, and you heard in that last question right at the end, the Fed talking about the impact on consumption. This is understated. I mean, he said it in a very small way, but a large shock downward has a significant effect on consumption. And what was a little bit understated here is that the large increase in the wealth effect has been the support for consumption. It is why we're surprisingly strong. In addition to the lagged implementation and tariff inflation not being as worrisome, it was really the surge in the wealth effect and consumption that's leading to the upside surprise. But that has a double-edged sword to a larger decline, and that's, I think, the concern around financial conditions tightening.
Jeff, before you go, I promised I wouldn't mention Rick, but I think it's worth it. You know, I've known Rick a long time. You've worked with him a long time. Can we just spend a second or something? Just how cool is it that Rick Rieder's name is associated with the Fed chair position?
It is very good for you to talk about that, and I look forward to hearing more from you on that subject, Jonathan.
Okay, Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. You avoid it, Jeff. You avoid it. I think it's fantastic.
I did.
To have someone like that.
To have the mix, absolutely.
It just makes the process all the more credible, which I imagine was the objective of the Treasury Secretary.
Mr. Reeder brings an entrepreneurial sense here that you don't get from grizzled economists. And
understands
the
this market.
The president is to be hugely lauded for that with his secretary. Can I point out in the time we've got left something back to the late July meeting?
Sure.
Google, who we're going to hear from in 45 minutes, is up 42%.
Not bad.
We have to remember, you know, I'm talking about the food lines in Chicago with Diane Swang. The roulette wheel is in full spin right now.
We've got about 60 seconds left. Programs like these traditionally obsess over what can go wrong. Torsten Slot, can we finish on what can go right? You put out a fantastic note in the last month about the economics profession needing to take a long, hard look in the mirror and just think about where we are compared to where they thought we would be, which is in a much worse place.
Absolutely. So the key issue was that Liberation Day is now 7 months ago. And we are still having a Fed chair that talks about the labor market is actually doing quite well. And we still have inflation above the target. I think that we have all been surprised, and of course the market has been surprised, and the economics profession has definitely been very surprised, that the textbook would have predicted a much more stagflationary shock, much more upside pressure on inflation, much more downside pressure on GDP. We have not seen that, and some would say yet. But this is the discussion, namely, do we still have that, as you just said, as a lagged effect in front of us? Or is this it? And then things are only getting better from here. And this is why what the Fed was doing today was exactly to say, so far, we have not seen that stagflationary shock that we expected in April after Liberation Day.
TK, we've been saying yet, it's not happened yet, for a long time now, a number of years.
We have. We got to get the shutdown finished so we can get the data, because we're all blind. That's the number one thing.
Right now, we're waiting for earnings. An interesting meeting in the last hour or so. Torsten Slot of Apollo. Torsten, thank you, sir. The Federal Reserve reducing interest rates by 25 basis points. Dissent to both sides and a very, very limited ability to guide beyond this meeting into December. Equities attempted to turn around. The opening bell behind us, the closing bell 15 minutes away, and a ton of earnings still to come. From New York City, good afternoon.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equityfutures.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Well, Karen, the jump in NASDAQ futures follows earnings from Apple and Amazon. Let's begin with the iPhone maker. Those shares are up 2% in early trading. Apple did blame a surprise decline in China revenue on supply disruptions, but it's predicting it will return to growth in the world's biggest smartphone arena as the iPhone 17 gains momentum. Mark Gurman is managing tech editor for Bloomberg News.
What stands out here is iPhone obviously grew tremendously, 6% year over year. They beat in nearly every product category except the iPad had an extremely slight miss on Wall Street forecasts. And again, those are just forecast numbers that get made up anyways. So I don't think too big of a deal there. The big one, though, is a big decline in miss in Greater China. I think some of that can be attributed to the iPhone Air delay, which was not expected when they originally announced the iPhone Air.
Bloomberg's Mark Gurman says Apple's iPhone 17 and 17 Pro got off to a fast start in September with 29% year-on-year China sales growth in the first 2 weeks of October.
Well, the big tech winner this morning, Nathan, is Amazon. Those shares are up more than 12.5%. Amazon's cloud unit posted the strongest growth rate in almost 3 years. Amazon Web Services reported third quarter revenue of $33 billion. That's an increase of 20% from the prior year and the biggest year-over-year rise since the end of 2022. Poonam Goyal is senior retail analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence.
They hit it out of the park. Sales were very good across the board, across all business segments, AWS, online, advertising, even physical stores. So from a top line perspective, very, very encouraging results. In fact, AWS was probably the bright spot here. 20% gains. We haven't seen that in a while.
And Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail analyst Poonam Goyal says Amazon's total sales rose 13% to more than $180 billion.
And Karen, Netflix shares are moving higher this morning as well. The streaming giant has announced a stock split. Let's get more from Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And Nathan, this is the second split in the last 10 years for the streaming industry leader. Netflix approving a 10-for-1 stock split. The company wants to make its share price more accessible for employees who take part in the company's stock option program. Netflix is one of only 10 in the S&P 500 with a share price above $1,000. Well, stockholders of record at the close of trading November 10th are going to receive 9 additional shares for every share held. At the same time, Netflix is kicking the tires over at Warner Brothers Discovery. Reuters is the latest news service to report Netflix is exploring a bid for their studio and streaming businesses. Well, Bloomberg News reported earlier that Netflix and Comcast are weighing bids for parts of that company. Netflix shares up over 3% pre-market this morning. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, Bloomberg News has learned Intel is in preliminary talks to buy artificial intelligence chip startup Samba Nova Systems. Sources say any deal would likely value Samba Nova at below the $5 billion it garnered in a 2021 funding round. Samba Nova designs custom AI chips that aim to rival those offered by NVIDIA.
Well, speaking of NVIDIA, Karen, Bloomberg News has learned the AI chip giant plans to back another AI startup. Sources say it plans to invest as much as $1 billion in Poolside. In another development, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang told reporters he still hopes to sell chips from the company's Blackwell lineup to customers in China, though he has no current plans to do so. Speaking this morning at the APEC CEO Summit in South Korea, Huang talked about the AI revolution.
This year, AI became profitable. And when something becomes profitable, you want to manufacture more of it. Just like when you're manufacturing chips and wafers and DRAM, if the manufacturing of those chips were profitable, you want to build more factories to create more chips.
And earlier this week, Jensen Huang's NVIDIA became the first company to reach a $5 trillion market cap. And checking the shares right now, they're up nearly 2%.
Well, Nathan, let's get to the latest now on the U.S.-China trade truce. Chinese President Xi Jinping is warning the world not to break supply chains. Xi's remarks at the APEC summit in South Korea came after he sealed a deal with President Trump to put rare earth restrictions on hold for a year, while the U.S. will roll back some tariffs and export controls, also for a year. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says this keeps the relationship on hold for now.
My guess is a year from now we'll be back at the table, and we'll get another delay, another roll, because what everyone misses is the Chinese have rare earths, but we have President Trump's threat on tariffs. He gave the team maximum negotiating leverage.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent spoke on Fox News. We get more on President Xi's remarks from Bloomberg's Jill Desis in Hong Kong.
You're seeing something that's really kind of like outwardly focused on that idea of building unity within the region in particular. I think, obviously that rhetoric aside from Xi Jinping, we've certainly seen some concerns elsewhere in the region, particularly from Western companies who are concerned about being left out of the domestic market. We know that China itself has very many challenges within its domestic economy that it's really sort of focused on, and has actually made several efforts this year to try to build up those domestic industries.
And Bloomberg's Jill Desis reports Xi used his speech to tout some $700 billion in foreign investment that China's brought in over the last 5 years. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. Week 9 of the NFL underway in Miami. Baltimore got its star quarterback Lamar Jackson back after missing the last 3 games. He threw 4 touchdown passes. The Ravens beat the Dolphins 28-6. They'll play Game 6 of the World Series tonight in Toronto, and the Blue Jays lead the Dodgers 3-2. They can win their first championship in 32 years. New manager of the Washington Nationals is Blake Butera. He's only 33 years old. He'll be the youngest in the majors in 50 years. He started his minor league managing at age 25. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity-futures.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet. It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Whanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, October 30th. Today, Trump touts an amazing meeting with Xi Jinping and says a tariff cut and rare earths deal have been agreed. Hurricane Melissa kills dozens in Haiti. Brazil's deadliest police raid leaves more than 100 dead in Rio. And the Dutch centrist party wins big as the right loses support. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
Hey guys, the big surprise is here. Introducing the Volvo EX30. Our new all-electric SUV. Fast, fun and
Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Wanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, October 30th. Today, Trump touts an amazing meeting with Xi Jinping and says a tariff cut and rare earths deal have been agreed. Hurricane Melissa kills dozens in Haiti. Brazil's deadliest police raid leaves more than 100 dead in Rio. And the Dutch centrist party wins big as the right loses support. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
hey guys, the big surprise is here. Introducing the Volvo EX30. Our new all-electric SUV. Fast, fun and designed with pure Scandinavian simplicity. Zero compromise on safety, zero compromise on power and zero emissions. The new Volvo EX30, it's here and it's all electric. Go to volvocars.com or visit your nearest Volvo car retailer to experience the big surprise.
US President Donald Trump agrees to cut tariffs on Chinese goods down to under 50% after what he calls an amazing meeting with Xi Jinping in South Korea. Speaking on board Air Force One, Trump described Xi as a great leader.
He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China.
In exchange, Beijing is cracking down on fentanyl, resuming soybean purchases, and keeping the rare earths flowing.
It was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there.
It's the first face-to-face talks between the leaders since 2019, marking a potential thaw in the trade war that's been rattling global markets for months. But markets are showing skepticism. Asian stocks veered between gains and losses as some traders are not convinced that this calm will last. While en route to the meeting, President Trump made the extraordinary announcement that the US is going to start testing nuclear weapons immediately. Reuters White House correspondent Trevor Honeycutt, who is traveling with the president, has more.
Trump was flying on Marine One when he issued a statement on Truth Social saying that he intended to resume nuclear testing. This was a huge surprise that sent shockwaves through the global community, and it was extremely unexpected, and it set interesting, intense backdrop to a meeting that was supposed to be about economic issues primarily, but now has this kind of security question looming over it as well.
The move comes as Trump gives Seoul the green light to build a nuclear-powered submarine of its own. In recent days, North Korea tested ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads, while Russia tested nuclear-powered weapons. The US hasn't conducted a nuclear weapons test for more than 30 years. And President Trump, after repeatedly teasing the idea of running for a third term, which he is not allowed to do, is now saying it's not on the cards.
Based on what I read, I guess I'm not allowed to run. So we'll see what happens.
The president's comments coming after his top ally in Congress, Speaker Mike Johnson, said there was no legal pathway to make it happen.
And I've talked about the constrictions of the Constitution as much as so many of the American people lament that.
Trump's flirtation with the idea has alarmed opponents and constitutional experts. Hurricane Melissa is storming through the northern Caribbean, leaving devastation in its wake. In Cuba, hundreds of rural communities are cut off. And in Haiti, more than 20 people are dead. 10 of them children, after a river burst its banks in Petit Goâve. The scale of the destruction in Jamaica, meanwhile, is becoming clear after Melissa made landfall there as the strongest hurricane ever to hit the island. Entire communities are devastated, and nearly 80% of the country is without power. Zara Burton is in Kingston.
So you had areas like St. Elizabeth, which was really badly hit. That parish was badly hit in 2024 last year because of Hurricane Beryl. They spent a lot of money putting back things together, and now they've been hit again. Black River Hospital, we're hearing that it's just devastated. The hospital is the only hospital, public hospital available in that parish, St. Elizabeth. And no crops are going to be affected, vegetables, fruits, that kind of thing. And then you have, Westmoreland, that was another parish that was also impacted. St. James, the Montego Bay Airport is impacted. They're waiting to get a full assessment of it.
Melissa has weakened as it continues tracking northeast through the Bahamas, but Zara says its slow crawl is making it one of the Caribbean's most destructive hurricanes on record.
So the whole focus right now is getting relief to families that have been displaced, families affected, families who are hungry, families who are hurt, people who are hurt, homeless population who may have been, again, displaced. So it's a recovery going on right now.
Just a warning now, this next story contains some disturbing imagery. Bodies line the street of Rio de Janeiro after the deadliest police raid in Brazil's history. The state government says the raids were targeting a major drug gang. Well over 100 people were killed. Toa Brito, whose son was killed in the raid, called it a massacre. It comes as the country prepares to welcome heads of state from around the world ahead of the COP30 climate summit. Brad Haynes is our bureau chief in Sao Paulo.
Rio State Police say they've been planning for at least 2 months a strike on the Comando Vermelho leadership that was gathered in Rio this week. They say that they had plotted a very deliberate strategy to flush gang leaders out of the Peña neighborhood into the forested hills behind them, where another special operations unit was lying in wait. Ambushed them. There was gunfire throughout the morning, but no one could have expected a death toll this high. So officials in Rio had already cataloged over 60 people dead in public morgues by the end of Tuesday. But on Tuesday night, the residents in the Peña neighborhood went out looking for missing relatives. They found dozens of dead bodies in the forest behind their neighborhood. By midday, there were 70 of those bodies lined up almost the length of a city block in the center of the Peña neighborhood. Some of them covered in blankets, tarps, and bags. Others stripped down to their underwear. Even in Rio, which can be quite violent at times, we've never seen anything like it.
Palestinian man Abed Awaida carries the tiny body of his nephew, killed in the latest Israeli airstrike on Gaza. He says they were attacked at 4 a.m. while all of the children were sleeping. More than 100 people were killed in the strikes, according to local health officials.
Reports that over 100 Palestinians were killed overnight, most of them children and women, in a wave of Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip are appalling.
The UN's Ravina Shamdasani warning Israel that it's accountable for its violations of the agreed ceasefire. Israel says it carried out the airstrikes because one of its soldiers was killed by Palestinian militants. Hamas says it's not responsible. Israel now says it has resumed enforcing the agreed ceasefire. Dutch voters woke up to a new political landscape. The centrist party making huge gains in Wednesday's election, and a narrow lead likely giving it the edge to form the Netherlands' next government. The D66 party and far-right leader Geert Wilders virtually tied for first place at the time of recording this podcast.
De beste uitslag van D66 ooit.
The leader of D66, Rob Jetton, telling supporters they've shown the world it's possible to beat populist and extreme right movements. At 38 years old, he may become the country's youngest ever prime minister. Geert Wilders, who brought down his own coalition government over immigration, says he's likely headed back to the opposition. A divided US Federal Reserve has cut interest rates by 0.25 percentage point, but officials are struggling to reach a consensus about what lies ahead.
A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says a growing number of central bank officials are ready to hold off on an imminent interest rate cut.
We have, strong views across the committee, and as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December.
And for today's recommended read, a Naples museum has created photographic fingerprints of over 10,000 gemstones in its priceless collection. It's a security method experts say could have prevented thieves from reselling stones stolen in the recent Louvre heist. We'll drop a link to that story in today's podcast description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show. Hi, I'm Kim Vanell in Whanganui, New Zealand. It's Thursday, October 30th. Today, Trump touts an amazing meeting with Xi Jinping and says a tariff cut and rare earths deal have been agreed. Hurricane Melissa kills dozens in Haiti. Brazil's deadliest police raid leaves more than 100 dead in Rio. And the Dutch centrist party wins big as the right loses support. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes, 7 days a week.
Hey guys, the big surprise is here. Introducing the Volvo EX30. Our new all-electric SUV. Fast, fun and designed with pure Scandinavian simplicity. Zero compromise on safety, zero compromise on power and zero emissions. The new Volvo EX30, it's here and it's all electric. Go to volvocars.com or visit your nearest Volvo car retailer to experience the big surprise.
US President Donald Trump agrees to cut tariffs on Chinese goods down to under 50% after what he calls an amazing meeting with Xi Jinping in South Korea. Speaking on board Air Force One, Trump described Xi as a great leader.
He's a great leader. a leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China.
In exchange, Beijing is cracking down on fentanyl, resuming soybean purchases, and keeping the rare earths flowing.
It was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there.
It's the first face-to-face talks.
Hey guys, Indian market भी close हो गया है already. नेचुरल गैस कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज मॉर्निंग पे गैप ओपन हुआ था, रेजिस्टेंस को हिट किया, सेल ऑफ आया, फिर वहीं स्टक हो गया ऑलमोस्ट. थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है यहाँ से एक बाइंग वापस प्लान करते, बट वो आया ही नहीं वहाँ तक. दो पॉसिबिलिटी है, अब या तो ये घूमता रहेगा यहाँ पर, ठीक है, या फिर अब ये नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस तक हिट करे. ऊपर के रेजिस्टेंस मैंने पहले बता दिया वो 15 मिनट के नहीं है, चार्ट 15 मिनट का है, बट वो लेवल 15 मिनट पे पीछे शो नहीं कर रहा है उतने. सो 30 मिनट और 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के ये लेवल बनाए हैं रेजिस्टेंस के, सपोर्ट 15 मिनट की है. आगे नीचे आता है, नीचे आने के लिए अब इसको 360 के नीचे क्लोजिंग देना जरूरी है, तभी नीचे गिर पाएगा. इसके नीचे सस्टेन करता है तो फिर ये नीचे जो रिटेस्ट का लेवल है, कल का ही रेजिस्टेंस था, वहां तक आएगा. ओवरऑल बुलिश ही है, लेट्स सी. थोड़ा फॉल करता है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा ऊपर के रेजिस्टेंस थोड़े बड़े दिख रहे हैं आपको, बिकॉज ऑफ वो हायर टाइम फ्रेम के रेजिस्टेंस है, 1 आवर और 30 मिनट. इस लेवल पे 5 बार हिट किया था. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी 2-3 दिन से रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है. कल थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम आया था, एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, क्लोजिंग वहीं पर हो गई थी, वही रेजिस्टेंस था. हल्का सा गैप डाउन हुआ, एक पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बनाया था कल के सपोर्ट के ऊपर, वहां से थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आई, वापस से रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग, रेजिस्टेंस जोन से सेलिंग है, वापस उसी पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे है, तो कंप्लीटली रेंज बाउंड. निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी भी थोड़ा सा बेरी सी क्लोज हुए, थोड़ा और नीचे एक्सपेक्ट था एग्जैक्टली. एग्जैक्टली लेवल को हिट नहीं किया, 25,800 के अराउंड सपोर्ट था वहां पर. कल देखते हैं, अब कल मतलब मंडे को गैप डाउन ओपन होता है तो अगर बस डे हाई पर नेचुरल गैस 5%, ऑलमोस्ट 5% के आसपास. करते रहो गाइस, कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. 30 मिनट ही है.
between the leaders since 2019, marking a potential thaw in the trade war that's been rattling global markets for months. But markets are showing skepticism. Asian stocks veered between gains and losses as some traders are not convinced that this calm will last. While en route to the meeting, President Trump made the extraordinary announcement that the US is going to start testing nuclear weapons immediately. Reuters White House correspondent Trevor Honeycutt, who is traveling with the president, has more.
Trump was flying on Marine One when he issued a statement on Truth Social saying that he intended to resume nuclear testing. This was a huge surprise that sent shockwaves through the global community, and it was extremely unexpected, and it set interesting, intense backdrop to a meeting that was supposed to be about economic issues primarily, but now has this kind of security question looming over it as well.
The move comes as Trump gives Seoul the green light to build a nuclear-powered submarine of its own. In recent days, North Korea tested ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads, while Russia tested nuclear-powered weapons. The US hasn't conducted a nuclear weapons test for more than 30 years. And President Trump, after repeatedly teasing the idea of running for a third term, which he is not allowed to do, is now saying it's not on the cards.
Based on what I read, I guess I'm not allowed to run. So we'll see what happens.
The president's comments coming after his top ally in Congress, Speaker Mike Johnson, said there was no legal pathway to make it happen.
And I've talked about the constrictions of the Constitution as much as so many of the American people lament that.
Trump's flirtation with the idea has alarmed opponents and constitutional experts. Hurricane Melissa is storming through the northern Caribbean, leaving devastation in its wake. In Cuba, hundreds of rural communities are cut off. And in Haiti, more than 20 people are dead, 10 of them children, after a river burst its banks in Petit Goâve. The scale of the destruction in Jamaica, meanwhile, is becoming clear after Melissa made landfall there as the strongest hurricane ever to hit the island. Entire communities are devastated, and nearly 80% of the country is without power. Zara Burton is in Kingston.
So you had areas like St. Elizabeth, which was really badly hit. That parish was badly hit in 2024 last year because of Hurricane Beryl. They spent a lot of money putting back things together, and now they've been hit again. Black River Hospital, we're hearing that it's just devastated. The hospital is the only hospital, public hospital available in that parish, St. Elizabeth. I know crops are going to be affected, vegetables, fruits, that kind of thing. And then you have, Westmoreland, that was another parish that was also impacted. St. James, the Montego Bay Airport is impacted. They're waiting to get a full assessment of it.
Melissa has weakened as it continues tracking northeast through the Bahamas, but Zara says its slow crawl is making it one of the Caribbean's most destructive hurricanes on record.
So the whole focus right now is getting relief to families that have been displaced, families affected, families who are hungry, families who are hurt, people who are hurt, homeless population who may have been, again, displaced. So it's a recovery going on right now.
Just a warning now, this next story contains some disturbing imagery. Bodies line the street of Rio de Janeiro after the deadliest police raid in Brazil's history. The state government says the raids were targeting a major drug gang. Well over 100 people were killed. Toa Brito, whose son was killed in the raid, called it a massacre. It comes as the country prepares to welcome heads of state from around the world ahead of the COP30 climate summit. Brad Haynes is our bureau chief in Sao Paulo.
Rio State Police say they've been planning for at least 2 months a strike on the Comando Vermelho leadership that was gathered in Rio this week. They say that they had plotted a very deliberate strategy to flush gang leaders out of the Peña neighborhood into the forested hills behind them, where another special operations unit was lying in wait. Ambushed them. There was gunfire throughout the morning, but no one could have expected a death toll this high. So officials in Rio had already cataloged over 60 people dead in public morgues by the end of Tuesday. But on Tuesday night, the residents in the Peña neighborhood went out looking for missing relatives. They found dozens of dead bodies in the forest behind their neighborhood. By midday, there were 70 of those bodies lined up almost the length of a city block in the center of the Peña neighborhood. Some of them covered in blankets, tarps, and bags. Others stripped down to their underwear. Even in Rio, which can be quite violent at times, we've never seen anything like it.
Palestinian man Abed Awaida carries the tiny body of his nephew, killed in the latest Israeli airstrike on Gaza. He says they were attacked at 4 a.m. while all of the children were sleeping. More than 100 people were killed in the strikes, according to local health officials.
Reports that over 100 Palestinians were killed overnight, most of them children and women, in a wave of Israeli airstrikes across the Gaza Strip are appalling.
The UN's Ravina Shamdasani warning Israel that it's accountable for its violations of the agreed ceasefire. Israel says it carried out the airstrikes because one of its soldiers was killed by Palestinian militants. Hamas says it's not responsible. Israel now says it has resumed enforcing the agreed ceasefire. Dutch voters woke up to a new political landscape. The centrist party making huge gains in Wednesday's election, and a narrow lead likely giving it the edge to form the Netherlands' next government. The D66 party and far-right leader Geert Wilders virtually tied for first place at the time of recording this podcast.
De beste uitslag van D66 ooit.
The leader of D66, Rob Jetten, telling supporters they've shown the world it's possible to beat populist and extreme right movements. At 38 years old, he may become the country's youngest ever prime minister. Geert Wilders, who brought down his own coalition government over immigration, says he's likely headed back to the opposition. A divided US Federal Reserve has cut interest rates by 0.25 percentage point, but officials are struggling to reach a consensus about what lies ahead.
A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says a growing number of central bank officials are ready to hold off on an imminent interest rate cut.
We have, strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And the takeaway from that is that we haven't made a decision about December.
And for today's recommended read, a Naples museum has created photographic fingerprints of over 10,000 gemstones in its priceless collection. It's a security method experts say could have prevented thieves from reselling stones stolen in the recent Louvre heist. We'll drop a link to that story in today's podcast description. For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favourite podcast player. If you're listening on a smart speaker, just ask for the latest news from Reuters 7 days a week. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
Jason Leopold starts every morning the same way. He wakes up in his Los Angeles home early, sometimes too early.
Sadly, at like 4 or 4:30.
The house is still. His wife?
Sleeping.
His dog?
Bella Lugosi. Also sleeping.
The room's pitch black, curtains closed.
And then I see the glow of my cell phone calling to me. Pick me up, Jason. Pick me up. See what's going on. Open me.
As he reaches toward the nightstand for his phone, he's thinking,
please let there be a whole bunch of documents. Please let there be a whole bunch of documents. Please. And if there are documents, I'm not going to it first. I want to save it till the very end.
In the meantime, he's checking his push notifications for news that broke on the East Coast while he slept.
I'm thinking, okay, FOIA request, interesting, we'll save it. I wake up feeling like I constantly have to find a new request. I don't like to fall behind. So I've been building this pipeline for nearly 20 years.
April 27th, 2023 was no different. That day, he was scrolling Twitter.
It was called Twitter then.
He's scrolling.
Scrolling through.
And scrolling.
Scrolling through.
Until a tweet from his colleagues at Bloomberg caught his eye.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell held a call with Russian pranksters who were posing as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, according to video shown on Russian TV. I mean, I just laughed.
Jason couldn't click the article fast enough, but after reading it, he had more questions than answers. The most obvious one.
How the hell was he duped by Russian pranksters? This is Jerome Powell. He's the chairman of the Fed. He sets interest rates. So, how did that happen?
Jason leapt out of bed, giddy, pacing.
I'm already imagining what the records look like, and I know there's got to be records, and I'm playing out the scenario of me getting the records.
Only one thing left to do.
I have to file a request right now. Turn it up. I'm investigative journalist Jason Leopold. I spend most of my days getting documents from the government.
I'm attorney Matt Topic, and I fight them in court to open their files when they don't want to.
From Bloomberg and No Smiling, this is Disclosure, a podcast about prying loose government secrets, the Freedom of Information Act, and the unexpected places that takes us. Hey, Matt, have you ever been pranked?
I did fall for a scam. It was an email from someone. It was like, I need help buying Amazon gift cards. I don't know, I can't get it to work. Can you please buy me these gift cards and I'll pay you back? But if you ever met the person that it was purporting to be from, 100% that person would have done that. Whoever scammed it, they just dumb lucked into the exact right person. And so I kind of fell for it. And then I got a call from Amazon. It was like, hey, it looks like somebody's trying to scam you for these. And then I felt like a real idiot at that point.
Yeah, that is an elder abuse scam. They must have looked up your age.
I'm not even half as old as you.
You know who else has been pranked? The chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. The thing is, Powell's a guy who's walking in the shoes of Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke, and Janet Yellen. When a Fed chief coughs, markets move. If there's a formula for job success, it's that you run the central bank of the world's biggest economic power while saying as little as humanly possible in public about how you plan to do it. So back in April 2023, Jerome Powell found himself in a pickle. It turns out a meeting he thought he had with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wasn't actually with Zelensky at all. It was with these two Russian pranksters. And this all came to light in a video of their meeting that went viral on social media. I see all this and I am like, this is incredible FOIA material. I knew there had to be a report. I knew that there was probably, a bunch of emails behind the scenes. So I filed this request with the Federal Reserve.
What did you ask for?
So whenever I file a request, I try to imagine being a fly on the wall as everything's sort of unfolding within a federal government agency. What does that consist of? I'm imagining that while this was being planned, that there's some email traffic, there's some discussions, And it would be very clear that there'd be some kind of investigation, right? I just know that from filing similar FOIA requests with agency inspectors general. So I asked for final reports of an investigation that may have taken place into how Powell was duped. And so I kind of kept it pretty narrow. I asked for a few days of records.
You first get an acknowledgement that says, yes, we have records and we're processing them.
So first, just get an acknowledgement letter. We got your request. I check in with the Federal Reserve. They say they're processing the records. They send me a few pages and withheld more than 100 due to an ongoing investigation. And the fighting begins with Federal Reserve in terms of trying to pry loose these records. So to quote the song Waiting Room by the great post-hardcore band Fugazi, I am a patient boy. I wait. So I waited until I got a nod from sources that the investigation was over. And then in February 2024, I filed a new request for some documents that I'd requested a year earlier. And this time I hit pay dirt. I have to hand it to the Fed. They turned over a lot of documents that really kind of lay out the timeline. Investigative reports, staff emails with dates and timestamps. And I got to tell you, the whole thing kind of played out like a movie. So we're going to tell you parts of it like it's a movie for your ears. We've even invited a few comedians to read the emails.
Oh, yeah? Like who?
Well, Matt, we've got Josh Gondelman, Catherine Blanford, and Adam Gilbert.
Awesome. I'm so excited.
All right, here we go. Act 1, Scene 1. Just after 8 a.m. on the morning of January 10th, 2023, Powell's assistant received an email from a Ukrainian email address. Subject, President of Ukraine, Chairman Powell, request. It says, as read by Josh Gondelman, the way he would read it if he was the one who wrote it.
Dear Redacted.
The employees' names were withheld.
President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, would like to have a conversation with Chairman of the Federal Reserve System, Honorable Jerome Powell.
The email signature says it's from the deputy head of the office of President Zelensky, a man named Kirilo Timoshenko. He says Zelensky wants to
personally congratulate him with recent holidays.
So wish him a happy new year, I guess.
And discuss common issues and plans.
Such as?
The impact of war in Ukraine on the world economy.
And?
Forecasts on the economic situation in the world.
Wait. A foreign government wants to know what the Fed's forecast of the future economy, like everybody wants to know that.
Right.
Isn't that like the thing they don't do? Or when they do, it's like very, very carefully crafted.
It's like, first of all, this is non-public info. I mean,
yeah, totally.
Powell probably does have a forecast on the world economy based on, lots of insider information.
I hope so.
So the fact that they even made that pitch and, the assistant's like, great.
So it's congratulations on the holidays. We want to talk to you about the impact that the Ukrainian war is having on the world economy. And we want to know whether we should buy gold or what we should do in the future before you make any public announcements. Okay. All right. I'm with you. Continue.
He's like, Zelensky just had a productive chat with the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde. It went so well, we want to do it again with Powell.
We are ready to organize a video or telephone conversation at any time convenient for your side. I will wait for your response. With best regards, Kirilo Timoshenko.
Is Timoshenko a real person?
Yes, that's the real name of an official for the Ukrainian government. 4 minutes later, Powell's assistant responded with this email, as read by Catherine Blanford.
We are in receipt of the request, and we will revert back.
So do we have any idea how they got this email address?
Yes. They got it from someone at the European Central Bank, according to the rest of the email thread. If Lagarde took the meeting, Powell probably should too.
Do we know whether Powell has had other such calls with other world leaders? Like, is this a normal, common thing for him to be doing?
Certainly other officials, such as Christine Lagarde, I mean, that seems normal. But, speaking to the president of Ukraine, I mean, yeah, I haven't seen any of it. A few hours later, the assistant responded again. Powell had agreed to the meeting. The assistant proposed dates and times. They settled on January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Washington time.
All right, so they're trying to sell it by being like, hey, we know Zelensky previously talked to the European Central Bank. Did that actually happen? Was there actually such a meeting?
Well, we'll get into that. A lot happened in those 9 days.
Concern is mounting this morning over a new COVID subvariant that is rapidly spreading across the country.
About an hour and a half before the call was scheduled to begin, someone at the Fed wrote an email with a change of plans.
Dear Kirilo, Chair Powell has tested positive for COVID. He is very much looking forward to talking with President Zelensky, but we would appreciate if the call today could be postponed. We will work to reschedule the call as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, redacted.
Wait, do the records tell us what this person is doing when they're sending the emails?
No, Matt, unfortunately, these records do not include vibes. But it's not hard to imagine the esteemed venues where important government work takes place. So we've supplied some. Less than 20 minutes later,
Dear Redacted, President Zelensky wishes Chair Powell a speedy recovery. Of course, let's move this conversation to a more favorable time. Also, I know that this conversation is very important for President Zelensky, and we are ready to arrange it at a convenient time for Chair Powell as soon as possible.
January 24th, 2023 was the new date of the call. So January 24th comes and Powell is still recovering from COVID at home, but he's well enough to put on a black sport jacket over a white collared shirt and gold tie to hop on the video call.
Let me just say it's a great honor to speak to you.
Now, we don't know what Powell is actually staring at right here because the recording doesn't show us Zelensky's side of the video call. But we can see Powell. He's thin, with a full head of gray-white hair. His virtual background appears to place him in a tranquil reading nook with white walls, a yuppie white couch, and a dainty white tea set overlooking a secluded forest.
It's like, I know you're living in a war zone, but look at this great environment that I get to live in.
I'm aware that Ukraine's suffering. People like me just want to support you in any way we can. But I have limited ways to do that in my professional job.
Powell is clear from the jump that if this call is about money for the war, there isn't much to discuss. No matter.
I think that you are a wise person, one of the wisest person in the world.
He asked about whether Russian sanctions are working.
It seems like the Russians have been able to avoid the harshest application of the sanctions.
He debriefed Powell on his call with Christine Lagarde, who he claims said the United States can win any war at any cost.
There will be only one winner who has a big gun. She told me that.
I like that.
He even solicited Powell's opinion on his counterpart, Russian central bank head Elvira Nebulina.
She's quite good at her job. She's extraordinarily capable.
At one point, the discussion veered into one of the touchiest subjects pertaining to the U.S. economy, interest rates.
If the rate is raised further, the standard of living of the population will fall. So how much should it fall in order for the Fed to stop raising the rate?
Powell sort of grimaced and looked off screen, perhaps surprised by the question.
Why on earth would Zelensky be asking these questions? Isn't Powell like, what the hell does this have to do with Ukraine? He should have been very suspicious at this point.
The market is already pricing in 2 more quarter percentage point rate hikes. We'll look around after we make those 2 and we'll say, should we do any more? And then the question will be, how long do we keep rates at this level? And I think we'll keep them there for quite some time.
Is this all things he's already said? Like, is he just telling them what he's already publicly said?
Well, that's the question. But let's come back to that. And then comes the weird asks.
We haven't gotten to the weird part yet.
No, we're not there yet.
Okay, all right. I'm so excited. Let's have it.
If you could present me a printing press, I would be really happy.
We have one of those, but we keep it in the basement.
Oh, okay. You could also build a 14th bank of the Fed on our territory.
We could do that. Let me come back to you on that. Maybe we'll have a reserve bank in Kyiv.
He wants a he's asking Powell if he can have a printing press to print money. Is that right?
Yes. I'm dying. It's hilarious. The 30-minute call was zesty, to say the least. 30-minute call.
Man, that's who should be running the U.S. government, is these pranksters because it's pretty good.
I was really happy to talk to you.
And that was it. And mind you that this was a 2-week ordeal of setting this up. According to the documents the Fed released, there was never once a moment where anyone said, hey, let's check out the email addresses or have our security team, confirm any of this. It was just through email setting it up. It was pretty easy.
So no one on Powell's staff has ever seen the movie Borat.
Come on, Matt. This is the Fed. You think they're sitting around watching Borat?
I mean, somebody should.
Then 3 days after the meeting, that's when the unraveling began, which you'll hear all about after the break. It's 6:59 a.m. on January 27th, 2023. That's when a message lights up.
Dear Redacted, President Zelensky would like to thank Chair Powell once again for this important conversation for us and express gratitude for his professionalism.
He has a small request.
Could you connect us with Secretary of the Treasury Janet Yellen so that President Zelensky could discuss the economic situation with her directly? President Zelensky would like to hold this conversation informally, without the attention of the press. Therefore, we thought that through you, it would be fast and confidential.
The assistant did as requested and shared Yellen's contact information.
I can't wait to hear how that went over.
Then, a couple of weeks later, on February 10th, something appeared to have spooked Powell's assistant. They emailed a person in Lagarde's office at the European Central Bank to ask about Timoshenko's initial outreach.
Dear Redacted, I just want to confirm that the email below, C-Trail, is a legitimate email from you and that a phone call with President Zelensky did occur from your office. Best regards, Redacted.
Then 15 minutes later, Lagarde's office responded, as read by Adam Gilbert.
Dear Redacted.
And it sure didn't quell anyone's anxiety.
The issue's a bit hairy. We were in touch with Mr. Timoshenko, and a video call between President Zelensky and Madame Lagarde took place on 6th January. But in the meantime...
They explained that they'd recently learned that Timoshenko had resigned from his position and shared a Wikipedia link to prove it. Apparently, he left office on January 23rd, the day before the Powell meeting. They had since heard from Timoshenko or someone claiming to be him, which raised some alarm bells.
So I assume this is not true. Seeing that Mr. Timoshenko now left the office of President Zelensky and all the above, I would be extra cautious when handling his request. Kind regards, Redacted.
Oh, so in other words, Lagarde's office isn't sure if they spoke to the real Timoshenko?
Correct. 7 minutes later, Powell's assistant wrote back.
Thanks, Redacted. This is helpful.
You can almost feel the panic beginning to set in.
What is it that raised suspicions? Do we know? And it wasn't, for example, could you please send us a printing press so we could print American dollars?
Or build a Federal Reserve Bank in Ukraine.
That wasn't what tipped it off because they already gave over Yellen's contact information after that. So it must have been something after that.
Have you ever had that moment where suddenly like an antenna just goes up? It just suddenly hits you like, was this all a ruse? And that's how I imagine this assistant was feeling. Just, I've been duped.
Maybe that really wasn't a Nigerian prince.
Yeah, exactly. On the same day as the email exchange to the European Central Bank, the Federal Reserve Board of Governors lodged a complaint with the agency's Office of Inspector General. 4 days later, on February 14th, they launched an investigation, in part to sniff out an imposter. That question would answer itself.
I'm glad you made time to speak to me. And
on April 26th, the video appeared on RuTube.
Is it Russian YouTube? I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Exactly.
I got it right. See, they never fool me.
Your opinion is really important for me. So I would like to ask you, what is your views?
Turns out the imposters were two well-known pranksters nicknamed Vovan and Lexus. They've been pulling stunts to embarrass world leaders for years.
I love it.
In 2017, they impersonated another Ukrainian official on a call with then Congressman Adam Schiff.
Okay. And what's the nature of the compromise?
And convinced him that Putin was blackmailing Trump to cancel Russian sanctions.
Well, there were pictures of naked Trump.
Okay.
Schiff's people, who said they thought the call was bogus, told a number of news outlets that they reported the call to law enforcement. The prankster struck again in 2020.
My friend, singer Billie Eilish and rapper Kanye West are also fans of you.
They got Bernie Sanders by posing as Greta Thunberg and her father, saying they had some creative ways to endorse his campaign.
They would like to do a cool rap.
Rap music is popular now.
Rap music is very popular.
That's really Bernie Sanders saying that, isn't it?
The Sanders campaign didn't comment on the authenticity of the call, but Vovan and Lexus had a hot streak of posing as Zelensky.
As your fan, is Dumbledore gay?
In 2022, they called J.K. Rowling.
I ordered that our fighters write Avada Kedavra.
Avada Kedavra.
Yeah.
Exactly.
On the missiles that we will launch. So how do you like this joke?
I love the joke.
A spokesperson said Rowling was a victim of a distasteful hoax.
Can we put in some audio of what Zelensky actually sounds like? Am I crazy? The guy doesn't sound anything like him at all.
Okay, well, here's the real Zelensky.
The United States is the biggest donator of support and of peace. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
It does not sound like Zelensky. I haven't seen anything like this. And the reality is, we were never supposed to see this, right? This was supposed to be a private conversation with who Powell thought was Zelensky. So what these pranksters throw out there publicly was something we were not supposed to get any insight to. The video went viral. And when the news made it to the U.S., other journalists inundated the Fed spokesperson with questions.
I wanted to verify a Bloomberg report and see if you had a statement
Could
about
you
Fed
please
Chairman Jay
confirm
Powell tricked
reporting
by
that
Russians
Chairman
posing
Powell
as Ukraine?
held a January call with Russian planks?
For the most part, the spokesperson brushed the incident off. She told one Fox reporter that this happened to a number of officials, including Lagarde.
So they did get Lagarde?
They did. A video of the pranksters posing as Zelensky dropped a month before the Powell video. Lagarde didn't seem to make any public comments about it, though.
Okay, continue.
The Fed spokesperson added, quote, "I really hope that Fox Business might decide not to give fraudulent hoaxes more attention and legitimacy by further spreading their work."
And what happened? Did Fox refrain from doing a story?
Oh, of course not. Everyone reported on this. Beyond that, there wasn't much more to learn about the issue until I got the documents. Do you want to know what they said, Matt?
Yes.
In November 2023, the Inspector General issued their report.
Do you usually find that IGs are like on the more generous side of how much they'll give you versus how much they'll withhold?
Well, it depends on the IG, which agency you're dealing with. Keep in mind, one of the second Trump administration's first moves was firing the inspectors general from a bunch of departments and agencies. But for this request and a lot of others I filed, the Federal Reserve has been transparent in terms of what their IG will disclose. What they uncovered wasn't exactly espionage, but it was a stark reality that all it takes to trick what we hope is a secure institution, the United States central banking system, is charm, timing, and a thimble of plausible deniability to slip past the gate. The purpose of the investigation was to determine if any, quote, criminal statutes, regulations, or agency policies within were violated. This was an embarrassing breach. So the questions are, how did it happen? Who approved it? Were warning signs missed? The Inspector General got to work. Not with flashing lights or raid jackets, but with something more bureaucratic and arguably more invasive. Email. Lots of it. They pulled the thread back to January 10th, 2023, to the very first message that arrived at the Fed on behalf of the impersonator. Then they cast a wide net. Anyone who touched the meeting, scheduled it, heard about it, mentioned it in a reply all, had their inbox pulled into the dragnet. Behind the scenes, 11 employees across 3 departments were summoned for interviews, including Chair Powell himself. The names of some others are redacted. But the bewilderment wasn't, because after all of that, investigators found, quote, no violations of law, regulation, or policy associated with this matter. Sounds a bit like nothing to see here, right?
Law and regulation, I could see that. How is there not a policy that was violated here? Like, isn't there a policy that's like, don't give interviews with people that aren't really who they say to be?
Well, here's the real issue. It's unclear if there were any protocols in place to prevent this from happening. The report is detached and bureaucratic, making you read between the lines quite a bit. It passively identifies major vulnerabilities without naming them as failures. And there were many failures.
Sure sounds like it.
Let's take the emails. While those interviewed told OIG investigators that, quote, attention to detail regarding incoming email is crucial, end quote, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, the email addresses are amazing.
What are they?
The email addresses are office.president@ukr.net, and airmac@zelensky.team. Have you ever had those like phishing exercises to make
totally,
sure that you're not phished, right? And they're always like, check those domain names. So they're just getting emails from what they think are the Ukrainian government or Ukrainian government officials from .team and at ukr.net. Official government email accounts generally don't reside on a .net or .team domain.
Right. They reside on personal Signal accounts, as we all know.
Right. But you see, the report doesn't even explicitly discuss this email oversight. I just love this part of the report. It says, staff members are taking a closer look at senders' email addresses and verifying contacts as necessary.
That tells me absolutely nothing. That's already...
It says nothing, but it also says everything. Because, hey, the Board of Governors is saying, the Federal Reserve Board, that they're going to start taking a closer look at senders' email addresses and verifying contacts as necessary. I'm assuming they haven't been doing that previously, but clearly they were not doing that previously.
So that's saying like, we're going to start doing things that have been recommended for the last 30 years in dealing with the internet.
Now, whose job was it to verify the contact? Investigators learned that when the impersonator reached out to Powell's assistant, quote, no single person or group was solely assigned to verify the identity of foreign individuals who contact the board to request to communicate with board members or officials. The reason? They don't usually have to. Powell has, quote, longstanding relationships with his international counterparts, and one-on-one communications tend to be with individuals well known to him.
Yeah, like, so what? Why does this matter? This is not about foreign contacts. This could have been anything, right? This could have been Fox News is reaching out, or this could have been like the head of some U.S. bank. This has zero to do with the fact that the scammers were not based in the U.S. or that they pretended to be somebody not in the U.S. They're completely missing what the issue is, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have been fished by anybody.
Right.
Shouldn't the question just have been like, do they have procedures to ensure that like they're not getting phished or they're not getting scammed, or that they, generally ensure that a purported sender is the real sender, not specifically to only when it's like foreign leaders of other countries? That just seems like a way that they could dodge like the real question and just be like, oh, well, this like super specific thing, like they, this hasn't come up before.
Instead, Fed staff relied on the exchange with the European Central Bank at the bottom of the email thread as verification enough that the request from the imposter was legit. Generally, when foreign officials do reach out, Fed staff are supposed to contact the Treasury Department, which the Fed's International Finance Division did do. No one raised any concerns and, quote, all felt comfortable with Chair Powell meeting the individual because Lagarde at the European Central Bank recently had a conversation with the same person. But that process doesn't involve verifying the identity of the person asking to talk to Powell. The Fed also doesn't have a process to loop in external agencies, such as the embassies, Department of State, or the White House to verify the identity of a requester.
According to the records?
Yes, Matt. The entire show is about records.
I'm just making sure the listener is following.
Nor are internal security and intelligence departments regularly involved with vetting communications between the Fed and foreign officials.
This all feels like if you were making people like do an online training about email security, this would be like the one that's like obviously wrong when you see what the other ones are, right?
This is the Federal Reserve, and it was stunning to see how the security vulnerabilities reached all the way, right to Powell's door. So Chair Powell stated that international finance is responsible for ensuring that foreign officials requesting to communicate are properly verified and vetted. Powell's throwing, the International Finance Division under the bus. Chair Powell reiterated that this one-on-one meeting with the Zelensky impersonator was extremely unusual, given that nearly all of his communications are with people he is already deeply familiar with.
So he's saying his communications are all with people he's deeply familiar with. I guess if he had any familiarity with Zelensky, then he would have recognized that was obviously not Zelensky's voice.
Right. But speaking of what Powell heard, let's get into what happened on the video call itself after the break. Okay, so Matt, about the video. It's worth mentioning that the report doesn't explicitly say what Powell was looking at, which spares him some embarrassment. Vovan and Lexus have been known to use deepfakes, but it's unclear if that's the case in this instance. What Powell did recognize is that Zelensky was surprisingly better at English than he expected and appeared to be reading from a script. Investigators found that the impersonator did not ask for any money, papers, documents, or other things of value during the conversation.
Wait. Hold on a second. That is so clearly wrong, right?
Yeah, I think that's like, he asked for a printing press.
A printing press.
I think that's not true. And basically, essentially said, can you build a bank, a Federal Reserve Bank in Ukraine? But this is where it gets serious. There's the question of whether or not Powell had disclosed potentially confidential Federal Open Market Committee information to the Zelensky impersonator, particularly because Powell talked about interest rates. This is what you asked about earlier. The answer? It depends on who you ask. One person interviewed said Powell's statements, quote, give at least an appearance of looking like confidential information. But Powell disagreed. So let's think about what he said.
The market is already pricing in 2 more quarter percentage point rate hikes.
As far as the market expectation goes, that's true, but it's what he says next.
We'll look around after we make those 2 and we'll say, should we do any more?
Powell told the IG he didn't think his comments, quote, met the definition of confidential information because of the broad market expectation that at least 2 interest rate increases were going to occur, which the IG corroborated.
Now, does that mean that Powell had said that before, or that it's no big deal because everyone was already assuming that to be the case? Because those seem like a little bit different to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was essentially that there was an expectation based on the climate that at least 2 rate increases were going to happen.
All right, now I'm going to tell you why this pisses me off. Because if you try to get anything out of the Fed under FOIA that has not already been publicly said, they will tell you to off. Like, they're not going to give you anything. They're going to say that anything that the chair's ever said can move markets. And so, like, we're not going to tell you what time that meeting started or whether they served coffee. They will give you nothing at all if you make a FOIA request on the theory that all these bad things will happen. But if I'm hearing you right, Powell said something to these impersonators that he had not publicly said before, but they're saying it's not a big deal because it's what everybody thought was going to happen anyway. Do I have that just about right?
Yeah, that's pretty much about right. You could say that he's confirming the market's expectation. And at this time, the Federal Reserve had not publicly announced a commitment to implement 2 additional quarter percentage point interest rate hikes. But the IG didn't take issue with this specific statement, probably because even though Powell's comments gave the appearance that he might have disclosed confidential information, the chair has, quote, the authority to upclassify or downclassify FOMC information at any time. So, in other words, even though he may have disclosed non-public info, he's got the authority to classify it or reveal it if he wants to. He has that unilateral authority to do that.
I can think of at least one
powerful government official who would very much subscribe to the view that he can say and do whatever he wants with any documents because he has the authority to do the same thing.
While the meeting was preceded by, quote, a rare set of factors, end quote, including Powell taking the call from his home due to illness, the IG concluded that nothing illegal took place.
I'm going to say this too about inspectors general, and I mean no offense to any inspectors general, but the incentives would seem to be such that you want to show that you like found something wrong, but you also don't want to blow up the whole federal government. It's such an odd office. It's like part of the federal government, but it's supposed to like call out wrongdoing by the federal government. But I'm sort of skeptical how much it wants to like really take that on. I don't know. What do you think, Jason?
They will reach conclusions. They will make a referral or recommend an action, right? In this case, what they said was they found no violations of law, regulation, or policy associated with this matter, right? The bottom line is this. They're not going to say, you guys are a bunch of idiots, get your shit together.
I'm not saying that they should be going out of their way to like publicly humiliate anybody or grandstand or get up on a soapbox. But I think that there can be a tendency, or at least the effect, of burying the reality of it in a bunch of bureaucratic sounding stuff that really kind of takes away from the public really understanding and appreciating the full ramifications of what happened.
That's why I'm here, Matt, so I can help them appreciate what happened.
I always forget, but thank you for reminding me that if we had excellent government in America, you and I would both have to find other jobs.
Right. I don't know what else I would do except sling records.
You could live off your t-shirt collection for easily 3 or 4 years.
Have to sell some shirts. So how could this have been prevented? Powell says the simple fix would entail an individual from the board calling the relevant embassy to verify the contact. I mean, the way that it's written, you're reading it, it's so dry. But just think of that. Powell's like, I know how we can resolve this in the future. Just call the embassy to see if that person actually sent the email. Now, we have to give credit where credit is due, because someone did call the Ukrainian embassy, just not Powell's staff. That someone was in the Treasury Department. And when they called quickly, they had their answer. President Zelensky never requested a meeting. But that didn't happen until February 8th, 2023. By then, it was too late. The joke was on the Fed. So there's your answer, Matt. What spooked Powell's assistant? None other than a little bit of due diligence that should have been done well before the meeting.
But they didn't do it until after.
They reached out after. After. We reached out to the Federal Reserve for comment about this episode. But as of this recording, the agency has not responded.
So what's your take on all this?
The meeting revealed a breakdown in operational security and a need to overhaul security protocols across the board. But the IG makes no recommendations. And that makes me question if the scope of the investigation was too narrowly defined by, did anyone violate existing rules? The report does say that other internal agencies were also looking into this. But records responsive to that weren't in this batch of records released to me more than a year after the incident. This report does not instill a lot of confidence in the public that the Fed took seriously that it lacked elementary safeguards to prevent a massive breach by a foreign actor that could have had national security consequences.
This is the kind of thing that drives people nuts about the federal government. Like, you made a mistake, just admit, I made a mistake. I get it. This is what I'm going to do different next time. But not sort of like, oh, well, other people screwed up too, or like, here's my excuse, or like, this isn't really that big of a deal. Just own it for like 5 seconds and then we can all move on. Like, people are smart enough to see through that, and it makes them really mad.
I agree.
Is this Inspector General one of the Inspector Generals who's since been fired?
Nope, he wasn't touched.
So I was hoping maybe we could get the person on the pod to talk about it, but maybe we could.
Maybe we can get Chairman Powell on the pod. Would you like to come on and discuss this report? We are who we said we are.
Oh, that's good.
So that's it for this one, but not for Powell and me. In a sense, we end where we began.
On an April morning in 2025, Jason Leopold was sitting up in bed.
Haven't brushed my teeth. I'm still there.
Scrolling the headlines when a story caught his eye.
And I was like, oh, that's funny. I got to file a FOIA. So I filed a request with the Federal Reserve for all Redacted, because it's classified.
Ooh, I can hardly wait for the records to come back, Jason.
Well, Matt, I'll let you know what the records say in a few years. From Bloomberg and No Smiling, this is Disclosure. The show is hosted by Matt Topic and me, Jason Leopold. It's produced by Heather Schroering and Sean Cannon for No Smiling. Our editor for Bloomberg is Jeff Grocott. Our executive producers for Bloomberg are Sage Bauman and me, Jason Leopold. And our executive producers for No Smiling are Sean Cannon, Heather Schroering, and Matt Topic. The Disclosure theme song is by Nick, with additional music by Nick and Epidemic Sound. Sound design and mixing is by Sean Cannon. The emails in this episode were read by Josh Gondelman, Catherine Blanford, and Adam Gilbert. For more transparency news and important document dumps, you can subscribe to my weekly FOIA Files newsletter at bloomberg.com/FOIA Files. That's FOIA Files. To get every episode early on Apple Podcasts, become a Bloomberg.com subscriber today. Check out our special intro offer right now at Bloomberg.com/podcast offer, or click the link in the show notes. You'll also unlock deep reporting, data, and analysis from reporters around the world. We'll see you again next Tuesday.
Did the Russian pranksters know how to FOIA?
लगता है आज भी क्रूड ऑयल साइडवे ही चला जाएगा, बिल्कुल रेंज के अंदर ही है। काफ़ी टाइम हो गया रेंज के अंदर ही था हुआ है। पहले अपर रेंज पे था, परसों सडन सेल ऑफ आया, फिर एक लोअर रेंज में फंस गया है। आज भी इसी रेंज में ही है। मुझे लग रहा है शायद क्रूड ऑयल किसी बड़े इवेंट का वेट कर रहा है कुछ, कि इतना साइडवेज नॉर्मली रहता नहीं है प्राइस। बहुत ही स्मॉल रेंज में फंस जा रहा है इंट्राडे में, बड़े मोमेंटम में जा ही नहीं रहा कंटिन्यूअसली 2-3 दिन के लिए। लास्ट डे है ट्रेडिंग का और मंथ का भी। नेक्स्ट वीक अगर देखें कोई डेटा क्रूड ऑयल के रिगार्डिंग, ऐसा स्पेसिफिकली तो नहीं है। एफओएमसी ये भी नहीं है। कोई ओपेक की मीटिंग भी नहीं दिखा रहा है इसमें तो। मुझे लग रहा है किसी न किसी बड़े इवेंट का वेट कर रहा है क्रूड। कुछ क्लैरिटी है नहीं। मेन ब्रेकिंग पॉइंट फॉर क्रूड ऑयल इज मेनली यूएस स्ट्राइक ऑन वेनेजुएला हो सकता है ट्रिगर पॉइंट। अगर यूएस अटैक करता है वेनेजुएला पे, बिकॉज वेनेजुएला जैसे मैंने पहले बताया काफ़ी बड़ा बड़ा काफ़ी बड़ा नहीं, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ऑयल का वाला कंट्री है, जहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा ऑयल के रिजर्व हैं पूरे वर्ल्ड में। तो अगर वहाँ पर एक डायरेक्ट स्ट्राइक करता है और वहाँ के जो प्रेसिडेंट है उनको थ्रोन आउट कर देता है, या फिर कंप्लीट टर्नओवर कर देता है वहाँ पर स्ट्राइक करके, तो क्रूड ऑयल की सप्लाई पर थोड़ा सा इम्पैक्ट पड़ सकता है। उस केस में क्रूड ऑयल ओवरऑल दैट न्यूज़ विल बी पॉजिटिव। तो ओवरनाइट जो लोग होल्ड करते हैं ना प्राइस को, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, स्पेशली बेरिस साइड पे अगर होल्ड करने की कभी सोच रहे हो तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना। कभी ऐसा हो गया मान लो सैटरडे संडे को, मंडे को बहुत बड़ा गैप अप हुआ तो कुछ बचेगा नहीं उस ट्रेड में। बाकी और कोई न्यूज़ तो है नहीं क्रूड ऑयल में। वेनेजुएलन अपोजिशन लीडर वी आर रेडी टू टेक ओवर गवर्नमेंट, नोबेल पीस प्राइज विनर मारिया कोरिना ऑन लाइफ इन एंडिंग वेनेजुएला's fight for democracy and why US military strike may be the only way। ठीक है, वहाँ पर एक अपोजिशन जो लीडर हैं, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली सिविल देन बिकम अ न्यू प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द वेनेजुएला। तो ध्यान रखना इसका एक क्रूड ऑयल में, बिकॉज बहुत नैरो रेंज में फंसता आ रहा है रोज। नॉर्मली इतना नैरो रेंज में प्राइस रहता नहीं है, काफ़ी टाइम हो गया यहाँ पर देखोगे ना। पहले एक अपर नैरो रेंज में था यहाँ पर, काफ़ी टाइम तक यहाँ पर आया था आपका 23 अक्टूबर से 27 अक्टूबर तक। फिर उस दिन परसों सडन सेल ऑफ आया, फिर ये लोअर रेंज में फंस गया। तो 27 से लेकर आज ऑलमोस्ट 31 हो गया है, 1 वीक से साइडवेज ही है रेंज के अंदर, बहुत स्मॉल प्राइस सेक्शन में चल रहा है। बाइंग या सेलिंग नहीं आ रही है रेंज के अंदर। listen this.
MSNBC presents Season 2 of The Blueprint, hosted by Jen Psaki. Each week, she talks to leading Democrats about how they plan to win again, including Texas Congressman Greg Casar, who chairs the Progressive Caucus, Congresswoman Sarah McBride of Delaware, the first openly trans person elected to Congress, and more, who are helping to shape the future of the party. The Blueprint with Jen Psaki, Season 2. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
I believe that the increase in pressure and the escalation that's taking place is the only way to force Maduro to understand that it's time to go.
Maria Corina Machado, activist, politician, and now winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. Isn't the fact that to achieve the peaceful transition that you describe, you need the US military?
Well, I think that history has demonstrated that that's correct. We have everything and we're ready to take over government.
From Bloomberg Weekend, this is the Michelle Hussein Show. I'm Michelle Hussein. What does it take to maintain a political campaign in a highly repressive society where a single party has been in power for nearly 30 years? That was on my mind as I went into this latest conversation. It's with the woman who would be Venezuela's president right now had she not been barred from standing by Nicolas Maduro, the longtime leader of the country. He is widely regarded to have rigged an election last year, but even that had faded from international attention until something remarkable happened a couple of months ago. The United States started bombing boats off the coast of Venezuela, saying that they were carrying drugs. And since then, it has begun a massive military escalation in the region, sending sailors, marines, warships, and fighter jets there. All of that means it's a pretty extraordinary moment to be talking to the woman who 3 weeks ago won the Nobel Peace Prize. She's a Venezuelan opposition leader. I wondered, of course, how a Nobel Peace Laureate views military escalation and the risk of US military intervention. I wondered too what kind of a leader Maria Corina Machado would be herself if she got the chance. She is from the right of politics. She's remained inside Venezuela when many opposition figures have left the country. And when we spoke, I felt she was pinning her hopes on this being a moment of regime change. She spoke of last chances, last opportunities for Nicolas Maduro to go. But we began with her own circumstances because they are extreme. For more than a year, she's had to live in hiding inside Venezuela because of the risk of arrest.
Last year, we had an incredible event. We won an election, a presidential election, by a landslide under extreme unfair conditions. And after that happened, the Maduro regime unleashed the worst repression campaign in Venezuelan history. I'm talking about thousands of people that were, detained, tortured, disappeared, even children, women abused, everything. Our friends, our colleagues are either in jail or have to be in hiding or have left the country. So I was accused of terrorism by Nicolas Maduro, and I had to go into hiding. It's almost 15 months. I am in absolute isolation on my own. And, of course, I am conscious that if they find me, well, at the least, they would disappear me. That's what they've said.
And what is the impact of getting the Peace Prize on that situation? Does it give you more protection because you have a higher international profile, or does it put you at more risk?
I think it certainly gives us a higher protection, not only me, but also my colleagues that are fighting around the country, because as you said, it brings the attention of the whole world to a just, noble, courageous fight. And at the same time, it creates more pressure on the regime in terms of increasing the cost of repression that, until these days, for years, we've been trying the world to understand, that the cost of repression has to be increased. Maduro has felt that they are totally, they have no cost. They can disappear, torture, killed, and the cost will be zero. But the time of impunity, it's over. So this has had an impressive effect on the moral of the Venezuelan people. People are singing, cheering, celebrating, and feeling that it is also a recognition that brings us even further together.
And yet, isn't there a move in the last few days to strip you of your citizenship?
Well, they have done everything you can think about. I mean, this is something that it's not only unconstitutional, this is absurd. But frankly, I think it is a reflection of how desperate the regime is, how weak the regime is, and the kind of mistakes they're making, because this only furthers, as I say, the consciousness of the world that this is an urgent conflict that has to be solved.
And the US certainly sees it that way at the moment, doesn't it? We've seen this very striking move in the last few months, the military build-up in the Caribbean with the world's biggest warship being on its way there, just the latest demonstration of that. I want to ask you about the strikes the US has carried out on boats in the Caribbean, described as being strikes on drug cartels. What is your position on the deaths that have happened in that way?
Look, Michelle, as I was saying, for years, we were, asking the world to understand the degree of the threat and this devastation the Maduro regime was building in Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela has been turned into the safe haven for the activities of all criminal international networks, from the drug cartels to the Colombian guerrilla, to those groups that smuggle gold and destroy communities of our indigenous people and the ecology, to networks that smuggle arms and even human trafficking and child prostitution. This is horrible, what we're living. Russian agents, Iranian agents freely operating in Venezuela, Hezbollah and Hamas being located in our country. And as any criminal structure works, the moment you start, weakening them and they falling apart is when you cut the sources of the inflows of their criminal activities. And we have asked for years the international community to cut these sources that come from drug trafficking and other criminal activities. Finally, this is happening.
So you think those killings are justified then? That's what I really want to understand. Are they justified, or are they, as the UN would say, extrajudicial killings?
This is about saving lives. And Maduro is absolutely conscious, and he has been warned what not to do. These deaths are the responsibility of Nicolás Maduro. He knows, and the rest of the drug cartels that is in power in Venezuela, that should stop these activities in order to prevent more deaths, not only of the Venezuelan people, but also from people all around the country. And look, this is very important. We don't want war. It was Maduro who started this war.
But I still want to understand how you see the deaths of those individuals, many of them believed to be Venezuelan, who were on those boats when they were struck by the US, and mostly in the Caribbean and a few in the Pacific. You are someone who stands for people's rights, for the rights of Venezuelans, for their democratic rights, for their human rights. What about the rights to due process of the people who were on those boats?
I certainly defend the rights of everyone, not only Venezuelans. That's why my voice has been, loud all along this process. But you need to understand, all the international community need to understand that this is a very cruel war. It was Maduro who turned this into an international conflict. Look,
are those people expendable? That's really what I'm wondering. Are those people expendable on the boats?
It was Maduro who insisted on maintaining operations that have consequences. It is Maduro that started a war against other countries, knowing that that would have consequences. I am talking about this process is about saving lives, millions of lives. That's what we need to do. I mean, we have been for years explaining the degree of crimes against humanity that take place in Venezuela and that need to be stopped. It is systematic, it's massive, it needs to be stopped. Finally, there is a reaction from international coalition that is calling things by their names. Maduro is not a conventional dictator. We're facing a narco-terrorist structure that has turned Venezuelan territory, Venezuelan resources, Venezuelan institutions, and have turned them to the activities of a criminal cartel.
And this language you use, narco-terrorism, this is exactly the language that the Trump administration uses about Venezuela. And President Trump is saying, after the boat strikes, the land will be next. Do you support US military strikes on the territory of Venezuela as part of what you call a process?
I believe that the increase in pressure and the escalation that's taking place is the only way to force Maduro to understand that it's time to go. And those that still support him, which are very few at this moment, the top brass of the military, financial enablers, front men that are making huge, obscene fortunes with the hunger of our people, better understand that, time is running off. And I believe that this escalation is the last opportunity for those that still support Maduro to understand that they need to put, aside, take all support away from him and Maduro himself to understand that this is the last chance to truly facilitate a peaceful and orderly transition, which is what we want, which is what we fought for. Michelle, I ask you to understand what we, the Venezuelan people, have done. We got over 35 rigged elections. We finally demonstrated we won, and then we were attacked. We've gone through 17 episodes of dialogue. In every single one, Maduro has committed to certain actions, and then he has violated the agreement. And also we have hundreds, thousands of protests, peaceful rallies, demonstrations. And every single time that happens, we are fired. So we've come and gone through every single institutional means.
But which is exactly why it seems that what you are still saying, that you would prefer a peaceful exit of Nicolas Maduro, seems so unlikely. Are you actually saying you've reached the point where you think this regime can only be ended by US military force?
Well, that will depend on what the regime does in the days to come. I think it was absolutely indispensable to have a credible threat. I think it was absolutely required to cut the sources of illegal activities, because those resources don't go to schools or hospitals. They are used for repression, for persecution, and certainly for corruption, and also for enlarging, scaling up their criminal activities.
Who are you in touch with in the administration? Who are you having these conversations with most these days?
I will not get into those details, Michelle, for obvious reasons. I have to say and insist that I've been in contact not only with several officials in the US government, but also in other countries, in Canada, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and
but
certainly
it's the
Europe
Secretary
as well.
of State who feels the most strongly.
Oh, I certainly believe the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is one of the people in the administration that better understand the threats that are posed into Latin America and from our region towards the United States.
And are you in regular touch with him?
I have been in touch with him, of course, and with his team, and I have to say even further in Congress, on both aisles, on both parties, we have really good friends and champions of our cause.
And
because
have they
this
said
goes,
to you?
I want to insist that this goes beyond ideological issues. I mean, it is certainly a matter of national security of the United States and and hemispheric security, but it also brings, and I want to insist on this, the biggest opportunity for democracy, for stability, and for peace in our region. You know, a transition to democracy in Venezuela will not only mean that we will stop the suffering of millions of my fellow countrymen that are dying as we speak. Poverty in Venezuela today is 86%. Pensions in Venezuela are less than $1 a month. Our children go only twice a week to public schools. I mean, this is a whole generation that is growing with hunger, without education, and without their parents because they have been forced to leave.
Half the country living in extreme poverty.
Absolutely. And so we will stop this suffering. We will bring, and the people is the main priority for us.
Okay.
We will bring opportunities. We will bring peace and freedom and respect and solidarity. But at the same time, we will turn this criminal hub in the heart of the Americas, because Venezuelan location is absolutely unparalleled. I mean, it's strategic, into a security shield and a great ally of Western democracies. We will dismantle these groups. We will get rid of Russian, Iranian, and terrorist actors in our territory.
Okay.
And
these are very big goals, what you're describing. I want to understand this. Your conversations with the administration, have they told you to be ready to become the leader of Venezuela?
Oh, absolutely not. The leader of Venezuela was chosen by our people a year ago. We
Mr.
have
Gonzalez,
a
who stood in for you. Okay, but have they told your team to be ready for an opposition president? Do you get the feeling that the US is about to bring about regime change? Is that what you have been told?
No, I've not been told that. And it's not regime change in, the conventional way that we've seen before in terms of an external actor taking out a legitimate president. That is not the case. First, because Maduro is not the legitimate president. He's the head of a cartel of the Suns. He's the head of a narco-terrorist structure. Secondly, because regime change was mandated and proved a year ago, and on July 28, 2024. It's important to recall that we went into presidential elections, in which I was banned from participating after I won the primaries by a landslide. And Edmundo González Urrutia received 70% of the votes. And we were able to prove it. 24 hours later, we have the original tally sheets, published in a super robust webpage that was scrutinized and analyzed by the whole world. So the legitimate president-elect of Venezuela is Edmundo González Urrutia. So this is not regime change. This is enforcing the will of the Venezuelan people.
Yes, but you see, you did all of that and then nothing changed. Nicolas Maduro declared victory anyway. And what if, again, you are left in this moment where there is no change, perhaps because the administration changes its mind and the previous approach to Venezuela, the more pragmatic approach to Venezuela, which is more into the deals over the oil and more of the exporting of Venezuelan oil, which Chevron, a US company, continues to do. What if you're left high and dry where President Trump loses interest in Venezuela?
The thing here is that from every perspective that you look at this, at what's going on in Venezuela, it is convenient for everyone to have a peaceful transition. First, because one of the main concerns in the region is migration. Almost 9 million, a third of our population have been forced to flee for survival. The minute Maduro goes, millions will start planning and coming back home. So that's one side. Secondly, from what you mentioned, from the energy security and business perspective, Venezuela is today in the last place in terms of rule of law globally. Last place. Who is going to invest, the kind of amount of money to develop our opportunities. Under these circumstances, you would have to actually partner with a criminal cartel if you invest in Venezuela nowadays. One that has, confiscated and robbed private, local, and international companies. We have in Venezuela the largest oil reserves, proven oil reserves in the world, the eighth reservoir of natural gas, huge potential in electricity, gold, critical minerals, and so on. This can only be unleashed with a society, with a government that brings order to this chaos, that open markets, that brings rule of law, that is friendly to international investment. And in a country that is producing less than 1 million barrels a day could reach 4, 5, or 6 in a decade.
Yeah. And I know your prescription, your economic prescription for Venezuela would be one of rapid privatization. But I look at these statistics of the huge proportion of the country that's living in poverty, people breaking up their furniture and burning it so that they can cook their meals. And I have to wonder about the people who might be left behind in a big program of privatization, perhaps creating an oligarchy in Venezuela. How would you ensure that that doesn't happen?
That's a super important point, Michelle, because the base of our movement have been precisely the most humble and vulnerable sectors of society. It is impressive. I was told when we started the movement 2.5 years ago, we went back to, the most rural sectors, that it was impossible to bring back together a country that had been divided by the Chavista regime in so many dimensions, racial, rich and poor, black and white, those living in urban areas, those in rural sectors. And we went out, reach out and tear down those barriers around values, common values. And you know what? The most single strong force and desire that brought us together was we want our children back home. Those that have left, we want them back home. And that's a longing that every single Venezuelan mother has today.
Yeah.
And that's our mandate.
Yeah.
So
and you'd need
go back to your
need
question,
to attract those people.
Yeah, but precisely what we have learned is that system that Maduro has put and Chavez in place, this Chavista socialism. They do want people to be equally poor, equally dependent on the regime. They need people to be uneducated. They need people to live, in sadness because families are separated. In order to have a country to be able to compete and to have opportunities for all, we need to invest in education, in health, in social opportunities, and of course, we need investments. We need huge investments that will create employment in our country. And I tell you, I won my primary process with 93%, and I was precisely promoting these ideas, to defend private property, to give opportunity to all, to not let one child behind.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what's going to be, our
but someone
priority.
like President Milei in Argentina, who you have politically and ideologically something in common with, you're both from the political right. What he is doing in Argentina involves the free market. It also involves a lot of austerity. And Venezuelans, after suffering for so many years under Chavez and Maduro, they wouldn't be signed up to austerity, would they?
No, what we have called our economy program is stabilization and expansion, okay? Which means we need to put order. Currently, nobody knows what are the level of Venezuelan reserves. What is our debt? How much do we export? What is our budget? It's a black box. And we need to put order so that we can open markets and create opportunities for all. Certainly, in the first moments of this transition, we will need to invest, heavily, not only in infrastructure and public services, health, water, power supply, which we have shortages today all along the country, and certainly take care of the most vulnerable sectors of our population, which we have already identified, and we have designed emergency plans to have transfers, direct transfers to these sectors that are in a critical situation while the economy moves ahead.
If you get the chance, and it is still a big if.
We will. We will.
I'm still not sure what gives you so much confidence.
Let me tell you something. All my life, but mostly in the last 3 years, I've been told that everything we were doing was impossible. That, we simply should give up and accept that Venezuela had been destroyed for good. That it was impossible to get a country back together with hope. That it was impossible to carry out a primary process without the regime stopping it. That it was impossible to defeat Maduro and even further to prove it. And it was impossible to resist these 15 months of the worst repression we've seen ever. And our people have demonstrated such huge resilience, courage.
But you have not overthrown him. It's really important to have that reality check. You have not overthrown him.
Not yet.
Hello and welcome. This is the Michelle Hussein Show. I'm Michelle Hussein. I speak with people like Elon Musk.
I think I've done enough.
And Shonda Rhimes.
That's so cute.
This will be a place where every weekend you can count on one essential conversation to help make sense of the world. So please join me, listen and subscribe to the Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
What are you planning to do within the country next? Are you going to call people out on the streets?
We have been organizing these last months as we built an impressive citizen network last year with over 1 million volunteers. That's been a case study so far for people in different parts of the world that are, asking us, getting our advice and learning from what we did. And the regime.
Natural gas unable to break this level. ये break ही नहीं हो रहा नीचे का level. ये भी बिल्कुल sideways ही है. Morning पे gap up के बाद ऊपर move किया, then downside again, move upside, then downside, then again upside. अपर सर्किट के काफ़ी करीब है, 6% पे लगता है, ऑलमोस्ट 5% अप है. अगर ये ब्रेकआउट कर गया तो अपर सर्किट पर डेफिनेटली जाएगा. नीचे आना है तो एटलीस्ट 360 के नीचे क्लोजिंग चाहिए, तब थोड़ा सा नीचे आ सकता है. यहाँ पर भी सपोर्ट ही है, आता तो यहाँ बाई करते बट आ ही नहीं रहा इस लेवल पे. 530 होने वाला है, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा तो सडनली कोई ऐसा ना हो बड़ी कैंडल बन जाए. 530 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन. ट्रेलिंग ही है उसमें. साइडवेज था ही था. नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज हो गया आज.
The guarantee that this will be irreversible and stable is the people. And yes, people will come out when the correct moment arrives. And that's being built as we speak.
Isn't the fact that to achieve the peaceful transition that you describe, you need the US military. You need more of what is happening in the region off the coast of Venezuela, the drones, all of this kind of US military pressure.
Well, I think that history has demonstrated that that's correct. We have gone and done everything that ought to be done. We have been building popular strength and organization, which is also required. We have a legitimate president who was elected by a landslide. We have a united opposition forces. We have everything, and we are ready to take over government. That's very important as well. We have the teams, we have the plans, we need what we are to do the first 100 hours, the first 100 days, and certainly we now need the international community aligned with the United States because this is a transnational conflict and operation. So certainly we need the international community to act and apply law enforcement. That's another issue that it's important to insist. We have been asking Latin American and European governments to have full disclosure of all the information that they have, and we know they have, regarding the criminal activities of Maduro and his cronies. And I have to say, much of Maduro's resources and criminal resources end up in their financial system. So it's time for these countries to move ahead. And Europe has been taking some steps recently in this matter.
Do you think that Nicolas Maduro will end up in a US court? He's been indicted for some years now on drugs-related charges. When you spoke to President Trump, is that what you asked him for, to extract Mr. Maduro?
No, I'm not going to get into the details of the operation because I've never discussed that with the high officials. That's an operation of the United States. I mean, that's a totally autonomous, independent operation of another country regarding their national security. Regarding Maduro's future, that depends on him. We offered Edmundo González Urrutia, the president-elect, and myself, the day we won, and from then on, the Maduro regime the possibility of a negotiated transition in which we offered guarantees and incentives. They have refused that, on. And instead, they have attacked us. So Maduro, as I said, has very few time left to make up the decision in terms of where he will go next.
Do you think part of President Trump's interest is linked to his beliefs around the 2020 election and the allegation that voting machines and people close to Maduro's circle were involved in the election that he wrongly believes was stolen from him in 2020?
Well, on the first hand, I have no doubt that Nicolás Maduro, Jorge Rodríguez, and many others are, the masterminds of a system that has rigged elections in many countries, including the US. I have no doubt about that. And they are totally involved in wrongdoing in many countries. And there is currently an investigation going on in the United States and in other countries as well. I have no idea if that has or not any influence in President Trump's decision, but I will tell you something. A transition to democracy in Venezuela will not only bring security to the region, stability to the region, it will ensure energy security for the US and other countries because Venezuela has huge potential. Will turn our country from the criminal hub of the Americas into the energy hub of the Americas, the technology hub of Americas, because we will have cheap, reliable electricity in amounts that no other country can produce right now in the region. But most important of all, our people. We will bring a country, a nation back together. We will have millions of families reuniting and turning this chaos into an orderly, free, democratic society. It is all about peace, yes. But in order to have peace, you require freedom. And we, Venezuelans, have demonstrated that when you face a criminal structure, you need strength to secure freedom. It's a very hard and painful lesson, but believe me, this is something we will inherit for future generations.
I want to ask you about how you cope with the lows, because you do speak with energy and conviction despite 15 months in hiding. And despite you saw an election stolen from you at that moment and the regime is still in power. You face isolation from your family as well, who are out of the country. What keeps you going?
Well, I would say trust. I have always trusted our people. I have always trusted the conviction and commitment and love that Venezuelan people have demonstrated. this long journey has turned me into another person. I've learned so much about my country, about myself.
Do you want to be president yourself?
Well, of course, I've said that. I run for that, but that's not my obsession right now. Believe me, I have one goal, and we will liberate our country, and we will make these new generations and our children, and I feel I have millions of children, absolutely proud to be Venezuelan.
Where do you think you'll be in a year from now? Because even as I hear you speak, I'm conscious that it's 27 years since Hugo Chavez was first elected and he was succeeded by Nicolas Maduro. There have been many times along the way when people thought this is the end for the regime, and it hasn't happened until now.
Yes.
Where do you think you'll be in 1 year?
I will be working very hard in building a country that it's going to be the brightest nation in the world, and it's going to be a proud nation for what we went through. And I know what you mean. This has been very long. We have had opportunities in the past. We have committed mistakes. We have underestimated the regime. Certain sectors left us alone or betrayed us in the past. But this is a totally different situation, absolutely different. I believe finally our main allies internationally understand the true nature and the urgency for a transition to take place. Secondly, we have the legitimacy. We won an election. We have, the will of the people behind us. Third, the regime is weaker than ever. The fractures, the factions, treasons within the regime are growing as we speak. And finally, I think the most important thing, we, the Venezuelan people, have already decided to be free and to go till the end. And this includes the military, the police. More than 80% of them are joining and will be part of this orderly transition as soon as it starts.
Maria Corina Machado, thanks very much for talking to us today.
Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to hosting you in a Free Venezuela very soon, Michelle.
And that's the Michelle Hussein Show for this week. If you haven't already subscribed, please do, because that way you'll always know as soon as we have a new episode for you. To those who've already left comments and given us some stars, thank you. It's appreciated. And by the way, you can watch these conversations on YouTube and on Bloomberg TV, and you'll also find the written version with my notes at bloomberg.com/weekend. The team is producers Jessica Beck and Chris Martlew, guest booking by Dave Warren, social media by Alex Morgan. This week, our sound engineer was Nick Johnson, and video editing was by Mustafa Sliman. The executive producer is Louisa Lewis. At Bloomberg Weekend, editorial director of audio and special projects is Brendan Francis Newnham, and the executive editor is Catherine Bell. Bart Warshaw composed our music. And this week's special thanks go to Patricia Laya, Andreina Triago, Rachel Lewis-Krisky, David Papadopoulos, Alana Susnow, Summer Sadi, and Sage Bauman. And to you, of course, for listening. Do come back next weekend.
In our new podcast, Everybody's Business, we talk about the business news that concerns everybody.
From Bloomberg Business Week, I'm Stacey Vanek Smith.
And I'm Max Chafkin.
Each week, we unpack what is happening on Main Street and Wall Street, all the streets. WrestleMania has taken over the U.S. economy.
Poetry that executives write on LinkedIn.
A little actual magic in our underrated story of the
single
week.
greatest marketing campaign the music business has ever seen.
I decided to ask people how they felt about the penny going away. Listen to Everybody's Business wherever you get your podcasts.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity-futures.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and NASDAQ futures are jumping as we close out the trading week. And leading the way, Amazon. Those shares up more than 12%. Amazon's cloud unit posted the strongest growth rate in almost 3 years. Amazon Web Services reported third quarter revenue of $33 billion. That's an increase of 20% from the prior year. We got reaction from Scott Devitt, equity research analyst at Wedbush Securities.
The AWS numbers and the overall numbers for Amazon here, this is the cleanest quarter this company's had in some time. There's a few normalizations in the quarter relating to the operating income that were one-time items. So when you adjust for that, they actually beat on operating income. They moderately beat on revenue. But the most important line item was the 20% AWS growth, because now you're going to start getting a bigger contribution from Anthropic in the AWS business as well. So there's kind of an upward trajectory in terms of growth rate going into 2026.
And that's Wedbush Securities equity research analyst Scott Devitt. Shares of Apple are also higher, up 1.9%. The company is predicting a return to growth in China after a surprise sales drop. Shares of iPhone 17 and 17 Pro have gotten off to a fast start. Counterport Research says Apple had 29% year-on-year China sales growth in the first 2 weeks of October. Nabila Popil is Senior Director for Data and Analytics at IDC.
We can't deny, right, coming out in this economic climate with all the uncertainty and inflation, for Apple to come out with a record-breaking quarter and also ahead of the total market curve. So the total smartphone market grew at about just over 3%, but Apple came in at about 4% growth. But again, record high shipments. So I think that's pretty good news.
IDC's Nabila Popil also noted that Apple is predicting a major sales surge during the holiday season. Both Exxon and Chevron reported earnings this morning that beat analyst estimates. A stock split on the way at Netflix, and Bloomberg's John Tucker has more.
And Karen, Netflix approving a 10-for-1 split. The company wants to make the stock more affordable for employees who want to take part in their stock program. The company just one of 10 of the S&P 500 with a share price above $1,000. This is the second split in the last 10 years. The owner of the world's most popular paid streaming service says stockholders of record at the close of trading November 10th are going to receive 9 additional shares for every 1 share held. At the same time, Netflix looking at snapping up the studio and streaming business of Warner Brothers Discovery. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Some other news this morning. Chinese President Xi Jinping is warning against breaking supply chains in his first public comment since he agreed to keep trade tensions with the U.S. on hold for a year after meeting with President Trump. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says he expects to be negotiating with China again a year from now.
We do not want to decouple from China. We need to de-risk. And with President Trump's historic leadership, we are going to de-risk.
And that's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who spoke to Fox News after the meeting between Presidents Trump and Xi in South Korea. Meanwhile, the European Union is weighing a new trade measure that would require some Chinese exporters to supply critical raw materials to the bloc's stockpiles when shipping certain goods into the EU. Sources tell Bloomberg the provision, described by officials as an in-kind tariff, is one of several options the EU is considering in the event it fails to find a diplomatic solution to Chinese export controls on critical inputs. On day 31 of the government shutdown, President Trump is calling on Republicans to end it by ending the filibuster. He made the demand on social media to get rid of the rule that requires 60 votes to pass most legislation. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says he is not considering it. King Charles has stripped the title of Prince from Prince Andrew. He will also be required to vacate his accommodation at Royal Lodge, with the palace saying these measures were deemed necessary in light of his involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Parents of children between the ages of 6 and 17 spent an estimated $40 billion on youth sports last year. That's according to the Aspen Institute, a think tank whose mission includes steering more kids to athletic activity. On average, that breaks down to nearly $1,500 per family, with wealthier families or those with household incomes of $100,000 or more spending $2,361. In sports, Game 6 of the World Series tonight, and the Blue Jays could win it all against the Dodgers. And futures this morning again jumping, especially NASDAQ futures up 1.25%, up 320 points. S&P futures up 0.7% or 49 points. And Dow futures up about 0.1% or 42 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.1%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity-futures.
I'm Carol Masser.
And I'm Tim Stenivek, inviting you to join us for the Bloomberg Business Week Daily Podcast.
Now, every day we are bringing you reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
We've got insight on the people, the companies, and trends that are shaping today's complex economy.
That's right, Tim. We're all over global business, finance, tech news, all as it is happening in real time. And we've got complete coverage of the U.S. market close. Gotta say, basically, if it impacts financial markets, if it impacts companies, if it's impacting trends and narratives that are out there, we are on it.
We also have a lot of fun doing it. Bloomberg Business Week also brings you the analysis behind the headlines through conversations with our expert guests.
And we are doing this all live each weekday. And then we bring you the best analysis in our daily podcast.
Search for Bloomberg Business Week on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
Check it out on your way home from work to catch up on the conversations that you missed during the business day.
And on the weekend, check it out for a complete wrap-up of your business week.
That's the Bloomberg Business Week Daily Podcast. I'm Carol Masser.
And I'm Tim Stenivek. Subscribe today wherever you get your podcasts.
a report and said allegedly that the authorities in
न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन है, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन है, ध्यान रखना बिल्कुल साइडवेज मार्केट है, रेंज के बाहर नहीं जा रहा है बिल्कुल भी। नेसेसरी रिस्क मत ले लेना क्रूड में स्पेसिफिकली। गैस भी देखोगे रेजिस्टेंस है नीचे, लग रहा है पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बना हुआ है, नीचे नहीं आ रहा है ये भी। क्लोजिंग देता है 360 के नीचे तो बढ़िया है, 354 के आसपास तक गिर सकता है उस केस में वापस। नीचे आएगा देखेंगे, क्रूड ऑयल नीचे वाले लेवल पे भी 35,300, वो लेवल भी अभी भी इंटेक्ट ही है, सपोर्ट का कल का ही लेवल है वो। ऊपर आता है तो ऊपर यहाँ वापस सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं। इस पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट से आप बाय मत करना बिकॉज ये अब ऑलरेडी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर गया है। तो बेस्ट के सिनेरियो यही है कि अब ये थोड़ा सा नीचे वाले लेवल तक अगर गिरता है तो। गोल्ड को भी देखोगे, आज गोल्ड भी बिल्कुल पॉज ही है रेंज के अंदर। MCX मॉर्निंग पे ओपन हुआ, अपसाइड मूव किया, फिर डाउनसाइड मूव किया रेंज के अंदर। फॉरेक्स अपसाइड से डाउनसाइड फॉल किया, फिर अपसाइड मूव किया, वो भी साइडवेज एक ट्रायंगल पैटर्न के अंदर। तो नहीं है शेड्यूल 7 PM पे, अब सीधा US मार्केट ही ओपन होगा डायरेक्टली एंड देन फिर सीधा मंडे को ही डेटा है। एक शिकागो PMI का डेटा भी है, ये भी थोड़ा बहुत गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट कर सकता है, विच इज़ ऑन 7:15। गैस में देखते हैं ये इस छोटे से लेवल को ब्रेक कर पाता है नहीं कर पाता है। आती है ना नेचुरल गैस में 360 के नीचे तो बढ़िया है, ये टारगेट मिल जाना चाहिए इजीली। रहना है बड़ा कहीं फटने वाला है। मुझे लग रहा है नीचे शायद अगर ये ब्रेक करता है ना तो फिर ये थोड़ा बड़ा ही गिर जाएगा जिस तरह से कंसोलिडेशन हो रहा है। और अगर ये ऊपर निकलता है तो फिर ये सीधा 375 380 तक जाएगा। बहुत देर का बड़ा कंसोलिडेशन, मॉर्निंग से अभी तक पूरा कंसोलिडेशन ही कंसोलिडेशन। अब ये कैंडल भी देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो है 15 मिनट में। से कहते हो, कह सकते हो अब कंसोलिडेशन में ही था, नहीं ब्रेक कर पाया। पूरा टारगेट आधा ही दिया, लगभग 12 पॉइंट का टारगेट था, 6 पॉइंट पे रुक गया बिल्कुल। ब्रेकआउट के लिए जाता है तो फिर नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर है हमारे पास, दिस इज आल्सो गुड रेजिस्टेंस जोन। तो फिर अब क्योंकि कंसोलिडेशन बहुत बड़ा हो गया है, फॉल करेगा फिर थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही जाना चाहिए नीचे भी। काफ़ी ट्राई कर चुके हैं सेलर, मॉर्निंग से मॉर्निंग पे आया था रेजिस्टेंस पे, काफ़ी देर रुकने के बाद यहाँ सेल ऑफ आया, फिर यहाँ काफ़ी देर रुके रहा, फिर सेलिंग लेके आए, फिर सेलिंग लेके आए। बट सेलर के लिए अब लग रहा है इनफ नहीं है। पहली बात तो ये पहली बार भी नहीं आ रहा था यहाँ पर, ये फिफ्थ टाइम था मॉर्निंग पे जब हिट किया था, पांचवी बार में इतना ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन। सुनिए आ गई क्रूड ऑयल में। कैंडल बनी है काफ़ी देर के कंसोलिडेशन के बाद क्रूड ऑयल में। लुक एट दिस कैंडल, सिंगल कैंडल ही ऑलमोस्ट 1% चल गई। कोई न्यूज़ ना हो देख लेना सडनली। हाँ, कौन सा वाली है, तंजानी वाली न्यूज़? ब्रेकिंग। 18% कौन डाउन है? मार्केट तो 7 PM पे हाई बनाया है, लो है, फिर एक बार और हायर लो, थर्ड टाइम एक और हायर लो, फोर्थ टाइम है। ब्रेकआउट कर सकता है क्या? क्लोजिंग डिपेंड है। दोनों के दोनों क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस रेजिस्टेंस पर है। नेचुरल गैस तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेकआउट कर ही देगा, अब काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल को भी थोड़ा सा चार्ट को ओवरलुक करके देखोगे ना, तो ये भी अब ये पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट तो अभी रहा नहीं। इस पर्टिकुलर जोन को अगर थोड़ा ध्यान से देखोगे तो ये यहाँ पर कुछ इस फॉर्मेशन पे घुस रहा है। ये कैंडल अगर क्लोजिंग देती है अबव 5412 के ऊपर, 12 और 11 के ऊपर, अच्छा क्लोज हो गई ना, नहीं हुई है। अभी क्लोज हो जाती तो थोड़ा सा ब्रेकआउट के लिए ये भी चला सकता था। है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही, देखते हैं ये ब्रेकआउट करता है फिर रेजिस्टेंस पे। देख रहे हो यहाँ पर पैटर्न कुछ इस तरह से बन रहा है। ब्रेकआउट नहीं हुआ है अभी भी, बट पॉसिबिलिटी इसमें भी है। नहीं उसको छोड़ दो, पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट काम का नहीं है। अच्छा, ये कनाडा की जीडीपी का डेटा न्यूज आई थी क्या? कनाडा का जीडीपी का डेटा, ओके। कनाडा जीडीपी फॉल्स 0.3% in August, a fourth contraction in last 5 months. The Canadian economy contracted in August for the fourth month in the last five as weakness in good products producing industries persisted and a strike by flight attendants weighed on air transport and gross domestic product abroad measurement 0.3% for the 2.8 trillion Canadian dollar equivalent to 1.6 trillion. Economists were expecting GDP to have been flat, in line with the data agency in earlier flash estimate for estimating no change. On a one-year basis, GDP rose 0.7%. ठीक है, जीडीपी का यूएस का नहीं, कनाडा का जीडीपी का डेटा आया था, शायद उसका थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट हुआ है। और तो मुझे कोई न्यूज़ लग नहीं रही क्रूड में। बाकी आप पैटर्न जरूर बना है, वो मैंने आपको दिखा दिया क्रूड में कौन सा पैटर्न बन रहा है। दैट इज डेफिनेटली देयर। वाओ, लुक एट द कैंडल अगेन, ओपन इक्वल टू लो 5405, लो 5405, एग्जैक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल है। ठीक है, फिलहाल तो यूएस कनाडा का जीडीपी का डेटा का ही न्यूज़ है, उसके अलावा तो मुझे कोई न्यूज़ दिख नहीं रही है। दैट इज़ द ओनली न्यूज़ आई कैन सी। देखना पड़ेगा कोई और न्यूज़ अगर आई है तो, पैटर्न का ब्रेकआउट होता है अगर। टेस्ट तो नहीं होगा खैर, उसके लिए वहाँ पर चाहिए सस्टेन होना चाहिए कंसोलिडेशन के बाद। वो वहाँ पर है ना, जीडीपी डेटा के साथ आया हुआ है, उसमें वहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन बिल्डर भी नहीं है। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा तो सेकंड देख लेते हैं उसको। तब वो रेजिस्टेंस पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा कंसोलिडेशन किया, देन फॉल कर गया था, फिर वो वहाँ तक लो लो बनाने की चक्कर बना। जैसे वहाँ ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस को हिट नहीं किया, वहाँ सपोर्ट को भी हिट नहीं किया था। नेचुरल गैस भी स्टिल साइडवेज। ना नीचे जाने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है, ना ऊपर आने के लिए रेडी है। सुपर साइडवेज कह सकते हैं इस लेवल के मार्केट को, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में एटलीस्ट अभी के लिए। 6:30 हो गया, आधा घंटा और है, देखते हैं यूएस मार्केट पे शायद कुछ मूव कर जाए। ब्रेकडाउन हो जाना है। ये कैंडल फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू लो क्रूड ऑयल में। लास्ट कैंडल लास्ट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो थी, वो ब्रेक जरूर कर दिया, सेलर्स जितने भी थोड़े बहुत बचे हुए हैं। दिस इज अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू लो विद गैप अप लग रहा है सारे सेलर निकल गए यहाँ से। लेट्स सी ब्रेकआउट करता है नहीं, क्योंकि रीटेस्ट तो नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पर। रीटेस्ट वाला ब्रेकआउट नहीं हुआ है अभी भी। एक ब्रेकडाउन ना दे दे। हाँ, वो एक पॉसिबिलिटी है। ठीक है, ब्रेकआउट के लिए जा रहा है शायद क्रूड ऑयल। फेक ब्रेकआउट ना हो बस। नेचुरल गैस स्टिल होल्डिंग द रेजिस्टेंस, बट ये भी नीचे नहीं आ रहा है। हाँ, क्या पता। फेक ब्रेकआउट ना हो। ठीक है, इसमें एसएल जा चुका है क्रूड ऑयल में, ध्यान रखना। फेक ब्रेकआउट होगा तो देखेंगे बाद में, बट अभी के लिए निकल जाना। सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड का एसएल जा चुका है क्रूड ऑयल में। चाहो तो कैंडल क्लोजिंग का वेट कर सकते हो मैक्स टू मैक्स। हाँ, और कोई न्यूज़ तो नहीं है अभी फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल से रिलेटेड स्पेसिफिकली। नहीं, रहने दो। उसमें definition data street for strong gain. Lack of momentum in Canada GDP में सॉक फेसबुक BOC ऑफिशियल। British नहीं the Great British millions to lose food aid with so down. Adani Flexive aims to raise $3 billion to fund capital spending. Dots rare earth mining stock showing Xi Jinping in a strong hand. कोई न्यूज आई है पक्का दैट इज इनफ है उतना काफी है पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में इस कैंडल के बाद एक कैंडल और है फिर सीधा यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन हो जाएगा टू मच वॉलेटिलिटी सेम ही है दोनों कौन सा इस लेवल पे तो नहीं है इसमें। हाँ वो नीचे बना हुआ था ना, फ्यूचर में 15 मिनट में निफ्टी। 10 मिनट लेफ्ट, 10 मिनट है यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग। वहाँ पर ना उस पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे स्टॉक में है मंथली टाइम फ्रेम। सिर्फ दो बार ही बना है सपोर्ट, एक ये 2020 है, दूसरा 2023-24। रेजिस्टेंस भी नहीं फॉर्म हुआ है। One minute left, less than 1 minute left, 30 seconds left. यूएस मार्केट इज गोइंग टू ओपन। किसी की कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है। 7 पीएम की कैंडल 7:15 पर एक डेटा भी है, उस पर भी नजर रहेगी। रेजिस्टेंस से रेजिस्टेंस लिया, सपोर्ट से सपोर्ट लिया, फिर रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आई, फिर सपोर्ट पे। वो तभी होगा ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन, तब पूरा ब्रेकआउट होगा। हाफ वे में नहीं चलता, फिर वो फॉल ही फेक ही होता है मोस्टली। Okay, US market open, natural gas still on that resistance. क्रूड ऑयल ने ब्रेकआउट करने की कोशिश तो करी है, कैंडल भी क्लोज कर दी है, असर उड़ा तो दिया है। लेट्स सी क्या करता है, ये फेक ब्रेकआउट देता है या फिर एक्चुअल में जाता है ऊपर। बाकी नेचुरल गैस अगर ये ब्रेक करता है नीचे 360 के नीचे, तो ये रिटेस्ट जोन तक जरूर आएगा। वही एक सपोर्ट है अभी के लिए तो। वो वैसे भी वहाँ पर हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे लिया है उसने, मंथली का। Canadian National Railway co reports result for the quarter ended September 30. China health wise says young Kyung Sang resign as executive director.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. We, on fentanyl, we agreed that he was going to work very hard to stop the flow. I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in, which is it's a big tariff. And based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%, so it's 10% instead of 20%, effective immediately.
High-stakes negotiations in Busan, South Korea, between Presidents Trump and Xi have wrapped up with agreements on a number of topics, including fentanyl, soybeans, and rare earths. Let's go live to Busan now, and our China show anchor, Yvonne Mann, who's been covering all of this the last couple of days. Well, it was always going to be a high-stakes meeting. President Trump said it was an outstanding and amazing one. What concessions or what form of an agreement have we got out of the two sides meeting?
Yeah, Jemima, you mentioned it. President Trump called this, if you had to rate it, a 12 out of 10 when it came to this meeting with President Xi that lasted an hour and 40 minutes. We were told that this could go up to 3 hours. So it was a solid negotiations there when it came to how long it took. But we're still trying to decipher exactly what was discussed, right? So at least from the U.S. side, this is what he spoke on Air Force One on the way back as he heads home to D.C. He talked about fentanyl tariffs lowered to 10%. Also, when it came to rare earths, he mentioned no roadblocks on China rare earths. Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, talking about China is not going to impose the rare earth controls. We're still getting we needed some more clarity on that front here on what exactly the Chinese have agreed to as well. And soybean purchases, they said China is going to be continuing and resuming the buying U.S. soybeans now effective immediately there. When it came to what was less clear was when it came to the talk of chips. Now, he mentioned, President Trump, that they did talk about chips to Xi, and they will be talking more about U.S. chip exports in the medium term or in the future. But Blackwell chips from NVIDIA was not talked about. So that might be why we're seeing a bit of disappointment in these markets here right now when it came to whether China gets access to these high-end chips as well. Also, when it came to Taiwan, that was not discussed at all, according to President Trump as well. So certainly we're still figuring out, it seems like this was all good and a win for the U.S. side of things, but the big thing is we need to see the readouts from both sides and what China has actually agreed upon, because for one thing we're seeing right now, the one win could be lowering those tariffs to 10% on fentanyl. That could still leave China with 45% effective tariff rates, which is still higher than this part of the world. And you take a look at when it comes to this meeting, right? So Trump said that he will be meeting with Xi in April. At least that is helping the market anchor expectations that at least relations will remain stable for some time.
Crude oil is still mourning on that particular zone. No momentum. इसमें एक लोअर एंड पेंडिंग तो है. ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस अगेन सेम लेवल पे फिर से स्टक हो रहा है 360 के अराउंड. इसमें ऊपर कुछ और रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है. अगर ये फेक ब्रेकआउट होता है तो हैं क्रूड क्या करता है, थोड़ा सा अगर ऊपर और आता है तो एक और रेजिस्टेंस है, उसको टेस्ट करेंगे। या तो ये ऊपर आएगा क्रूड ऑयल तो एक वापस सेल करेंगे, अगर ये वापस नीचे आता है तो फिर बाइंग का ही प्लान करेंगे लोअर एंड से। अब नहीं, वो नहीं, उसमें नहीं। लो बनाया था, फिर एक हाई लो बनाया, थर्ड टाइम आया लो, हाई लो, इक्वल लो, इसमें क्या है, लो 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 लो, फोर्थ टाइम है, स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है अभी भी। Finally, natural gas is trying to give the breakdown. है 715 है। रीटेस्ट तक आता है, वही टारगेट है नेचुरल गैस का, वहां पर उस रीटेस्ट में दोबारा बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। या श्योर। कैंडल के नीचे क्लोज होती है तो फिर बड़े टारगेट भी नहीं, क्योंकि फिर वो सीधा ब्रेक डाउन है। आने दो। नेचुरल गैस में सेलर्स पूरा ही निकल जाना। यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का देखते हैं वापस से। वापस 360 पे अटक गया यार ये नेचुरल गैस, क्या मजा आ गया। थोड़ा सा और नीचे आना है, इसमें नीचे नहीं आएगा तो बाई नहीं कर पाएंगे। वैसे तो पूरा ही है वो, उसको पूरा ही बना देता कि 4 मिनट लेफ्ट, लेट्स सी क्लोज होने देते हैं कैंडल को। इसको छोड़ दो, ये क्रूड ऑयल ना मुझे कुछ खास लग नहीं रहा है अब यहाँ पर, ये लेट इट गो, देखा जाएगा, छोड़ दो। ऑयल फ्यूचर मूव्स हायर इन अर्ली यूएस ट्रेड, सेफ प्ले करते हैं। नहीं, ऑप्शन सेलिंग में चले जाओ, फायदा नहीं है, ऑप्शन सेलिंग ही होगी। वॉल्यूम बहुत ज़्यादा जनरेट हो रहा है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा अवॉइड करेंगे उस सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड को, छोड़ दो उस पर, थोड़ा सा सेफ साइड जाते हैं। अपल थोड़ा और ऊपर आया अभी, यहाँ ट्राई करेंगे, आएगा तो, नहीं आता है तो कोई बात नहीं, लोअर एंड पे आने पे बाई करेंगे। इंस्टेंटली यहाँ पर सेल करेंगे दोबारा, तो मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम ना एक्यूमुलेट ज़्यादा ही हो जा रहा है यहाँ पे, विच इज़ नॉट गुड। चलेगा, अच्छा एक और तो किया ही है। देखो ये 360 के नीचे हो गई कैंडल क्लोज, इसको रिमूव कर देते हैं, जरूरत नहीं है। ठीक है, नीचे आता है तो यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। अब ब्रेक तो कर दिया है 360 के नीचे, सस्टेन होना चाहिए। तो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है तो फिर वो एज अ रीटेस्ट काम करता है, दोनों लेवल ही डिफरेंस आते हैं। ये क्रूड ऑयल का ध्यान रखना कहीं फेक ब्रेकआउट करके नीचे ना आ जाए। बाइंग का जो ट्रेड लगाया है ना, टारगेट बहुत बड़ा रखा हुआ है, थोड़ा सा रिस्की ट्रेड है। वैसे तो मुझे इसमें कुछ करने लायक अब लग नहीं रहा है क्रूड ऑयल में। फेक ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर साइडवे चला जाएगा, इसी रेंज के आसपास ऐसे घूमता रहेगा। तो इस ट्रेड में जो मैंने लगाया है ना, थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना। अब ऑलरेडी उसमें एक एसएल जा चुका है, तो और रिस्क लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ठीक है। उस पर्टिकुलर बाइंग ट्रेड में क्रूड की बात कर रहा हूँ, थोड़ा रिस्की है। फेक ब्रेकआउट हुआ, अगर ये जो सेलिंग का ट्रेड लगाया था इसमें अगर ये फेक ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर कहीं ये घूमता ना रहे इसी तरीके से, उस केस में ट्रैप कर सकता है फिर दोनों साइड, ठीक है। वैसे तो मैं इसमें कुछ भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि मोमेंटम ज़्यादा आएगा, चांसेस आर वेरी लेस। तो थोड़ा सा इस बाइंग वाले ट्रेड में वैसे चाहो तो अवॉइड भी कर सकते हो, बट अगर रिस्क थोड़ा लेना चाह रहे हो एक ट्रेड में और, तो ये एक छोटा सा बाइंग का ट्रेड है, इसी में लेना। नेचुरल गैस का ट्रेड फिर भी ठीक है, नीचे सपोर्ट वाला, क्वांटिटी लेकिन थोड़ी कम।
We had Donald Trump for the first couple of days. Then they met at the airport yesterday, and he flew back to Washington. And then it was Xi Jinping's turn to take his role here at APEC and also meet with the leaders as well that Donald Trump, some of whom he met. Of course, he's going to have a likely meeting today with Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, and you mentioned Sanae Takaichi from Japan also later today. But we will be watching and listening closely to Xi Jinping's speech today. I expect it to be a similar type of speech that he's given in the past, where it needs to be, a rules-based global order and multilateralism instead of unilateral, promoting order for this one-year pause, and then we'll renegotiate every year is essentially what Donald Trump has been saying. He says it will be rooted, this trade truce that they came to a meeting of the minds yesterday on, but it doesn't resolve the long-standing structural issues and the competitive nature of the two nations. So we'll have to see. Every year we might be seeing what we had previously seen in past U.S. and Chinese administrations, and that is sort of a strategic and economic dialogue held every year to get over some of those nitpicky issues that kind of build up and become bigger issues over time. So I'd like to see how that, transpires going forward. But one thing that is clear, Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, fresh back from the Asia trip, speaking on Fox News, was essentially saying, we're not scrapping this investigation, which they launched a week ago, into China's compliance of the first trade deal from the first Trump administration. We thought a lot of these issues would be tabled for a while, tabled for a year, but Jamieson Greer says, no, we're going to continue with this investigation because, again, China had committed to buying a significant amount of corn, a significant amount of soybeans that last time, but according to the corn and soybean associations, they fell far short of that commitment. Granted, the pandemic happened after that trade deal happened, so that kind of disrupted a lot of those commitments.
Steve, we'll be back with you later on. Of course, Stephen Engel outside the venue there, where, as you can see on your screens right now, some of the world leaders are already gathering there for this APEC Leaders Summit that's about to begin. We understand from state media, just to reiterate that Chinese President Xi Jinping is set to speak today there at the summit. Okay, we will table that for now. It certainly provided a platform for risk assets to do quite well. Let me also caveat that by also saying, when you look at the U.S. futures, for example, a lot of this is also down to the massive after-hours move we're seeing in the likes of Apple. So we are getting a decent run-up into the weekend here. When you look at Asian stocks, 2 straight weeks. Global stocks extending that by a week, so 3 straight weeks. We'll look at BYD a bit later on, of course, as we look ahead to these earnings and the earnings reaction there. In fact, later on, I'll show you what happened overnight and some of the listings there. Dollar is softer following that massive repricing around the Fed. We're coming off the best day for the dollar in several weeks at 12.17, 12.18. We're back to the highest levels there since July. On the U.S. dollar. Yields also, as you can see, have picked up from 24 hours back. We'll talk about Japan in a moment because there's a bit of a nuance here with the inflation print, which did come through a bit hotter than expected. So we've come off the 154 handle. Very quickly on metals, I won't spend too much time on this, but there's a large industry group, the top industry group in China, effectively calling for a ceiling on capacity. Golden Dragon Index, a lot of the big tech plays overnight in focus. Massive move down in K-Web. Baidu, and as you can see, BYD was off 4%. We're looking at about a similar amount in terms of the indications going into the open today. And A50 futures coming up on your screens. The opening bell, 21 minutes away. We should be pointing slightly higher on A50 coming up. There we go, 0.2%. Right, what else to watch? Yvonne, let me bring you back in. So we have, of course, Chinese President Xi. He is set to speak. What else are you tracking, Yvonne?
Yeah, so we'll see how the speech goes. CCTV is saying it's Friday morning, so we'll bring it to you once we hear more. And really what we're talking about is the handover ceremony, right? Because APEC does move to China next year. So that is kind of part of the theme here at APEC as well. You mentioned about BYD. I mean, it was a 33% hit or slump in quarterly profits. So it could be a big one there for the EV sector. And we're watching, of course, this tech route, as Dave mentioned. We have some eco data coming out of China as well as in Hong Kong here today. We're focusing on the Apple story here on the suppliers in particular because it was the guidance, right? This blockbuster holiday season when it came to iPhone sales that really sent the stock flying after hours as well. And still, we're still talking about some earnings a little bit later on here also. So certainly going to be a big one. Li Auto, Zhejiang Expressway, all reporting results today. We're going on back to live now at, of course, those live pictures, certainly in just a moment once you bring that in. But David, let's talk a little more about earnings, right? It's still kind of the key thing here, beyond just the geopolitics and what we've been dealing here in Gyeongju.
Yeah, we've been trying to balance really, and just the finite amount of airtime and space we have here in the shows has really been a challenge. And it's I think that's a good problem to have. That takes us back into, in fact, I think I'm just looking can we have my notes, please, on Apple? Thank you so much. I think I just passed it on there. So, okay, we'll talk about Apple here. So, the actual results were okay. The guidance actually was the one that the market reacted to. We were up 3-4% in after-hour session. Really good guidance as it pertains to this surge that they are expecting ahead of the holiday season. Edison Lee is with us right now, head of China Tech, Telecom, and Software Research at Jefferies. He joins us right now to talk us through these earnings. He, of course, has an underperform rating on Apple. They put that rating back, I think, about 3 or 4 weeks back. Edison, good morning, and thanks for coming on the show. So, just help us understand, how are you thinking about Apple now, following, well, for one, your downgrade 3 weeks ago, and do these earnings make you change your mind in any way, Edison?
Well, I think that the iPhone sales are certainly better than expected. But I also think that it is driven mainly by very smart and aggressive pricing by Apple. So number one, on the Pro and Pro Max model, they haven't raised prices 3 years in a row, even though BOM costs are rising. And I think that they priced the base model pretty aggressively this year with double the memory, but charging you the same price. And that also allows them to get into government subsidy program in China. And that's why that is driving pretty strong growth in China. But I think that going into next year, there will inevitably be more margin pressure because memory price is going through the roof. And I think Apple is moving to 2 nanometer as well next year. And that's why I think that they have to raise price next year.
Okay, what does that mean for demand?
Well, I think with price increases, you cannot be too aggressive in your demand forecast. If you look at the sales situation of iPhone 17 this year, it actually tells you that demand for iPhone is actually price sensitive, right? Because there are no brand new features that your existing iPhone cannot do. So that's why if you price it aggressively, there will be replacement demand. If you price it high, then the replacement demand may not materialize.
Edison, I was going to get your take on Apple and China. I mean, $14.5 billion last quarter in terms of revenue. that was fell short of estimates here and really falling some 3% or more. It seems like they're really kind of being, competing and actually losing out on a lot of the competition locally there. When do you see Apple returning to growth in the mainland?
Well, in fact, I'm not that worried about China because, as I said, they priced the base model of 17 more aggressively in China than outside of China. My estimate is that the price in China is actually 10% lower than outside of China. And we have seen pretty good demand based on some data points that we spotted. And we think that fourth quarter, they will actually get back to positive growth. But of course, as I said, if they price aggressively every year, there will be margin implication. So this year, I think, is a very smart pricing strategy, and there is government subsidy, which is actually helping iPhone sales in China.
Edison, you're one of the few in the street that actually hasn't underperformed on the stock. I believe you're just one of four. Yeah. Can you tell us what's behind that sort of call here right now? I know you mentioned that a lot of the optimism around iPhones and is really in the price. What else do you think is the rest of the market missing?
I think that the entire smartphone market is a very mature market, and this replacement demand is price sensitive. And if there are no brand new features such as AI that can actually convince most of the consumers to buy a new phone right away, I think that there will eventually be slowdown and there will be eventually margin pressure, right? As I said earlier, component costs are rising, particularly right now because of AI, memory pricing is rising. And that's why if they raise the price to cover additional costs, that actually can impact demand unless there are brand new features. But at the moment, we are not really seeing brand new features driven by AI that is telling consumers that you need to buy a new phone because your existing phones would not have those functions. And that's why that replacement cycle will accelerate. I think that's what the bullish investors or analysts are looking for, which is an accelerated replacement cycle. But so far, what we are seeing is that it's more price sensitive, and the strong demand is actually driven by more aggressive pricing or disciplined pricing than new features.
Yeah, but clearly, Edison, making the iPhone thinner is not enough as far as you're concerned. Edison, if I could just ask you about, Chinese tech, if we could pivot our attention there. So I want to ask you about Xiaomi. So what's happened with the stock? And what do you think the market's pricing in? Do you think this is just profit-taking that's taking place? Because I also believe, I understand that you think the sell side might be a little bit too optimistic over the stock price. What's your thinking on Xiaomi?
I think that the smartphone business is under more structural pressure, mainly because, as I said, Apple is pricing the iPhone 17 more aggressively, and that actually will make it harder for any Android brands to move up market. And then I think the majority of their sales outside of China on smartphones are still mid to low end, and that will also put them under more margin pressure when memory prices continue to go up. But we like the ecosystem a lot. We like the EV business. We also like the IoT business. And we think that they are probably the only consumer electronics player in the industry that can actually offer this unique ecosystem. And every item that they sell collects data that allows Xiaomi to understand their consumers' daily habits even more deeply than the like of Apple. And that's why we think that longer term, the ecosystem is still very unique. There's a lot of AI potential that Xiaomi potentially will be able to offer that allows them to continue to gain share and also increase their ASP. But it is true that in the short term, there is more pressure, mainly because of rising component costs for the smartphone and also Apple becoming more aggressive and trying to defend market share in the like of China.
Edison, what we got here in Busan was that when it came to these discussions around chips in the U.S., Blackwell, that AI processor line from NVIDIA, was not discussed in China. That is still something that Chinese companies cannot get access to right now. Is there anything actionable on news like this? Should I be kind of looking still more at some of these homegrown chip makers? Are they likely to benefit from news like that?
I think longer term, China definitely wants to be able to make its own chips. So I'm actually not sure about how much interest China has in buying the more advanced US AI chips. But of course, China is somewhat capacity constrained, right, on semiconductor, mainly because they are also restricted by the US on semi-cap equipment. even though the two leaders did not really talk about chips yesterday, but I'm sure that it's going to be part of the discussions over the next 3 months. And there will be more details that the two teams will have to work on over the next 3 months. So that's why I think yesterday, the major announcement made by President Trump, I think, is more on the key points that he wants to advertise to the market. I think there are still a lot of work that needs to be done by the two teams on exactly how they can actually reconcile the differences and how they can actually move things forward. Otherwise, if there is no agreement or consensus on those differences, I think it's difficult to have a sustainable trade deal.
All right, Edison, thank you so much for the time, sir. Appreciate it. As always, I'll talk again soon. Edison Lee, their head of China Tech, Telecom, and Software at Jefferies Forest. Right, we're just under 12 minutes to the opening bell. Shanghai, Shenzhen, and here in Hong Kong. The final session of the week is just ahead. A full preview of everything that's in store today. If we could fit everything in shows today. Happy Friday to all of you. Good morning. This is The China Show. Right, one stock in focus, BYD. We're almost at the brink of 100. We're down 3.5%. Bad earnings coming through, 33%. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Plus, of course, HSBC joins us in about an hour's time to further unpack these earnings and what it really means for the stock price moving forward. Right, let's get it back directly on more broader markets right now, given all the events this week, earnings, monetary policy meetings, and, of course, geopolitics in Korea. Joining us this morning is Christy Tan, investment strategist at Franklin Templeton Institute. Christy, good morning, and thank you for coming on the show. The U.S. president, I'm just reading the headline here from the FT, hailing this summit at 12 out of 10. Does that mean we can relegate now geopolitical risk, trade tensions, further down that risk spectrum?
I think that is, I would say that, that is warrants a discount to that rating, right? The Busan summit definitely did deliver some progress. And this was achieved, in terms of diffusing the global trade tensions. But I would say that to extend that to say that the geopolitical risk premium has declined significantly, I think that would be a bit far-fetched at this juncture. And but there is a positive tone that's being built on the bilateral trade discussions, and that's not just between U.S. and China, but also, early part of the week between U.S., Korea, and even Japan. So we're definitely looking at, these deals or frameworks being developed, right? And overall, I think definitely what's been achieved is a de-escalation of the global trade tension.
Okay, so if that's the case, can I continue to buy Chinese equities? What's in store for the rest of the year?
Well, for Chinese equities, and I recall that we had this conversation sometime last year, and we've been constructive and bullish on Chinese equities since. And should we continue that level of optimism on Chinese equities? I think the answer is yes. Well, mainly because there is this policy support that is coming out from the fourth plenum. And this is about rebalancing growth. This is about attaining the quality of growth. And a lot of focus is increasingly on private consumption and investments. Yes, we have heard about this before, but I think there is a more targeted approach going ahead. And because this is the start of the next 5-year plan, the GDP target of 4.5 to 5%, I think that will be implicitly the continued long-term target. And in order to meet that objective, a lot of the policy measures have to start delivering. And we're talking about, private consumption measures. We're talking about the development of tech and AI in that space. So if you're looking at where to invest in China, a few of the sectors that have recently been caught investors' attention is that, there has been some kind of a shift in sentiment. I think investors are still adopting some cautious sentiment on China, but there has been a shift from, say, growth or the tech sector to the value or the dividend sectors. But having said that, I think that this is not something that will continue to persist in the concentration of one sector to another. But there is this theme that is, we are definitely have been delivering, that is basically that the markets is broadening. So the market's broadening outside of the US, the market's broadening also within, Asia and definitely within China.
Yeah. More stocks in focus. Christy, we'll have more with you in a couple of minutes. Christy Tom will be staying with us. She's, of course, with Franklin Templeton. We'll be revisiting that, of course, in a couple of minutes at about the open. Just very quickly, going into the open today, so pre-markets are coming up. Within this, we're in the thick of earnings season. BYD is one of the names we're tracking, the other one being China Vanco, which reported a deeper loss. But in terms of BYD, there we go. Market reaction is one that is clearly to the downside. We're down 3.5% on that. Other stocks we're tracking going into the open today. You have BYD, of course, coming up on your screens. You've seen it. Costco Shipping, China Vanco. I think, give or take, we're about 80+% into earnings season. MSCI China specifically, most have actually missed on revenue and also as far as income goes. Now, the other side to that story is markets have actually been rather lenient. They've actually reacted more positively than negatively on the first day after the earnings release. We'll have a look at the data in closer detail. Banks as always. Anyway, this is the bank story. Apple suppliers in focus following the guidance coming through out of Apple overnight. Futures are up. After hours are up. U.S. futures are up. And nothing much to tell you about as far as this is concerned. Also coming up, by the way, PMI numbers coming out of China in about just over 3 minutes from now. We'll get you those numbers once they do break. Plus, of course, we also have some economic numbers coming through out of Hong Kong. September retail sales plus GDP numbers are coming through as well here in Hong Kong. The opening bell is just over 3 minutes away. We are going into the weekend with some momentum across the Asia Pacific. Maybe the same can't be said when you look at these greater Chinese markets. Plenty more ahead here on The China Show. Good morning.
Welcome back. Happy Friday. You're watching The China Show. We're kind of now the market opens there in the mainland and here in Hong Kong. And certainly we are still waiting for the dust to settle on this whole trade deal between U.S. and China. Seems like investors are putting that on the back of their minds here right now. We're focusing a little bit more on the earnings side of things. BYD already in the pre-market is showing here it could be a big of a drop here at the open. But certainly the focus here at APEC really, Dave, is going to be Xi Jinping. The spotlight back on the Chinese president. Now that President Trump has returned to the White House, and that speech he's going to have any moment now, it seems.
And we'll wait for that, of course, and what he says and how he addresses, of course, given the theme, of course, there of a sort of inclusive economic cooperation, given the changing world order, is certainly really good context. Following also that reset in relations and that reset in economic dialogue over the next, we'll see you in 12 months, I guess, is one thing. It does open up the door, though, to visits, right? Donald Trump to China, and shortly after that, I believe, is in terms of the sequence of events, is perhaps a visit of the Chinese president to the United States. All that is just to say we're looking at markets right now, an uneventful open, a lot more pressure coming through in tech, which is really what the price overnight did indicate, the likes of Alibaba and Baidu coming up shortly on your screens, perhaps following the move down in the U.S. session overnight. The other story as well is BYD. That's going to come up on your screens very shortly on the back of those earnings release that's come through, and not a good set of results. Min will be joining us in a couple of minutes. Oh, look at that. We've now taken out the 100 level on BYD. We're down about 5%. Yeah, market's not taking this one well. Just very quickly before we turn it over now to Min for a breakdown of that. Yvonne, you're looking at the PMI numbers.
Yeah, so we're taking a look at when it comes to manufacturing PMI. That was a miss at 49 for October. So the estimate was for a 49.6 print, and this is showing another further softening of these numbers here and marking now a 7th straight month where these PMI numbers have been in contraction. You're seeing that quick whipsaw in the renminbi here, seeing a bit of weakness in the back of these numbers. But yes, there is a bit of caveat around it, given the fact that this was, of course, during that national holiday. So seasonality is one thing of maybe why the numbers were a little bit weaker here, right? There was a bit of a holiday lull. Also, maybe some uncertainty around these threats of U.S. tariff escalation as well. So there you go, 49 when it comes to manufacturing PMI. When it comes to the non-manufacturing side of things, that was in line. We're talking about 50.1. So still, when it comes to that expansion on the non-manufacturing side, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, the currency is telling you already how bad this number is, right? We're looking at some really visible weakness coming through in the Chinese currency. And more context, really, what Yvonne was saying. At 49, it actually missed everything. It missed all the forecasts there. So the seasonal adjustments being made, you would imagine, of course, that somehow that should have been taken into consideration when you look at these forecasts. But yeah, that also just means to say it's also more difficult to extrapolate a projection because of the seasonality factor, just to obviously split the difference there. Anyway, okay, let's turn our attention now to another one that perhaps also missing the mark here, which is earnings, and that is BYD. 33% down. That's quarterly profit. That's year in year, to be more specific. You have domestic competition. You also have a drop in revenue as well. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Min Lo, here in Hong Kong. And Min Min, the stock price reaction is already quite telling on this one.
Yeah, and it wasn't that long ago that this company was making headlines for beating Tesla on sales, but now there is increasingly a lot of concern over its profitability because it's down 33% this quarter. That follows from the second quarter, a decline of 30% in net income. And this time, the sales was also down 3%, vehicle deliveries down 1.8%. And the company already cut its goal this year by about 16% in terms of vehicle sales. The only bright spot now is the overseas push because overseas sales was up 160%, and this company has been doing very well in the EU, in the UK. The EU, for example, it saw a 5-fold increase last month on year. It's also just launched this mini K car in Japan, the first one that it's launched after, I believe it's 5th product that it's launched in Japan, and that's a notoriously difficult market, and this mini car expected to do a little bit better than its previous products. But still, the overseas sales not enough to offset that margin pressure domestically because of the intense price competition.
Yeah, Min Min, then what's next, right? If even overseas expansion, I think BI's Joanna Chen told us, it's a pivotal year, 2026, for that. Still not enough to offset what's happening domestically. How can it recover from what's going on domestically?
Yes, so overseas expansion is one part, is really doing very well in the developed markets like the EU and the UK. It's also expanding into emerging markets like South Africa, heavy investments there to build out the infrastructure, the charging stations there. But domestically, Q4 is expected to look a little bit better because consumers are expected to front load any purchases to make use of any existing subsidies that could expire by next year, because we're still not sure whether the Chinese government will renew those 300 billion yuan subsidy program next year. So next year, 2026 sales is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. But one of the reasons why sales has been lagging in the third quarter, some analysts say, is because BYD has been focusing on destocking its current inventory as it looks towards new product launches in 2026. So any tech upgrade, new product mixes, those could be new catalysts for growth.
All right, Min Min, thank you. Our China correspondent there. With the breakdown on BYD, of course, as we talk about those shares continue to be falling here this morning. We're going to continue the conversation around BYD coming up. We got HSBC Global Research's Yuchen Ding joining us, explaining why they're still maintaining a buy rating for the stock, Dave.
Yeah, B-U-Y, not B-Y-E. Okay, Christy Tan is still with us, investment strategist at Franklin Templeton Institute. Christy, so we talked about the Apple story, Amazon, decent earnings out of U.S. tech. we have this fantastic piece that's out on the Bloomberg today that talks about when you look at the Asia Pacific, so Korea, SK Hynix, Samsung, you look at Japan, Advantest, the role of tech in investment strategy, how do we need to be looking at concentration risk in equity markets right now?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. So one of the themes that we have mentioned, that we think will play out across 2026 is essentially the theme of broadening. So we are not just saying that the concentration risk in the U.S. I think that is reflected with regards to the market cap of the Max 7 that has shown some signs of broadening, and broadening will actually be positive for continued bullishness in the equities markets. And we think that applies as well across Asia Pacific. And the broadening theme extending from the US over to Asia. So if we're looking at, I think you've seen the latest results out of China with regards to the EV makers, right? So you're looking at some sectors that has, done well in the past, but needs, a certain push or, booster to continue to do well. But the underinvested sectors, if you're looking at just China, and even I think the concentration risk in South Korea is significant, right? I think the huge outperformance in the Korean equity markets, almost up 70% year to date in the Kospi, is essentially highlighting that concentration risk. And we do think that for the equity markets to continue to extend its strength, that broadening trend, emerging out of just a concentration in Samsung or SK Hynix, that will be a precursor to better performance or strength, continued strength in the Korean equity markets. So in China, foreign investors are still underweight, right? And we do think that there has been a lot more optimism that has been building, not in the EV space, because that's essentially where the involution or excess capacity and perhaps reduction in demand will emerge as problems and potentially structural. But in terms of China, the high-tech fields that is around AI, around robotics, biotechnology, automation, that continues to show signs of growth and progress. And we are looking at two indicators going forward, right, along with the broadening theme. One is liquidity. So where the market's liquid, where liquidity is actually flowing into these markets, we think that these markets will do well. So definitely where interest rates are being reduced, and we're seeing this happening globally, these markets will continue to be fed with a lot of liquidity. And earnings. So earnings is the other important driver for these markets to continue to attract capital. And we do think that, this earnings seasons we've seen in the US is pretty good. I think 85% of those that have reported earnings thus far has shown, they beat expectations. And we'd like to see that happening across Asia Pacific as well, be it in Korea or increasingly in Japan, and also, in China and some of the Asian counters.
Yeah, Chrissy, you mentioned about the Fed in the face of all this. I think the market up until maybe this week thought we were going to see rate cuts in December. I think Jay Powell really kind of poured cold water on that in this latest FOMC decision. How should I be looking at that? Is that going to be a tailwind that basically has now have to be reduced in this market?
I think we saw overnight markets reacted to that, right? And the Fed has definitely raised the probability that the October cut yesterday was going to be the last for the year. And that's not being priced in yet by markets, but potentially markets could start to price in the other extreme as well, that this could well be the last cut in the whole cycle. So after all, I think it could be justified that inflation environment is still around 3%. So it's still elevated. And at the same time, I think, Fed Chairman Powell shows that, there are two dissenters as well. So the Fed is getting more and more divisive in terms of policy direction. So we've seen that, the December rate cut expectations being tapered to around 60% or so from above 80%. And I think going forward, we could potentially still continue to see that markets price out expectations of more rate cuts. And in that effect, is that going to be a huge negative driver for the U.S. equities markets? Now, the Fed is not cutting also suggests that the economy is not tanking. So I think we're looking at the economies that are still showing signs of resilience, and which also means that, if you then look a layer lower at the companies and companies' performance, we want to see all this AI and the CAPEX spending into these AI sectors being delivered as productivity gains or as savings in companies that are deploying these AIs and automation. And so that will help to improve companies' bottom line as well. So I think that is the offsetting factor, which a lot of investors are definitely looking beyond what the Fed policy will do. So the economy is resilient, company earnings will still continue to deliver, and we'll start to see the productivity gains from the AI deployment and from the return in all these CAPEX showing up. So I think that will be supportive of risk assets.
All right. So bullish. Christy, thank you so much. Christy Tan. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend ahead. Investment strategist at Franklin Templeton Institute. Right. We'll take a short break. Time for to stretch your legs, what have you, whatever floats your boat. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the China Show and some other headlines that we're tracking for you this morning. Changqing Memory Technology says that it has begun mass producing an advanced type of chip for mobile devices. It's become the first Chinese company to compete in a field dominated by foreign players like Samsung. The company says it started shipping the advanced chips to unnamed clients. Bloomberg has learned that Germany is considering using public funds to pay Deutsche Telekom and other operators to replace Huawei equipment. Sources say the cost could exceed $2.3 billion, and this also means public funds will be used to upgrade Germany's digital infrastructure, which lags behind many other European countries.
Right. Let's talk about concentration risk, right? The role of the dominance, let me rephrase that, the dominance of tech in this rally, in this frenzy over artificial intelligence has really helped Asian stocks really perform. I mean, just look at Korea, for example. It's also transforming, by the way, the markets here in the region in a way that actually has fund managers racing to keep up. Quite a dilemma there when you have mandates that limit you to a certain degree, to certain stocks. Winnie Xu is here with us, our Asia equities reporter, to talk us through her piece for today. Concentration risk in Asian markets. How do we need to be looking at this?
Yeah, exactly. It is that big change, I think, this year that's changing the market quite a bit. So you look at different indexes, right? Because, for example, for the TAIEX, we have the TSMC approaching 45% of the whole index. And then Samsung plus SK Hynix about 30% of overall KOSPI. And also Nikkei 225. Now you have Avantas, right? Taking the top number one weighting of the entire index. So it seems like really we are seeing this tech dominance in Asia, which doesn't usually is the case, so it was usually a bit more traditional, but it's now more tech dominant. And we are seeing that investors are really changing their portfolios and changing their strategies around this.
Yeah, what kind of issues does it create for fund managers, Winnie, here, and how are they navigating all this now?
Yeah, Yvonne, exactly. So especially for the investors that are investing against the benchmark of Asia ex Japan. So, for example, they have right now with the benchmark TSMC already crossing that 10% level. So right now TSMC accounts for about 12%. So you have a lot of funds having that cap of limiting their individual stock exposure to less than 10%. So that means that they actually need to find other opportunities to make sure that they don't underperform these benchmarks. So some of the examples that we are hearing is that, one, you pick some of the the ones that have these competitive moats, whether it's Tencent, Foxconn, industrials, so investors piling into these names, or they're looking for opportunities along TSMC's supply chain. So some of these Taiwanese tech names are also benefiting from that kind of shift. So for these investors with that cap, you are seeing that kind of rotation. And for investors that are benchmarking towards, for example, the MSCI Asia, then you have TSMC or other companies slightly less than 10% on the benchmark. So these fund managers are really just rushing to add further tech exposure to match the benchmark's gains.
Are we expecting this trend to continue?
For the time being, I think that's really the narrative, especially when you see all these surprise earnings, right? Advantest had I think they lifted their earnings outlook and also saying that they are expecting this AI boom to last for multi-year. And also Samsung, SK Hynix also surprised the upside. So these are the new or fresh catalysts that are pushing for tech to really continue its rally in Asia. But also beyond that, when we spoke to Winnie Wu the other day from Bank of America, she was also telling us that this is the multi-year theme and that China, Japan, and India actually provides more diversification opportunities. So even when we have tech dominance in Asia, it's still less of a risk compared to the U.S.
There we go. This is a joke, our version of weight shaming. Look at TSMC, as Winnie was just pointing out, right? We're nearing 50%. TSMC's weighting on the index. The rest, a couple of hundred more, are the other side of that. Fantastic piece. Winnie, thank you so much. Winnie Hsu there on the latest. You can read, by the way, the take today. There we go. On your screens, on the Bloomberg terminal. It's also on Bloomberg.com. Plenty more ahead. Right, welcome back. So in case you missed this, we did just get the latest official PMI numbers a few minutes back, and it's the manufacturing gauge actually. So a streak of below 50s, number one. And number two is when you look at the forecast, the estimates is 49.6. That's the median. If you look at the low end, that's actually even higher than the actual number. So this one actually missed just about everything. But also seasonal with Golden Week. So you do have that somewhat of an aberration there. But does this actually indicate that the October activity numbers, which should be out in a couple of weeks, 2 weeks or so, might also be on the softer side of things? The currency certainly adjusted once we did get that print coming through. Okay, that's the number for now. We will just have a look at earnings too. So you have the likes of, well, not Baba and Baidu. Baba and Baidu were just really on the tech space as well. We are getting some pressure there. BYD is one watch, given the reaction that we're seeing, or allergic reaction to the earnings. We were down as much as 6% at one point. So you had a 33% drop in net income, a lot less, but still a drop in revenue. And we're going up against the possibility because of we don't know what will happen to the subsidies next year. But HSBC, who will be joining us in about 40 minutes from now, they do see the possibility of a demand cliff going into next year around the subsidies conversation on EVs, right? But when you look at the overseas market, so their preference is actually, if you go with OEMs, pick the OEMs with a big presence outside. BYD is a very good example of that. But if you had to pick within the supply chain, within the auto sector, it's OEM. Well, it's not. It's suppliers over OEMs. Anyway, I'm not going to say more and steal the thunder of Ting Yu Chen, who'll be joining us in about 40 minutes from now. The other things worth noting is we're looking at the banks. Can I also ask my producers to bring up the summary of this earnings season so far? It would be good to touch on that as well. Yeah, nothing happened in the banks. Change that, please. Wu Liangye out with earnings as well yesterday. And, of course, the day before, we did get earnings coming through out of Guizhou Maotai. Yeah, nothing much here. Okay, what else did we talk about? Is Yvonne there? Maybe I can bring Yvonne in. Yvonne, what's going on where you are? So
yeah,
I think we have all the leaders. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're still waiting for when President Xi is expected to make that speech. CCTV says somewhere Friday morning. Our schedules suggest that it's in the later afternoon that we're going to have this handover ceremony. So we're still kind of figuring out the timing of this. But you talked about some of the key bylaws that Xi Jinping has. It's a pretty busy day of diplomacy after, of course, this big trade deal with the U.S. was at least finalized in some way yesterday in Busan. So Xi's meeting with Carney, also meeting with Takaichi later on today, and as well she's going to meet with Lee Jae-myung, the South Korean president, on Saturday as well. So still looking at a bit more a busy day when it comes to the Chinese president here today. But yeah, you mentioned that PMI number. I think it's the longest streak of declines we've seen for that PMI number of a manufacturing side of things in almost a decade, right? It begs the question whether we're going to see a bit more stimulus come through from policymakers in the next coming weeks or months.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think given the fact that you are maybe slightly getting a better picture in exports because of the tariff conversation, we'll unpack all of those themes. The next hour of the China Show is just ahead.
Welcome back to the China Show. Here's a look at the HSI half hour into the session. And yes, when it comes to China and the U.S. really dialing down the temperature and trying to ease trade tensions, it looks like that story. We've looked past that here right now, and we are seeing a little bit of downside when it comes to Chinese equities here this morning. 8 shares seeing a downside about 0.4%. I think earnings has been certainly one disappointment there. You look at things like the BYDs, like the liquor makers like Huijiao Maotai, Wu Liangye this morning as well. We are seeing some decent misses when it comes to the earnings picture in China, Dave.
Yeah, I think it really sums up, I think quite accurately what we've seen so far when you look at the earnings picture. MSCI China is about 80% in, give or take, and I think most, about 60% have actually missed the mark, where we have data, of course, to compare the actual to the estimates. And I think slightly less, about just over 50% have missed on the top line. So when you look at the underlying state of the economy, it certainly does underscore the challenges there. You have 49, which missed every single forecast. The benchmarks are coming up. BYD is coming up, bottom of the screens. Just to underscore as well some of the pressure we're seeing. Now, this doesn't also capture the entire picture as it pertains to equity markets in the region today, right? Because on top of all of this, you have the Apple story and the after-hours move there and the lift that's actually giving. Can we look at Chinese benchmarks, please? That's actually giving to U.S. futures, for example. We'll get into the other sort of non-China-related themes in a moment. There's also interesting Japanese story today with a 2-year auction, I believe. And dollar-yen, which was above 154, we're below that following the inflation print, which BE now says effectively clears the path to a rate hike at the next meeting. Some weakness coming through. Although we're coming off lows a little bit on HS Tech. We were down over 1% a few minutes ago. Right. Just in case we're looking at the support level, one that has held on MSCI China, bottom of the screens, 87.70, is the 50-day, which at one point last few weeks or so, it was at risk of a firm break of that level. We did manage to close above that, and the last 4 instances we've tested that has proved to be fairly resilient. So catch me when I fall, catch you I will when you fall, if you fall. Okay, Juan, let me bring you back in.
Yes, I always hope you can catch me when I fall too, David, during the shows. That's why we got each other, right? When you take a look at these equity markets as well, and what's really been supportive is certainly one thing is that, we have seen at least both sides, the U.S. and China here in South Korea, have worked to at least de-escalate the latest flare-up in trade tensions, right? You talk about, the fact that the U.S. was able to kind of resume the flow of rare earths, soybeans. On the flip side, China able to actually bring down tariff levels, or at least the U.S. was able to bring down tariff levels to 47% for China. That should still keep the manufacturing base in China, relatively speaking, competitive to this part of the world. So certainly there are some tangibles here. Morgan Stanley is coming out with that latest note saying it's a truce. but not quite a treaty here, because given that there was no sort of joint readout, nothing kind of was signed, there is still some vulnerabilities that things could fall apart, right? Let's get to our chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel. He is joining us now live outside the Leaders Summit here in Gyeongju as we kick off and count down, of course, to that speech from Xi Jinping. Steve, what's on tap today?
Well, it wasn't really, well, first of all, let me talk about yesterday, just picking up on what you just said. It really wasn't a trade treaty, was it? It was a trade agreement between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping based on that framework agreement that the two sides and the negotiators finally came to agreement on after 5 sessions of meetings, whether it's in London, Geneva, and then Kuala Lumpur. So the big question now is what is going to be the follow through? Because we've been down this road before. We've seen progress only to backslide because of various issues that do crop up, whether it be economic or geopolitical. So again, it's good that they're going to revisit this. That's what Donald Trump says. We have a deal. Now every year we'll renegotiate the deal. Routinely extended is how he put it. But already we are hearing from the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer speaking on Fox Business, essentially saying that, you know, we're still going ahead with that investigation launched a little bit about a week ago into China's compliance in the first trade deal, where the U.S. Corn Association and the Soybean Association say China fell well short of its pledges to buy about $80 billion worth of American ag products between 2020 and 2021. Granted, the pandemic happened, the world shut down, so there's a bit of a pass on that front. But again, we have to see the follow through from the United States and also follow through from China. Now, spinning forward to today, Donald Trump back in D.C., it's Xi Jinping's stage right now. He's going to be meeting with Mark Carney of Canada, meeting with Sanae Takaichi of Japan. He'll be giving a speech. We're hearing at some point today. So it will be his opportunity to kind of give what I expect to be a similar type speech, and that is, supporting the multilateral approach to global trade. Yvonne?
Steve, let me step in here, because I just want to ask you, too, what your sense is of the next 12 months, right? So it seems we'll be operating on this sort of 12-month, forward 12-month window where there's going to be a reset. Can we at least assume that the temperature has been brought down enough that the next 12 months will be at least better and more predictable than the last 12?
Absolutely. The temperature has been brought down, but it's like a fever. It could spike upwards pretty quickly depending on what happens, right? Or what does not happen, meaning if there's not compliance or perceived non-compliance on these agreements, right? So there's going to be sticking points. Even Xi Jinping mentioned that when you have the world's two biggest economies, the world's two biggest superpower, they're not always going to see eye to eye. There will be friction from time to time. The key, though, is to use this as a springboard to make sure that that friction does not turn into an outright fracas, right? So again, it doesn't necessarily mean there is peace between the two countries. It means there is a prolonged truce, that they need to have continual dialogue and continual back-channel discussions. I think that is going to be key. Keep in mind, we had 5 meetings behind the scenes with the negotiators, whether it was Scott Bessent and He Lifeng, Li Changong of the Chinese, and also Jamieson Greer. Howard Lutnick was involved. They got this meeting yesterday done after 5 meetings. Previous administrations from the United States and previous presidents of China had ascribed to strategic economic dialogues held every year to smooth out these issues. They scrapped that in the last decade. So, there are proponents who say we need this constant dialogue. Yes, Xi Jinping, Donald Trump, had 3 phone calls in the last 6 months. They had multiple letters written to each other. They had constant contact. That's what Xi Jinping says. But it was not enough, obviously, over the last 6 months to diffuse what was tit-for-tat retaliation on each other's moves.
Yeah, it's a good way to point there, Steve. At least they're too willing to meet, right? We talked about April potentially there, where Trump is going to visit Xi Jinping in China, followed by President Xi visiting the U.S. So certainly that means the exchange could continue maybe well into at least a year. We'll see what happens, what comes next after that. Our chief Norwegian correspondent, Stephen Engel there, joining us there outside the Leaders Summit here in Gyeongju. We got more ahead coming up. This is The China Show. All right, we're joining you live from Gyeongju here, of course, as we're expected to hear from President Xi later on today as well, and certainly coming on the back of what has been talked about as a pretty successful discussions between Presidents Trump and Xi. Let's bring in our next guest, Jonathan Sin, who's the Michael H. Amakoss Chair in Foreign Policy Studies at the Brookings Institute. He's also a former China director at the U.S. National Security Council. Jonathan, it's great to have you on the program. You know, obviously, we talk about the politics aside, we have to take a look at when it comes to the optics, right? Everything seemed quite positive, and flattery certainly helped in all these discussions. I'm just wondering, beyond just the optics, how long can this détente between U.S. and China last?
I think that this is likely to prove pretty ephemeral, right? I think there was some ambiguity in terms of the agreement, right? Like even with the rare earth export control said that they would previously that they would not be making sales to U.S. defense industry, for instance, right? And I think we've seen this play out in previous iterations of the trade negotiations, right, where the deal kind of marks the beginning of the actual negotiations and the two sides have a contest over what was actually encompassed in the negotiations, right? So I think that is probably likely to be the story here again as well.
It seems like with China, by holding off on rare earths and holding off on buying U.S. soybeans, they were able to at least bring down effective tariffs, as well as relaxed export curbs from the U.S. Who do you think at the end of the day came out stronger in these trade talks?
I think definitely China. I mean, they conceded very little, and I think what those rare earth export controls signified in the run-up to this meeting is that Xi Jinping, to the past year, reacting to U.S. policy initiatives, was really shifting from playing defense to playing offense, right? And I think what was key was for him and from Beijing's perspective, where the Trump administration to mollify Beijing over the previous 6 months. And apparently a correct one, that he could make this move with not just with impunity, but that it would be useful for extracting concessions from the U.S. Beijing played its hand quite well going into this round of negotiations.
Jonathan, David here. I think we're just going to work out your audio. I think we're looking at some issues there with Jonathan's audio. We'll try and sort that for you, and we'll try and get him back once we're able to work out some of the tech cobwebs there and some of the gremlins, and hopefully they stay on the sidelines. Before we get to that, though, and bring him back, almost quite timely as well, we are getting some lines coming through. Let me just bring up my headlines here. As far as this meeting, the APEC Leaders Summit is concerned, so we are hearing from Xinhua, official media reporting, the Chinese president, in what context and whether he's speaking in a speech or to leaders is unclear, but some of the lines coming through here, talking about how the Chinese president is calling to safeguard multilateral trading system. She is calling to build open regional economic environment, and also to be promoting an investment and liberalize investments, of course, a more inclusive trade conversation. He's also calling on APEC to jointly keep the supply chain stable. Okay, that's a bit more pronounced and directed given the recent news flow. But so far, that's what we know so far. We'll get you more details once we have more information coming through. We'll take a short break, and we'll see you on the other side of it. This is The China Show.
All right, we continue to get some lines crossing here from President Xi Jinping, according to Xinhua, where he is addressing APEC. And this is what we're seeing so far. So jointly maintain the stability of supply chains, and he's urging deeper cooperation in the financial field, but really calling a joint to sort of collaboration to keep industrial supply chains stable and smooth and to promote digitalization and the greening of trade as well. So really kind of honing in, as Dave mentioned, this whole theme of inclusive development here, and really China not to close the door to the outside world, will only open, and it's still wider. I think it's a message to the world that, China is still open for business and still wanting to do more, of course, in terms of deals here. This on the back of what we heard from this trade truce between the U.S. and China, at least when it came to rare earths, that they are at least suspending the export of curbs of those critical minerals here for at least a year. And that was really what led to a lot of concerns around supply chains and the possible disruptions on that, given that these critical minerals are going to everything from EVs and high-tech technology. So certainly they're sending a message that there's nothing to worry about, and really reassuring the APEC leaders out there here. This as we continue to see more from that speech. We'll get a bit more once we do see it here. Still with us is Jonathan Sin, who's a Michael H. Armacost Chair in Foreign Policy Studies at the Brookings Institution, also former China Director at the U.S. National Security Council. Jonathan, hopefully we've fixed all the tech sort of glitches and the like here. I wanted to get your take on when it came to chips, and really we didn't get much clarity on really what the U.S. approach is when it comes to chip exports. What do you think is going to be the strategy moving forward from the U.S.? Because it seems like Blackwell, I should say, was not in these talks. How much more clarity can we get on that front?
Yeah, and I think what's really striking from President Trump's comments on the plane is how much ambiguity he left about this, right? When he was asked on Air Force One about this, he said, well, that's between Jensen Huang and the Chinese companies, and we're just the referees. My sense is maybe that he was considering actually moving forward with some kind of deal. And may have gotten walked back from it, but it's unclear, and it seems like he left the door, if not wide open, then at least ajar to this possibility. Right? And I think what Beijing has done effectively in these discussions is after the Trump administration rolled back the export controls on the H-20, instead of taking up the Trump administration and NVIDIA on that offer, what the Beijing did instead was squeeze NVIDIA. And I think this is very much one of their tactics, that they don't punish their enemies necessarily, they punish their friends. And what this has led to is NVIDIA lobbying very hard for an additional rollback of export controls on their chips.
Jonathan, David here. I want to get your sense. So I was trying to think this through this morning, because there were so many details that came out in terms of what quote unquote was achieved, and not to take anything away from it, there was some progress on many multiple specific issues. But I just had a look at that same list, and it seems as if both sides simply took back their initial threats to each other, and some of I guess they really hardened their positions ahead of these talks and simply removed those barriers. And I wonder, is either side actually better off net, or are we simply back to square one? Let's call it 12 months ago.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think this is back to status quo ante. This is like World War I style fighting, right, where there's advancement and then you just revert back to your trenches, right? And I think for Beijing in particular, that's a win, because they did not want a trade war in the first place, right? So, and I think their game in this is to play for time as much as possible, right? So a turn to status quo ante may not be totally comfortable for them, but I think it's far more preferable, right? I think what they've effectively done as part of their negotiating tactics is orchestrate a game of whack-a-mole for the Trump administration, right? So the really meaty and substantive trade and macroeconomic concerns that ostensibly animated the trade war in the first place, none of those have really been addressed insofar as I can tell in these negotiations. Instead, what the negotiations have centered on are these relatively narrow sectoral concerns, or even specific firms like TechTalk, right? So we're talking about soybeans and we're talking about chips, rather than talking about the trade imbalances that President Trump seems so preoccupied with at the outset of his administration.
Jonathan, we were able to see that China, using these sort of sweeping curbs on rare earths, that they were able to at least put a cap on export curbs on the U.S. I mean, this is as we start to see China, try to at least develop itself into this sort of tech industrial superpower. Are we likely to see more examples of China really changing the rules on trade as it becomes more of a sophisticated manufacturer?
Oh, I think so. I think this is the thin end of the wedge, and I think it's a reflection of the industrial might that they have developed in recent years, that they have this chokehold in the first place. But I don't know if I broke up earlier, but I think politically and diplomatically, I think what we saw in the past month is that Xi Jinping, after spending most of the past year reacting to U.S. policy initiatives, was really shifting from playing defense to playing offense and trying to take the initiative and shape and control the tempo and tenor of the bilateral relationship. And I think if that is the case, I think that we will likely see more of these kind of bold moves in the coming year, especially because my understanding is that the Trump administration is not yet done with the tariffs and trade measures that it wants to roll out, that there will still be additional trade investigations and sectoral tariffs that will very likely be coming down the pike in the coming year, which will give Beijing plenty of pretext to make more big moves like this or roll back the agreements that they reached just yesterday.
The one thing that I think Trump didn't really budge on, or at least it wasn't discussed, was Taiwan. And Trump mentioned that Taiwan was not even brought to the table this time around. Why do you think there was a bit of hesitation on the Chinese side this time around, Jonathan?
I think it's twofold. One possibility that I've heard is that China, instead of wanting to negotiate over this, wants to take a principled position and say, this is non-negotiable, this is our position, and we're not going to make it part of a trade discussion or some other kind of negotiation. So that's one possibility. I think what's more likely, though, is that I don't think that they trust that Trump will actually stick to any kind of change in rhetoric or verbiage on the Taiwan issue, even if they push for it. Right? I mean, the changes that we're talking about for those of us who are China watchers and for the region are quite significant. But the difference between not supporting Taiwan's independence versus opposing it, which is the change that Beijing was pushing for, that subtlety can be lost on any senior leader. And I think they're concerned that even if Trump uttered the words that they wanted him to, that it wouldn't necessarily result in the kind of policy changes that they would necessarily want to see ensue.
Well, speaking of that, Jonathan, was there anything you think not announced publicly that actually could have been discussed privately among the two sides that might have material consequence in terms of just forming the next 12 months? What do you think? What are the sort of known unknowns at this point to the public?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the known unknowns. I was a little surprised, frankly, that TikTok did not come up during this conversation, especially since that had been such a point of focus previously. And I think more broadly, getting to back to this idea of how Beijing has orchestrated this game of whack-a-mole for the United States. It's a relatively truncated conversation. A lot of the strategic issues that have been a source of tension and conflict, not just Taiwan, but also South China Sea, China's broader posture in the Indo-Pacific region, those don't seem to have really come up either in these conversations as well. So compared to other bilateral engagements, especially at this level, this feels like a pretty truncated conversation overall, right? And I think it's reflective of the administration's approach to China, which is really suffers to some degree of trade myopia, right? To the extent that they're focused on China, they're really focused first and foremost on trade issues, tech issues, and maybe some other adjacent issues as well.
Jonathan, what was also not discussed, it seems, was oil, despite these new sanctions from the U.S. on Russia. Mm-hmm. Should we expect the U.S. to be a bit more loose when it comes to enforcing these new sanctions on Russia and when it comes to China?
It's possible. I mean, I do think it's notable that President Trump said that they did talk about Ukraine, and that he claimed that Trump said that she had made positive remarks on this. But Beijing is very much part of the problem rather than the solution here, right? So I think that if there is not kind of uniform imposition of sanctions, Beijing will see that as getting off the hook for their extensive support for Moscow's war against Ukraine.
Jonathan, thank you so much, sir, for the time. Jonathan Sin there, Michael H. Armacosta, Chair of Foreign Policy Studies at the Brookings Institution here. He is also a former director for China at the U.S. National Security Council. Just before we just take a short break, we'll just take you to this note coming out of Morgan Stanley on this very topic. So good, but not maybe good enough. It is enough, though, what was happened there to maybe put some slight upside risk to the forecast for next year. But, of course, some of the thorny issues will persist. This is Bloomberg.
All right, 11:29 a.m. in Tokyo. Japanese markets are heading to that lunch break here right now, and we are talking a little bit more about, well, equity markets are doing quite well. Nikkei is up 1.2%. You're still seeing some strength crossing to the Japanese currency, 153.75, but still, we're still kind of digesting all the lines that we got from the BOJ, of course, this week as well. Those Tokyo CPI numbers certainly is one thing to watch here this morning. Overall consumer prices were higher than expected there, 2.8% year on year. Dave.
Yeah, we'll get the view from how that actually changes, if not cements or even solidifies the view on the BOJ and that hike that's coming out of Bloomberg Economics in a moment. But just very quickly, so what's that done to the yen trade? So first, the market had to react and reprice on a slightly more hawkish Fed. So we're coming off really one of the strongest days for the U.S. dollar in several weeks. The Bloomberg Dollar Index, case in point, strongest in about 3 months. And it took dollar Japan to above 154, and then we got that CPI print, which then took it a little bit below 154. JGB is also in focus because we do have the 2-year auction, I believe, in about an hour or so. And let's look at the curve, and we're we're pretty much down, but not by a lot across the JGB curve there. Yvonne.
All right, our team at Bloomberg Economics has been reacting, of course, to that hot Tokyo CPI print. They're saying that reading really puts the BOJ on course for an early rate hike. We also did hear from BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda on Thursday following that decision to keep rates on hold.
We held today as we want to see more data on domestic wage-setting behaviors. While uncertainty remains high in overseas economies, if we're convinced, we'll adjust rates regardless of the political situation.
Let's bring in Taro Kimura from Bloomberg Economics. He joins us live from our Tokyo studios here this morning. Taro, tell us a bit more about your take on the data. I mean, this was a surprisingly hot inflation print.
Right. Today's Tokyo CPI for October, which is an early indicator for national gauge, so this is very important. It's actually hot. Like it's jumped from 2.4 to 2.8. Of course, it's partly more than half of it is driven by Tokyo Metropolitan's government policy to stop the waiver for their water charges, which is indifferent to the national gauges. But still, I think the reading is very hot compared to the broader market expectations, particularly for services inflation. There are inflation acceleration in labor-intensive services such as hotel fees, as well as some leisure activities reflecting a recovery in consumer spendings, as well as what captured my eyes was the rebound in goods inflation, such as home appliances, such as the refrigerator, which was in deflationary trend because of reflecting the recent strengthening of the yen entering this year. But probably it's picking up again because of the latest weakening of the yen.
So I guess to your point there, Taro, it's the inflation that matters, not so much the water bill adjustments or hotel prices. So what does that mean for the BOJ? What stood out to you from the meeting yesterday at the press briefing?
Of course, the hotter inflation, I think, raised the odds for the BOJ's rate hike in December, in my point of view. Of course, it's a matter of timing. The inflation is hot, and I think markets agree with that. So the what to watch is whether the BOJ is going to hike in December or later in January. And but at the same time, today's data doesn't lock in the December hike because the inflation jump is centered around volatile hotel fees as well as some home appliances. That doesn't mean the BOJ can confirm the underlying inflation is picking up. And Ueda is still cautious on the timing of the rate hike because the lesson from last August market jolt is the reminder that the Bank of Japan is still a major central bank in the world, and its rate hike could trigger jittery markets. So therefore, they also need to navigate the domestic political situation, particularly when the pro-stimulus prime minister is now in the office. So therefore, I think the BOJ will hike either in December or January when market and Japanese political and inflation data are conducive.
Taro Kimura, our senior Japan economist in Tokyo for us out of Bloomberg Economics there. Just to pivot the conversation, so from Japan, we're looking at earnings. Specifically, we're looking at BYD and some of the automakers. So we're down about 4. We were down as much as 6 or over 6% at one point. So in fact, we were trading at about 9, I think it was 98. So we're back above, which is strange for me to say, back above the centennial level here on the share price. Our next guest actually maintains a buy rating on the stock, does see a recovery underway that positions BYD for a stronger quarter ahead. Joining us here in set is Ding Yu Chen, is head of China Auto Research at HSBC Global Research. Very nice to see you here.
Thank you, David.
So what worries you about these earnings and what doesn't worry you?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, it's a recovery quarter or a transition quarter.
Okay.
So we already know, like quarter-on-quarter perspective, the volume even down a little bit. But BYD do demonstrate a strong earnings resilience supported by the price discipline and OPEX efficiency. And I got to say, the company is geared for a much stronger fourth quarter and 2026. 2026 is actually the real story here. So where in the first quarter, BYD going to push the Super E platform, where they're going to lead the technology innovation, and also followed by a portfolio model cycle refresh. And also they have a very strong global reach, where the pricing environment is much more favorable. So does the margin. Additionally, last but not the least, I would say BYD's conservative accounting treatment is a hidden asset, which allowed they've been accelerating depreciation, so which allowed them more earnings flexibility in the coming 2 years.
That's cute when they do that, right? It's not very obvious in the financial performance. Okay, so 2026 you say is the year to watch. What happens if we don't get more subsidies?
Yeah. I would say broadly, that's why the OEM sector has been weak lately, because we're now sitting at the fourth quarter peak season. But everyone knows it's partly because of the front-loading sales, because the EV subsidy going to phase out by the end of the year, and also the EV tax exemption going to be halved starting from the beginning of the next. So we're getting the hit. It's probably followed by a first quarter demand cliff. So we're going through this kind of cyclicality. So, but that's also create a very favorable, if any, beta sell down. That should create a good entry opportunity for leader stock like BYD.
What about when it comes to the overseas expansion? It seems like it's going to be a pretty pivotal year next year, 2026, Yu Chen. They're talking about ramping up operations in Brazil, Indonesia, Hungary, and the like. I mean, how likely do you think that's going to offset what we're seeing domestically in China?
Yeah, sure. So I would say domestic, in the home market, we do see BYD might reclaim part of the domestic market share back next year because they're going to have a platform refresh. Usually BYD has been leading the technology innovation, which will give them more pricing power and content competitiveness in the domestic market. So once they started to refresh the portfolio, we do see the domestic market, they will be reclaiming the market share. And for the overseas, it will stay solid. They are shooting towards 1.6 million next year from a base of 0.9 to around 0.9 million this year. So of a not a low base, they're still going to sustain strong growth since they have been localized in their global plants, which will support their product pipeline and also brand presence in a broader global market. And I would stress the global pricing and margin environment is much more favorable. So we would say a strong pillar from the overseas also to support and provide buffer for the domestic market.
Yeah, one of the key positives was sort of the improvements that we're seeing in gross margins, right? I think some of the cost reductions in the second quarter certainly help with that. We're talking about, 17.6% for gross margins now. Are we likely to see it basically stay around the high teens? What's your expectation?
Yes. I would say starting from fourth quarter and into next year, we do expect the margin to continue to improve. I mean, the major factor we're watching in the fourth quarter versus third quarter would be a much improved economic scale. Let's say volume, we forecast the fourth quarter volume versus third quarter will be quarter-on-quarter growth will be more than 30%. So significant economic scale and also a better product mix would support on the margin side.
I want to broaden the view across the sector because you covered not just the OEMs, right? So if you had to pick, are you more do you prefer OEMs or do you prefer something down the supply chain, like suppliers, for example? What's a more risk reward? What's better for investors?
Yeah, for current quarter, we would say quality supplier, especially the supplier names with more global exposure, such as cattle, such as Fuyao Glass. So from an earnings perspective, we know OEM is sitting on the fourth quarter cyclical peak, and first quarter next year going to be more volatility being seen in the earnings over there. So I would say in the current quarter and potentially next quarter, we would see supplier in relative terms among the auto universe better position than OEM in general.
It seems both on the OEM and supplier side, one of the criteria you're using is really overseas market exposure. Is that a good barometer in terms of being able to pick at least the near-term winners?
I would say in a general sense it is because generally no matter it's OEM or the suppliers, overseas exposure do speak for better margin and pricing environment.
Right.
So generally overseas business carries higher weight in terms of the profit contribution than the volume or the revenue share.
Okay, but I think there's a but coming. It looks like you're going to, okay, what's the qualifier then? If there's a domestic market, what are the key drivers there domestically speaking?
So domestic speaking, I would say it's about whether you have the key differentiation. Let's say in China you have a new product cycle. If you have a technology edge, that will be the key differentiation. Yeah.
Okay. I know we talked about this before, this anti-involution conversation, and it's down to, at least as far as the OEMs are concerned, almost self-policing. Are you seeing any signs of price pressure starting to go away, price competition starting to abate?
Yeah, great question. I know. So I think BYD do demonstrate a very strong price discipline since the anti-involution.
Right.
But I think we do see, like from industry perspective, many laggards has been refreshed a new model at a very relatively low price.
Right.
So they have been gaining market share from a shorter period of time. So we do see the consolidation is taking a pause. That's what we've been observing in the past quarter. So it's basically reversing the overall consolidation trend that we've been talking about. But starting from next year, we do see the trend probably reverse back on track to the industry, ultimately still due for a thorough consolidation. So because BYD going to have the new platform and they can refresh their portfolio where they can reset the pricing. So I think the dynamic would change, although currently it's still like industry's consolidation is still taking a pause. Right. But we do believe that are going to reverse starting from next year.
And I know the assumption is the end of subsidies this year. Is that base case? Is there any indication that we could get some version of that extended into or reintroduced next year? What are some of the scenarios you're gaming out?
Sure. So far we don't have the clarification. And I would say if I'm the policymaker, I wouldn't tell you until the end of the year. Right. If I tell you it's going to extend it, you will not buy. So right. Far we don't have it. But let's say usually by the end of the year or early next, we'll get more visibility. So far the industry or the sales channel, the OEM is still building the base case. The subsidy going to phase out. So I'm going to push the sales by the end of the year as much as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's always great to see you and speak with you. Great insights there out of HSBC. That's Ting Yu Chen there, head of China Auto Research at HSBC Global Research. Okay, Yvonne, I believe we have some breaking news right now. Why don't you take over? What do we know and what are we seeing here?
Okay, we are just getting some lines, of course, from the Federal Aviation Administration in the U.S. They're issuing a ground stop at the Newark Liberty Airport there on staffing. So this has been something that we've been tracking all week here. They're issuing that ground stop citing staffing issues. So we'll see. We hear a bit more. I mean, yesterday they were already talking about average delays of 40 minutes due to some of the staffing issues. So certainly that's one thing to watch here that's happening in Newark here this morning. We got plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Right, welcome back. You're watching The China Show. It's time for our Trending in China segment. We're looking at what's really making headlines across Chinese media, national newspapers, sparking conversation when you look at parts of social media. So you have state media, and certainly the big story, of course, this week was a big meeting, and you have state media portraying the meeting between the two presidents as vital for steering relations between the two large economies. Let's bring in Min Lo, our China correspondent, on what the tone is like when you look across this sort of broad spectrum of media.
Yeah, I would say it is mildly positive, but there has been a flurry of these state media editorials across the different platforms, from Xinhua to Global Times to China Daily and People's Daily. And the theme here, they're all quoting heavily from President Xi's remarks of President Trump, saying that China and U.S. should be friends and partners, that they can uplift each other, and that China's growth and development actually is compatible with the MAGA theme, right, to make America great again. And the Global Times in particular is saying that there has been views from Washington that is, creating a lot of fallacies about China, talking about how China's growth is over and that China is seeking to replace the U.S. as a hegemony, that these are, the articles are saying that these are not true and calling for U.S. and China to maintain that stable relations. And I want to read you this quote from People's Daily. It says that if both sides faithfully implement the key consensus based on mutual respect, then that can steadily reduce areas of disagreement. And why this is important is because I think the big fear now for Beijing is now that they have cooled down the temperature between Xi and Trump, the concern is that President Trump and his administration might come out with unilateral actions that is beyond the scope of what was discussed and that comes out of the left field for them, because we have seen this pattern of tension, escalation and de-escalation. I think China wants to avoid that. One of the reasons that they don't like speaking to the Trump administration is that they feel like they can't trust their words and how credible they are, right, in keeping to their commitments. So a lot of the articles are talking about fulfilling and following through on these consensus that are reached during the Trump-Xi meeting to ensure that the path remains stable and they continue to have a slow and steady path to the right direction.
All right, Min, thank you. Our China correspondent, Min Lo, there on what's trending when it comes to local media there and how they are phrasing, of course, what happened here in Busan yesterday. Let's get to some big corporate stories now. Challenging Memory Technologies is one thing that we're watching out for when it comes to its latest chip. They've begun mass producing an advanced type of semiconductor for mobile devices. Now, it's become the first Chinese company to complete in a field dominated by foreign players like Samsung. The company says it started shipping the advanced chips to unnamed clients. Bloomberg has learned that Germany is considering using public funds to pay Deutsche Telekom and other operators to replace Huawei equipment. Sources say the cost could exceed $2.3 billion. This also means public funds will be used to upgrade Germany's digital infrastructure, which lags behind many other European countries.
Right, for our Bloomberg clients, if you want to rewatch our show, you can go to your TV function, TV Go on your Bloomberg terminal to be part of the conversation. Send us instant messages. If you don't want to rewatch our show, well, that's on you, really. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
All right, we're checking out the earnings this morning as well. Amazon shares soared in late trade after its cloud unit posted the strongest growth rate in almost 3 years. Third quarter revenue jumped 20% on year to $33 billion. Investor expectations for the cloud business were relatively low after the company had warned of constraints in getting new data centers online. Oil giant Shell has beaten estimates on profit and maintained share buybacks while paying down debt, showing its resilience to weaker oil prices. The third quarter performance was helped by stronger oil and gas trading, a vital part of the business that struggled earlier in the year amid geopolitical volatility. Chinese solar giant LONGi Green Energy narrowed losses in the third quarter, helped by Beijing's campaign to curb cutthroat competition in the industrial sector. The company reported a net loss of $117 million. It says cost reduction measures helped lower manufacturing costs and shrink impairment losses.
All right, let's take you straight back now from, well, in some ways from the sun to our coverage on the ground at the APEC summit. And of course, it's been a manic week. Yvonne's been tossed all over the place. She made her way from Hong Kong, scrambled into where she is right now. Middle of the night, got woken up and said, hey, we're headed to Busan. And then she's now back to where she is right now. And we're just about wrapping up the show. Her work's not done because a lot more ahead, right? We still have a speech, I believe, from the Chinese president. still set to speak, is our understanding. Jane Fraser of Citi is also set to speak, among others, and I think NVIDIA's Jensen Huang is also making. It seems like anything he touches and talks about just seems to be turning into gold here, Yvonne.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, before we get to fried chicken, I want to talk about what people are likely going to ask him, right, later on, because
right.
The whole issue of Blackwell chips, right, the fact that President Trump said he was going to discuss it with Xi, and then in the end said that wasn't discussed after this meeting. In fact, he really kind of put the onus back on NVIDIA and saying it's up to you to discuss with the Chinese on allowing access of NVIDIA chips to the mainland. Other products besides Blackwell, right? So certainly there's a lot of uncertainty about what this means when it comes to chip exports from the U.S. And I think a lot of questions are going to be getting his reaction to the fact that Blackwell was not discussed. I think he really has been lobbying a long time for that to be part of the discussions. But then again, we've got to talk about, anything he touches, right? Anything from chips to even fried chicken, right? If you take a look at what happened yesterday, I was watching it on local media during that bus to Busan, by the way, while we were coming back from these trade talks. It was just in Seoul, where basically the three big tech giants, right? You're talking about Samsung's J.Y. Lee there, Hyundai, that's the big leader there, and then Jensen Huang in the middle. They made it look quite, of course you're going to get chicken and beer in Seoul, right, while you're there. And this little outing itself wasn't able to actually move markets, right? It's not even the place they went to. That place is not even listed, Kangbu Chicken, which I believe was also made viral when there was a mention on Netflix, some Netflix show as well. But even just enough to send the rivals surging as much as 20% today after these photos of these three big CEOs had a bit of a gathering here and went viral on social media. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So there we go on your screens. Market reaction to the partaking of the fried bird. We also talked about Hyundai, right? That's also coming up. That also actually catching a very strong bid on the back of, again, Jensen Huang and the Hyundai store and the tie-up there. It's rare that you see Hyundai up this much, but yes, here we are as far as that's concerned. So. I mean, the influence coming through and really coming out of NVIDIA. You can really also make, Yvonne, that sort of analogy with all these deals that are really boosting the valuations of AI. And it's just a very strange way to end the show, talking about how it's also permeating in the form of extremely crispy fried chicken and a cold beer. Happy Friday to all of you. We'll see you all on Monday.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity-futures.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. A historic rally in tech stocks shows no sign of stopping, and it's being led today by Amazon. Those shares are up 11%. The e-commerce giant posted the fastest growth for its Amazon Web Services cloud business in almost 3 years. Wedbush Securities Global Head of Tech Research Dan Ives says this was a breakout quarter for Amazon.
The advertising business looks strong. The AWS business looks like it's accelerated. And for a company that's really been back against the wall, it's a huge breakout quarter. And now, 330 is our new price target. But, this is a stock that could really have legs over the next 6 to 9 months.
Hear my full conversation with Dan Ives of Wedbush on the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition podcast. Right now, Amazon shares are trading around $247. Meanwhile, Amazon is predicting lots of sales for the holidays, but a surprise sales decline in China in the latest quarter now has the shares wavering between gains and losses. Matthew Bloxham covers tech for Bloomberg Intelligence.
The reality is with the geopolitical tensions, it's always going to be more tricky for them, and I think people are going to place less confidence in the durability of their business there.
Matt Bloxham with Bloomberg Intelligence. Today we got earnings from Big Oil. ExxonMobil and Chevron both beat expectations thanks to new oil field projects and acquisitions, but Exxon's deals cut into its free cash flow more than expected. That's got the shares down about 0.5%, while Chevron is moving higher by more than 3% in the first quarter that included its Hess buyout. Put it all together, the market is surging. The S&P 500 is up more than 0.5% right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.1%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ Composite is leading the gains, up 1.1%. It's day 31 of the government shutdown, and House Speaker Mike Johnson says the pressure is on Democrats with food stamps set to run out tomorrow.
42 million Americans are set to miss meals starting tomorrow. Would be the easiest vote they've ever taken in their lives.
House Speaker Mike Johnson was on Capitol Hill this morning while half the states are suing to force the Trump administration to use contingency funds to keep food assistance flowing. President Trump is pressuring Senate Republicans to reopen the government by getting rid of the filibuster. But Bloomberg's Alicia Diaz reports there is little end in sight to the impasse.
Democrats are still holding strong on demanding that Obamacare subsidies are extended and included in any legislation to fund the government. Republicans are still standing on their talking point, which is that, pass the government funding bill first, and then we'll have negotiations.
Bloomberg's Alicia Diaz reporting from Washington. Another state is moving to redraw its congressional maps before the midterms. A commission in Ohio has adopted new House districts that could boost Republicans' chances to pick up 2 more seats next year. Ohio had to redraw its map under the state constitution because the current lines adopted after the 2020 census were adopted without bipartisan support. President Trump may have given as much as he got from his talks this week with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea. While the U.S. won a 1-year pause on rare earth export restrictions, the president also agreed not to expand an export blacklist on thousands of Chinese companies. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall has more from South Korea.
While the trade truce is intact for now, it really doesn't address those more fundamental issues that contributed to the standoff between the U.S. and China in the first place, including national security, the persistent trade imbalances, but of course also what you're alluding to here, which is this jockeying for dominance when it comes to the tech sector.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in South Korea. The UN's human rights chief is calling for an investigation into the U.S. campaign against suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. Volker Turk is calling the deadly military strikes since last month unacceptable. Venezuelan opposition leader and 2025 Nobel Peace Laureate Maria Corina Machado is blaming her country's president, Nicolas Maduro, for the anti-cartel campaign.
It was a war against the Venezuelan people, put in place state terrorism as the UN and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights have declared. This is state terrorism towards our people, and this is narco-terrorism towards the international community and the U.S. in particular.
Maria Corina Machado spoke with Bloomberg's Michelle Hussein. You can hear their full conversation on the latest edition of the Michelle Hussein Show, wherever you get your podcasts. There are still 2 days left for early voting in the New York City mayor's race, and it's already passed the total from 2021. The City Board of Elections says more than 398,000 New Yorkers have cast early ballots the last 6 days. The latest Quinnipiac poll this month put Democrat Zorn Mamdani ahead of former Governor Andrew Cuomo by 10 percentage points. Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg, the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg Radio parent Bloomberg LP, has endorsed and contributed to Cuomo's campaign in the general election. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
When the rest of the markets slow down, the futures market keeps moving. Did you know that CME Group S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures trade nearly 24 hours with great liquidity? In the ETF markets, volume and liquidity lessens after 4 p.m. until the next morning. But with futures, you get trading opportunities both day and night. Learn more at cmegroup.com/equity futures.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, inviting you to join me for the Masters in Business podcast. Every week, we bring you fascinating conversations with the people who shape markets, investing, and business. CEOs, fund managers, billionaires, Nobel laureates, traders, analysts, economists, everybody that affects what's going on in the market. Whether you own stocks, bonds, real estate, commodities, crypto, you really need to hear these conversations. Sometimes it's behaviorists like Dick Thaler or Bob Schiller. Sometimes it's fund managers like Peter Lynch, Bill Miller, Ray Dalio. Sometimes it's authors, Michael Lewis, author of The Big Short and Moneyball. Regardless of the conversation, these are the folks that move markets each week. That's the Masters in Business podcast with me, Barry Ritholtz. Listen on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
इस नेचुरल गैस में फिर से सेल कर सकते हैं, ठीक है, हाई लेवल पे नेचुरल गैस में फिर से सेल कर सकते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल में सपोर्ट पर ही है, थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग आई, वापस नीचे आ गया है थोड़ा सा। क्रूड ऑयल में वही जो मैं थोड़ी देर पहले आपको बता रहा था, वेनेजुएला वाली न्यूज़ ही चल रही है फिलहाल के लिए, जितना मैं ट्रैक कर पा रहा हूँ अभी। यूएस प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प की ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आया है, उन्होंने अभी उनका स्टेटमेंट है कि ही उन्होंने डिनाई किया है दैट ही मेड डिसीजन ऑन वेनेजुएला स्ट्राइक। वेनेजुएला पर यूएस स्ट्राइक करेगा या नहीं करेगा, इस पे उन्होंने अभी डिसीजन लिया नहीं है, बट वी डोंट नो सच क्या है झूठ क्या है। प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प डिनाइज दैट ही वुड मेक स्ट्राइक ऑन वेनेजुएला। ठीक है, मेजर न्यूज है इसका, क्रूड ऑयल पे बहुत इंपैक्ट होगा, स्पेशली क्रूड ऑयल के लिए है, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल के ट्रेड में, अननेसेसरी रिस्क मत लेना। लास्ट कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ये बनी है, ये भी फिर से ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन रही है। लेट्स सी होल्ड करता है, तो ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना इस क्रूड ऑयल के ट्रेड में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर ऑलरेडी सेलिंग का ट्रेड था, यहीं से आ जाना चाहिए था लॉजिकली, तो इसको अननेसेसरी एक फेक ब्रेकआउट किया है, फिर उसी लेवल पे रुका हुआ है। तो मैंने जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले ही बताया था, एक फेक ब्रेकआउट है, दो पॉसिबिलिटी है, प्राइस अगर साइडवेज जाना है तो फिर इसी रेंज में घूमता रह जाएगा, फिर कहीं नहीं जाने वाला, वही चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। तो अगर ये पहले वाले ट्रेड में ऑलरेडी एसएल जा चुका है, अगर फिर भी ले रहे हो तो थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी, अननेसेसरी रिस्क नहीं लेना, फिर सीधा मंडे को देखेंगे। बाकी अगर कोई ओवरनाइट होल्ड कर रहा है स्पेशली सेलिंग के ट्रेड, तो ध्यान रखना, अगर कोई न्यूज़ आती है कि अटैक हो गया है वेनेजुएला पर यूएस का, तो क्रूड ऑयल बहुत ऊपर जा सकता है उस केस में. United States planning air strike on Venezuela. Breaking news. Report quoted a source familiar with the situation as saying that the administration is planning to take out military installation inside Venezuela used for trafficking. Officials say this will likely send a message to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro that it is time to step down. The US has previously targeted boats which is allegedly are ferrying drugs in the region, but will this really happen? मेजर न्यूज़ कह सकते हैं फिर तो ये. अभी किया तो नहीं है, बट देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांसेस कि यूएस एक एयर स्ट्राइक कर सकता है वेनेजुएला के अंदर. According to the report, the strikes could occur in days or even within hours. Sources said the idea is to target key military facilities used by the cartels and take aim at its leadership. Targets could compromise ports, naval bases, airstrip under military control that are participating in the narcotics trade. मेजर न्यूज़ है. विद इन डेज और इवन विद इन आवर्स. ये लेटेस्ट न्यूज़ है फिलहाल के लिए अभी. The US has claimed that cartels send 500 tons of cocaine to America and Europe every year. They have alleged that top members of Maduro administration are involved with the Sole cartel. Venezuelan President Maduro is about to find himself trapped in might soon discover that he cannot flee the country even if he decided to. A source told the Miami Herald. What's worse for him, there is now more than one general willing to capture and hand him over, fully aware that one thing is to talk about death and another is see to coming. Officials say no final decision has been made by President Trump. तो अभी तो यही कह रहे हैं कि प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प ने कोई डिसीजन लिया नहीं है, बट वी डोंट नो. भरोसा नहीं है ट्रम्प का. साला हमें बोल दिया और कल सैटरडे संडे 2 दिन मार्केट क्लोज है, और एक कल में या फिर परसों में ये स्ट्राइक कर दें वहाँ पे. परसों क्रूड ऑयल सीधा 10-15% गैप अप दिख रहा है, पता चला. क्योंकि फॉरेक्स भी ओपन होगा तो उस दिन ही ओपन होगा, फॉरेक्स भी क्लोज जाएगा अभी रात को. सो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल में, अगर सेलिंग की कोई पोजीशन उठा के जा रहा है. बाइंग में तो चलो फिर भी ठीक है, बट बाकी देखते हैं मंडे को क्या होता है. तो ये एक मेजर न्यूज़ है, क्रूड ऑयल पे इम्पैक्ट डाल सकती है. Experts who previously questioned the legality of such a strike by the Trump administration say such a planned attack by the US find little justification under international law. They say the armed use for force would only be justified by an armed attack. The major news, let's see कुछ होता भी है अटैक वगैरह या फिर नहीं. Trump says Senate should scrap the filibuster to end the shutdown. Filibuster to end the shutdown, an idea opposed by Republicans. Venezuela opposition split over possible US action. Two major opposition leaders disagree on steps forward. Nobel Prize winner Machado has backed Trump's rhetoric. Other faction calls for negotiation. Amazon shares surged to record high, boosting Nasdaq. Trump declined to rule out underground nuclear test. Wow, almost. What is this? Amazon. अमेजोन के प्राइस को देखोगे ऑलमोस्ट अपने ऑल टाइम हाई को ब्रेक कर दिया इसने आज वापस जस्ट ब्रेक द ऑल टाइम हाई टुडे कब का है ये वाओ 27 ऑडियो सर्च
City from
that we are going to see are actually further in the future. But this stronger productivity story for the Fed, I think, is one which suggests that rates most likely should stay higher over a longer period of time, and that our star is eventually going to be higher as well.
Michael Ferroli will write on this on Friday. You have to think about it in real time as seen in yield. A given company, we're showing 30,000 a door. Another company, we're showing 14,000 a door, and on and on and on. How do you, with all your experience, treat five-figure job reductions at America's finest companies?
Yeah, you accept that it's the economic reality. You accept that we're in the very early stages. You hope that new industries and businesses will be created off of the back of AI that will employ more workers, and there will be a greater efficiency. We saw that when the electronic spreadsheet replaced manual spreadsheets. We saw that in the dot-com era. Hopefully we'll see it with AI.
Robert Kaplan, the former Dallas Fed president, was just wonderful on this the other day.
What did he say?
He said hope. He said just what Bob Michael said. It's one big academic hope by the haves that there's a good side on the other side of AI.
Luke Cower, I think, has been absolutely brilliant on this. This is regressive up front. Can hold back employment. In the near term, I hope that changes. It can boost energy prices. Electricity in this country is becoming the political topic.
Agreed.
For the next
Strongly
18 months.
agree.
Now, the argument you've got to make is that's all going to change. Productivity picks up. Great. Fantastic. But in the here and now, isn't that a bit of a stagflationary story? If you strip out what is happening, say, with energy prices, electricity taking off, if you look at what's happening with labour market, holding back employment, isn't that a bit of a problem for this committee?
I don't think so. I think that they're comfortable looking through inflation, and if there is a problem...
no doubt. They've done that for 5 years.
But if there's a problem in the labor market, that in and of itself will hold back some inflation.
We have 25,000 employees. You are the most qualified one I know to talk about electric bills. What does America face if we have some semblance of the electric bills of Britain?
I know, Mum. Don't worry. I'll take care of it at the end of the month. It goes something like that.
That's how it goes.
Yes, it does.
Okay, that's real, folks.
The energy prices in the UK are absolutely brutal. They're absolutely brutal. And if you face anything like that in the United States, you're talking about the wealth inequality in this country right now. We're lucky to have the energy prices we have because they're so much lower compared to some other individuals, some other nations in the G7. If they face that same situation here in the United States, imagine the midterms. 18 months from now. Imagine the local politics and the support for those data centres. What's that going to look like? You tell me.
Governor of Virginia on 14% lift in energy costs.
You're going to want that data centre? How many people they're hiring?
Yeah.
I know what it's doing to electricity prices. How many people they're hiring? Not many. It's pretty Labour light. Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank. Matt, thank you, sir. Always good to hear from you. Matt Lazzetti there of Deutsche Bank breaking things down, called correctly the end of QT. That's exactly what we got about 27 minutes ago. But, Michael, you're fantastic at this. Going into the news conference, questions for Chairman Powell. What would you like Mike McKee to ask in a moment?
I think he's got to press them on what are they seeing from their own sources of data? What are they seeing from the regional banks and their thousands of economists? They're talking to businesses every day. They didn't make this decision blind, much as it creates a wonderful narrative for the three of us. They reacted to something. What was that?
What do you think the next decision hinges on? What are the metrics? If we don't have the data, let's say the government's still shut down, what's the next decision hinge on?
I think it's going to be anecdotal evidence from businesses. If they're still in a pause, hire, and fire doing neither, then this Fed will respond by cutting rates 25 basis points.
What is your shop's 12-month call on 10-year yield? We're now, I'm going to say a 399, 398. John's in charge of that. I just look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. John looks at all the rest of the data. But on the 10-year yield at a 399, what's your call 12 months out?
Well, let's start with Fed funds. We see that around 3 3/8%. I think you're going to see the 10-year somewhere around 3 3/4%.
Okay.
Bob Michael, JP Morgan, this was fun. It's good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks for dropping by. We've said a few times on this programme over the last few meetings that these meetings are going to get harder and harder for this Federal Reserve. At the next meeting, when Chairman Powell convenes things, think about things. Today, the good news, no forecasts. Imagine how difficult it would be to provide forecasts in a moment like this. At the next meeting, can't escape it. This committee will have to put together forecasts for 2026 with the potential of not having any data at all. And even if they have the data, that data could be very, very messy. On top of that, Tom, we might have that shared decision from this administration, which will take away the ability to guide into 2026 anyway.
On this Wednesday, all this talk here as we go to this conversation, the questions and the answers, we have to remember that in, an hour and a half, these mega companies are going to show profit and cash flow that is not in any of our textbooks.
This is why, Tom, so many people right now are so bullish. What matters to the equity market? Not payrolls. I've said a few times, if I told you the payrolls data at the start of this year, at the start of 2025, you would have been hopelessly bearish on this market.
Correct.
What's mattered to equities has been earnings. What's mattered to the man that's about to step into that room is the step down in payrolls. So the market gets the best of both worlds, gets the earnings one and gets the interest rates reduction as well, two. And the man who's about to step into the room is going to deliver potentially another 25 basis point cut at the end of the year. That's the reason why so many people right now have been bullish this equity market. Equities into this news conference at all-time highs on the S&P 500 up by 0.2%. The FOMC divided, voting to cut interest rates by 25 basis points. Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Although official employment data for September are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest